We are live at Coletco for Friday night, November 21st, live Facebook record sale, folks. Welcome. All right, I've been listening to the Beatles anthology and eating Chick-fil-A. So, apologize for my, as usual, lateness. I guess so. I mean, y'all probably expected Friday night. Chad said sometime after 6. Hope nobody was expecting a 5:30 start. So, okay, how much new stuff came in? Is that what this is? Is this new stuff? I guess that's new stuff. Is that new stuff? New stuff? New stuff? I don't know what's new and what's... Let's see here. Well, we're gonna... Hey, there's John. We're selling. Looks like we got 7 John crates because I had 3 left over from last night.
Yeah.
And 45s. And John's got us a Guns N' Roses.
That's a real one. That's an original first press.
Uncensored.
Yeah.
Nice. Tanner told me about that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
Awesome. I'm just trying to find the newest. I wonder if they shouldered us boxes because of all the... Okay, here it is. John Ed's has got it packed into... Ed's just got it packed into 2... two there. All right. Okay. Free as a bird. I didn't order a brownie, that's why. I'm going to go front and fry and find something sweet. Otherwise, my energy level is going to collapse. I got to get started with sugar every day. Is that a good thing? Otis told me it was.
I don't know what you're going to get.
They didn't leave out my brownie. I forgot to order one. Those party cakes are too big. Oatmeal cream pie. I feel like these are pretty old. We'll try it. I don't want a big donut. Payday? Nah. I'll try this for now. I'm going to get on DoorDash and order some Baskin Robbins. Oh, yeah. Milkshake. Though you can stop at Walgreens. They'll stop at Walgreens and get toothpaste for you. You can double dash. You want me to DoorDash you some toothpaste? Okay, we got to DoorDash Tanner some toothpaste. We'll DoorDash Seth a brain. Oh, boy. All right. Oatmeal cream pie. Ryan Anderson said he still needs a King Griffey Jr. bat. I'm sorry. And then pralines and ice cream, and then there's 3 crates of new vinyl.
We sell them? We sell them?
Yeah, I sold that. Last night's sale hadn't been watched?
I didn't watch that.
Okay. Everybody's listening to me chew right now. Yep, everybody's asking me about pistachios. I ate a whole bag last night on the air. Thank you, John. All right. Well, this can only mean one thing. I don't know where I was going with that. That's new. This is new. I gotta open this stuff up. What's this? I guess these are new 45s he brought me. Get ready for madness then. And then, you know, their Kiss lights came yesterday. They're behind the counter. I got to tag them tonight.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm going to go get them and we got to do that tonight. Okay. Everybody ready? Tanner, you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Laura, you ready?
How much are these?
I don't know. I'll look it up. I've been meaning to text you and Jake, Tanner. We got to get battery packs lined up for Sunday. Because that was our problem last time, keeping a battery. Especially if we're going to go for a long time. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. I'll look through these comments. And then YouTube. Okay. Awesome stuff tonight coming up. Instagram. Story. Here. Link. Live. Now. All right. So. What did Karen, let's see here. Karen Hayes. Karen Hayes. Just wondering, what do folks need to do to get their pre-order for the Youngblood EP? First time I hear. Karen, if you're on Facebook, which you are, if you're on Facebook, then go to Collectco, which is the page you're watching this on, and then just send a message to Collectco with your email address and your mailing address. Or there's a link to our, you did it 2 hours ago. Here we go. We've already got you. Yeah. Karen. Yeah, and what I was also about to say that Tanner just reminded me, invoices don't go out until Monday. Okay? So we have 2 pages. We got a whole lot of records where you pre-ordered, and then we have our main business pages where we live stream here on. You pre-order through Collectco. You have messages. The invoice doesn't go out until Monday. So if a new pre-order comes in, and let's say it showed up on Monday like those did, then you don't get an invoice until the next Monday. So anything that's like got a street date for Friday, it will come in that week, and then you'll get an invoice the next Monday, as long as it does come in. So you've definitely been tagged for one, and you'll get an invoice on Monday. Okay? So, yeah, we just hadn't done an invoicing for them yet. We just hadn't done invoice. So you've done everything you're supposed to. Now you just wait for the invoice Monday afternoon. So Ed starts kind of after. He starts sometimes in the morning if they're called up. Sometimes they start in the afternoon. And he sends hundreds of invoices that day. And that's what he does. and you'll get one on Monday. Now, tonight, you can watch, and anybody else that's maybe pre-ordered something tonight, y'all can watch, and guess what'll happen? You can keep buying for $8 in limited shipping. Okay, here's the lineup for tonight. There are 2 full crates packed of new vinyl. I'm probably going to split that up into 3. There's a Hatchet Ed crate. There's a few new Miscellaneous. There's 7 John crates and whatever lower marks. John's got 2 boxes of 45s. Those won't be until about 5 hours from now, about 11 o'clock. Maybe sooner if we get through all this new stuff. So it's going to be new vintage galore, new vinyl recap, auctions, surprise auctions, 45s. Sound good, Tanner? All right, Otis? Sounds good to me, Chad. Okay, Otis is happy. I'm happy. We're all happy. Let's start with a new vinyl recap from yesterday. And some late night auctions that didn't sell. We'll try them again. Triumph Stages. An 85 USOG 2LP gatefold with the merch insert. This is a nice copy. EX Plus condition. There's 1. There's 2. There's the merch insert. A $20 start on Triumph. And then let's try David Bowie. David Bowie is an 84 USOG PRC Richmond press. $15 start on that. Was there a Peter Criss waitlist or pre-order? I have got the pre-order up for Peter Criss Silver Vinyl. Peter Criss Silver Vinyl is the pre-order. Yes, that is available as pre-order. It's up in Whole Lot of Records. All right. Oh, yeah, and there's 2 crates of Japanese auctions, David. I was waiting to make sure you're watching. There is a Hatchet Ed crate, 1. Now, I've had some people say, Chad, I've got a new thing. I'm only buying records out of the Hatchet Ed crate. And I'm like, wow, that limits you to 1 crate on 1 night of the week. Maybe you should broaden your horizons. I think that person was joking, but they said I'm only buying stuff out of the Hatchet Ed crate from now on. Okay, here's some stuff that sold this morning in the video. The Highwayman, Korn, Deftones, Jimi Hendrix, Ghost, both of them. Deftones, Stone Sour, both of them. Korn and Yes, Silverchair, Transformers, Glassjaw, Transformers, Rush. How much is Total Vision? I never did even see that. $44.99 DL Mitchell. Bing Crosby, Dinosaur Jr., Rush, Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, both Lee Morgan, Sonny Stitt, Aerosmith and Youngblood, Allman Brothers, Evanescence. Wow, big. Lots. I love it. Let's get started right now. There's about 3 crates of stuff like that to go through. Triumph has bids. There's David Bowie. And how about we even go ahead and put up something else, Except. And don't forget, Laura's got some incredible, this is like Metal Night Part 2 with some of the auctions we have. This is Except. This was from the bonus crate. This is Generation Clash. And this is Except and Generation Clash Edit from Eat the Heart. Eat the Heat. That's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Except 12-inch single. So first thing we have here is Lee Morgan. And Lee Morgan is immediately sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. But the good news is I have 1 more. So this is Lee Morgan Infinity. It's a Blue Note Tone Poet. Rudy Van Gelder, Joe Harley, Kevin Gray, RTI. That's an all-star lineup. $34.99. I need an empty crate. Otis is already on his bed taking a nap. Come on, Otis. We need to get you hot, buddy. We need you getting zoomies running through here. I want you running through the store, absolutely losing your mind. You gotta feed off the energy to help me and all these amazing Coleco customers get their hype up. All right, so this sold to Master Moss 666. Thank you. There's 1 Lee Morgan left, and guess what? Sonny Stitt also sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. That one is sold, and that leaves me what? 1 extra copies. Now, this is very similar to Blue Note Tone Poet. It's Acoustic Sound Series. They're all really high-end audiophile records, $34.99. Triumph is still tied at 20. Leslie, your bid came in second to John McPatriots. And Bowie has bids for $15.22. and Accept has a bid for 10. Dinosaur Jr. self-titled is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. That's sold to you. And then Etta James rocks the house. Etta James is from the Jackpot label, and Etta is on blue vinyl. Etta James rocks the house. That is blue vinyl, $29.99. I have 4 of those left. Alan Jackson, Precious Memories Collection. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Alan Jackson is $34.99. And we have Dinosaur Jr. Bug. And I think this one, there was only one claim for Dinosaur Jr. That was Kelly. So Bug is still available, $29.99 for that. One extra copy here of Steve Earle, Live Austin City Limits, 2 LP blue vinyl, $29.99. All right. Victor Guerra gets Accept for $10. And Scully Mack just asked the details. Dang it. And he was walking his dog. I knew it. You just missed it. And then Michael Freiberger gets Bowie for $22. And then Triumph over here is sold to John McPatriot for $20. The board is cleared. We're ready for all new auctions. Those just got sold, and sold. Next thing is John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman, acoustic sound series from Verve, QRP tip-on jacket, more jazz, more John Coltrane, and then those are 34, and then both of these Jimi Hendrix did sell. The first one sold to Joshua Cross. This is a mono remaster, $39.99, and over here we have another one sold, and the other one sold, mono music on vinyl remaster. The other one is sold. Give me a second. There's Joshua. I know I said we sold both of them. It's coming up. Hold on. George Jones got the other one. And then a bid came in late on Triumph. Dang it. Well, don't worry. There's plenty more. You're going to have lots of bidding opportunities, especially when I put up another Triumph. Here comes another Triumph. Here comes a Y&T. And then here comes a Keith Whitley. Do what? Here comes a Keith Whitley. Can you say that again? Here comes a Keith Whitley record up for auction. That's what I thought you said. This is a 1989 USOG VG++ in shrink, 105, 105 on that. Triumph, the Sport of Kings. Triumph is an 86 USOG VG++, and this has the original inner sleeve and the insert. Triumph is a $15 start, and Y&T, Summertime Girls, Y&T EX Plus 12-inch single, $10 start. I have Lee Morgan, one sold to Sean Lee Fairweather Hooker. Almost said Fooker. I got to be careful here. That's sold to Sean Lee Hooker. How about we say Master Moss 666? Lee Morgan, the Raja, $34.99. Almost had a slip up there, Opus. Uh-oh, Chad. Better be careful. Yes is on green vinyl. This is Fragile. This is the Steven Wilson remix. And this is amazing. So you've got to ask yourself right now, do I have Yes Fragile in my collection? And if you don't, then Chad is angry. Okay? This is sold to Anthony Lee Rouleau. To my knowledge, he's a new buyer, and we didn't make sure he's messaged the page and registered. This is Anthony Lee Rouleau, R-U-L-O. I wonder if he sent us a message. So there's another copy of Yes. So hopefully you're like, dude, do I want to make Chad angry? No, no, no. So I better buy a copy of Yes Fragile. There's one left there. And then Bing Crosby Christmas here. Oh, Bing Crosby's $29.99. This is on red vinyl. And I know we sold at least one to Kelly Vlodarchek, and I think that's going to leave one extra copy. It is one extra copy there if anybody else wants it. Yes is $29.99. Green vinyl, updated artwork, Steven Wilson remix, $29.99. Okay? All right, so Keith Whitley's $105 start. Triumph's at $21. Keith Whitley's $105. Triumph's at $21. And Y&T's at $11. That's where we're at on those. And then next thing over here. And Kiss lights are in. I'm going to tag those here in just a second. A new batch. Not all of them, but the next batch. And so, Dan, you should be getting one tonight because I'm pretty sure you're pretty high up on the list now. Phil Collins' face value is $33.99. So, yes, I'm going to, when I finish recap a new vinyl here, that will be, quote, in our new stuff. Phil Collins, I Can Feel It Coming, in the air tonight. And then Evanescence, Bring Me to life. This is sold to Kevin Voitosh, $39.99. So this is a new 20th anniversary, which has got bonus tracks, remastered, and with a really cool foil cover. So Keith Whitley is I Wonder Do You Think of Me? It's an 89 OG VG++ in shrink. We're looking for 105 to get that one started. Right next to that is Triumph, and it's at $21 with Leslie Sivley. Everybody else is out. It's an 86 USOG Picnickville press. It is a nicer VG++ EX. It has a Triumph video cassette solicitation. It has the inner sleeve and a nice jacket, gold stamp promo. Okay? And then over here, the next thing I have is Y&T. And Y&T's an 85 UK. It already has multiple bids. It's a 12-inch single of Summertime Girls and Lipstick and Leather. And the last bid that came in on Y&T was $11 to Calvin Ward, and that's a final call to him. All right, and then we have Buckingham Nicks, and this is the Rhino Hi-Fi cut, Kevin Gray, and I've got plenty in stock now. A great one to have in stock. Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. That is a Rhino Hi-Fi cut, and we've got 3 here, and I've got about 7 more up front in the crate. Up in our bins, okay? I'm still looking for the Highwayman, Corn, Deftones, Ghost, Deftones, Stone Sour, Corn, Silverchair, Transformers, Glassjaw, Transformers, Rush, and Stevie Ray Vaughan, Aerosmith, Youngblood, and Almond Brothers. So all that is coming up, okay? So there's that, and looks like we're about to sell some auctions. So here's what's left in here out of this first crate of recap. And I still got a few jazz titles like Lee Morgan Infinity for $34. Sonny Stitt is $34. Etta James is $29. Rock the House. I've got several of those. I got Alan Jackson Precious Memories Collection, $34. Dinosaur Jr. Bugs, $29. Steve Earle's $29. John Coltrane's $34. Lee Morgan again, $34. There's another Coltrane, by the way. And then some Christmas for You, Bing Crosby, $29 with Christmas ornament on red vinyl. Yes, Fragile's $29, and then Phil Collins, remastered, updated artwork. They used a newer picture of him, $33 on that. And then Evanescence is $39, and then Buckingham Nicks, there it is, $39.99. So they allocated the pink vinyl, the standard press. We were shorted on those. We did get like a few extras in the Hatchet crate, but that's discontinued. There's a blue vinyl that's in print, and then that audiophile cut. And of course, the audiophile cut is an incredible sounding record. Super high demand right now. Luckily, we have them in stock if you want one. There's some great songs on that album too. All right, let's go up here and get this other crate. Let's go up here and get this other crate. Not the Rush crate. I do have a whole crate full of Rush, but we'll wait on that. Let's grab this one right here. Dun, 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 bring me to life. I can't wait down. Dun, 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 save me. Wing being on the no, can't wait. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Here we go. All right. So first thing we got is Triumph 25, Keith Whitley 110, Y&T 17, Y&T 20, Keith Whitley 115, Y&T 22, and Keith Whitley $117, okay? So Keith Whitley's $117, Y&T's at $22, Tom Kelly, you're out. Calvin has Keith Whitley, so Catherine, you're out. And that means Triumph is at 25 of Jamie Diaz, and that means somebody's outbid. Leslie Sivley, you've been outbid on that one, okay? And we have first, David Doyle picking up a Yes Fragile, Stephen Wilson remix, green vinyl. Thank you. Now Chad's not angry. Thank you, David. That's so do you. And then after that, we got Thomas Fish on Buckingham and an Evanescence. Nice decisions there. Yeah, so a couple songs. If you've never listened to this, Buckingham Nicks, I really like Crying in the Night. And I think Don't Let Me Down Again. I think that's the 2 really, really good songs in there I like. Crying in the Night and Don't Let Me Down Again. That's good stuff there. Right before they joined Fleetwood Mac and the world turned upside down. Thomas Fish, those are So Do You, okay? Evanescence and Buckingham Nicks. Next thing we have over here is Y&T, Tom Kelly, $23. Calvin, you've been outbid on both. In the middle is Triumph, the Sport of Kings. And Triumph is a 86 OG VG++. It has the inner sleeve and the merch insert, or a solicitation insert. Okay? And next is David Bowie, live at Pompeii. So this is a double LP. It's a 2 gatefold jacket, David Gilmour, live at Pompeii, $114.99. Essentially, David Gilmour doing the music of Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Def Leppard Hysteria, I still got 2 copies. It's a gatefold 2 LP remaster, $44.99 on that. Y&T's now at $25. We're still at $25 on Triumph, and Keith Whitley's at $120, Calvin. You've been outbid on that one. The Polar Express soundtrack. Polar Express is $29.99. And then Kiss, Hotter Than Hell, the 2014 remaster. Some great ones on here. Got to Choose, Parasite, Let Me Go, Rock and Roll, Watching You, Coming Home, $33.99 for Kiss. Kraftwerk, The Man Machine. This is $29.99. This is Kraftwerk, The Man Machine, $29.99 for Kraftwerk. And then Ghost. So this one here, Ghost is sold officially to Sarah Weiberdink. Thank you on that. I did sell, yes, both copies did sell. Ghost is sold to Sarah Weiberdink. The Big Lebowski soundtrack, $33.99 on that. Bob Dylan, Captain Beefheart, Elvis Costello, Nina Simone, Kenny Rogers, Henry Mancini, Townes Van Zandt doing Dead Flowers. We got 2 copies of Peter Criss, $36.99 for Peter Criss, and Counting Crows, August and Everything After, Mr. Jones and Me, $44.99. So over here, Keith Whitley, Gone Too Soon, a country artist that has nothing in print. Very, very tough to get his stuff. So he's only ever had one really official reissue, and that was through Vinyl Me Please. And, of course, it's out of print. And this is I Wonder Do You Think of Me? And this is an 89 USOG VG++, and the high bid on Keith Whitley is Catherine Lutz at $120. Kind of a surprise auction tonight. And then over here, after Keith Whitley, we have Triumph, and I think this got a new bid, 26 and now 30. So now Jamie Diaz has Triumph at 30, and then Y&T was a battle between a couple people. And the last bid on Y&T was Calvin Ward at $25, and Tom Kelly says he's out. That's a final call. And then we have AC/DC's The Razor's Edge. AC/DC's The Razor's Edge is $29.99. You've been thunderstruck. We have several Rage Against the Machines, and they're all right here in a row. The first Rage is Renegades. The second Rage is Live, 1993. The third Rage is Evil Empire for $29, and then their self-titled album for $29. And I don't think there was any claim, so I think all those are still available. First thing I do have, though, is Allman Brothers. This is live in Pittsburgh. This is an official Record Store Day release, so this is official. And this is sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. That's sold to you. Right behind that is another Rage. That's Battle of Los Angeles. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Rage studio albums, and then the live album from Record Store Day. Black Sabbath, The Humanizer with Ronnie James Dio. Tough to get an OG of that, $44.99. And then Kiss Revenge, tough to get an OG of that, $36.99. All right, so Keith Whitley is sold. And thank you and congratulations to Catherine Lutz on that, $120. Triumph over here is sold for $30 to Jamie Diaz. Kevin just set out. And then Y&T sold, and let's put up a whole new slew of auctions here, okay? So boom, boom, boom. Let's tag all those, move those over out of the way, and then Y&T's the last one. And the last bid on Y&T was Calvin at $25, okay? None of the advertised auctions have sold yet. Not a single one. We've put up some great stuff, but it's been over here from the bonus crate. So let's go ahead and put up the Rolling Stones. And then I also got, what else do I have in here? I've got a George Harrison box. Let's do that. I've been listening to some George today. And then let's grab something from the advertisement pile, the Hop sticker post, and let's run Helix, okay? So 3 auctions here. Let me go ahead and introduce at least 2. And then I'll add a third. The first is Helix, Long Way to Heaven, an 85 Jacksonville OG in shrink, really nice copy, near mint minus, $15 start. George Harrison's All Things Must Pass is a 1970 US OG. It is an OG pressing with the inner sleeves and poster, a really nice copy, $65 start for George Harrison. Complete with inner sleeves and poster, $65 start for that. Here is Total from Joy Division in New Order, which is a double LP, $44.99. I have one of those left. Queensryche Promised Land, that's $34.99 for Queensryche Promised Land, clear vinyl, and then Kiss, their self-titled debut, is $36. More Kraftwerk, this time the Autobahn, $29 on that. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, is $29. And then Thelonious Monk with John Coltrane, Jazz Classics from Wax Time, just $24.99 on that. And then another Ghost was sold to Sarah Weiberdink. Sarah Weiberdink on Ghost. She got both Ghost. And then over here we have one Ghost left. And this is $29.99. If you have Ghost, so that's the only one left there, $29.99. So what's left in here before I go grab the other crate? Ghost, Monk, Pantera, Kraftwerk, Kiss, Queensryche, Joy Division New Order, Kiss, Black Sabbath, Rage, AC/DC Counting Crows, Kiss, Big Lebowski, Kraftwerk, Kiss, Polar Express, Def Leppard, and David Gilmour. So all that's still available. Helix doesn't have a bid, $15 start. George Harrison doesn't have a bid, $65 start. And then here's our next auction. An OG uncensored original 78 copy of Some Girls, VG condition, a $20 start on that. Leslie Sibley put Thad. Now that might mean Chad, and she was about to ask me something. And then Fred Knoop wants Joy Division and New Order, okay? And that's sold to Fred Knoop, and that was my only copy of that. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Whoops, I just smacked the camera with the crate. That's okay. Diet Coke. Helix has a bid for 15. Rolling Stones has a bid for 20. And let me go up front. The reason I got to go up front and get these crates because I film them on the counter up front. It's the only flat surface in the store that doesn't have stuff piled on top of it. So they, in the morning, they set them behind the counter because I just leave like a boss and leave messes. And then I have to come up here and get them for the recap. And sometimes it's one crate, and then a night like tonight, we had 4 crates. So 4 crates of leftovers, including a whole crate of Rush, so which isn't too bad because we started with 9 last night. All right. That was Thelonious Monk and Coltrane, and Thomas Fish wants a Queensryche. Okay? So Thomas Fish on Queensryche, that was Promised Land, last copy, and she wants a Thelonious Monk and Coltrane. All right. So Thomas Fish on Queensryche and Leslie Sibley on Monk and Coltrane. Thank y'all and thank y'all. Well, guess what? John Durden gets the Rolling Stones for 20. Shane Lando gets Helix for 15. And somebody can get a great deal on George Harrison here. $65 for All Things Must Pass. $65 on that. All right, let's put up some new auctions then. I know a guy named Thad too. His name's Thad Underwood. It's like Chad, but TH. All right, next auction is John Lee Hooker, Sitting Here Thinking. I do that a lot. This is John Lee Hooker, Sitting Here Thinking, an 82 German reissue, EX edition, a $15 start on John Lee Hooker. That's up for bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is actually, let me start from the front here. Let's do Twisted Sister and another Y&T. So some blues, and then some 80s hair metal. So there's John Lee Hooker. Twisted Sister is an 85 US OG limited edition with a pop-up sleeve and the original lyric insert. VG Plus condition, $15 start. And then here's Y&T, Midnight in Tokyo. Y&T is an 83 UK OG, VG condition, a $10 start. And let's see, Van Halen and Oingo Boingo going up soon. I'm going to say they're going to go up between now and very soon. George Harrison, All Things Must Pass, is a VG++, really nice EX copy, somewhere in that range. It's complete with the poster and all 3 inner sleeves. It's $65. Amazing album. Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley is $44.99. This is yellow vinyl, limited edition 1500. Elvis Presley, Loving You, $44.99 for Elvis Presley, Loving You. That's a new music on vinyl. I got 3 of those. Over here, we have System of a Down, self-titled. My brain went blank there for a second. SOD is $24.99. Aerosmith Youngblood. This was our last copy. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. This is sold to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you, Sarah L. Morgan. That's sold to you. Clutch, Transnational Speedway League, remastered, limited edition, colored vinyl, autographed artist insert, $59.99 for Clutch. I have 1 copy left. Mad Season, Above, that's a 2 LP. Mad Season is $39.99 for Mad Season. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. And we have the Silverchair Neon Ballroom, limited edition 4,000 on pink colored vinyl. This is $39.99. This is numbered to 4,000 Silverchair. And I know there's several Silverchairs over here. So Highwaymen, Korn, Deftones, Stone Sour, Korn, Silverchair Freak Show. Nope, that's coming up. So this Silverchair is still available, right? Yes, this Silverchair is still available. And then System of a Down, Steal This Album. That's still available as well, $33.99. So quick update over here. John Lee Hooker opened at 15. Y&T 10. Y&T 12. Hooker 17. Y&T 15. Y&T 17. Michelle Clements, you got one. Sarah Wyberdink wants on the wait list for Aerosmith Youngblood. You got it. Let's put Sarah Wyberdink on a wait list. Michelle, you've already been tagged one. That was Monday night. These came in originally on Monday night. And then next thing is Venom, Storm the Gates. Venom's a 2 LP. That's $33.99. Gatefold 2 LP for Venom. Stone Sour, self-titled. 1 sold to John LaBeatty. There's 1 left. Gatefold Jacket, Stone Sour. Jonathan Davis from Korn. This one is a Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99. By the way, Twist's sister does not have a bid. It's about to be a buy it now for $15, unless somebody wants to lock in a bid. Ben Digert on Clutch. Thank you on that. And then Y&T has a new bid for $23, and John Lee Hooker's at $20. This is Deftones, Around the Fur. 1 sold to Leslie Silvley. Thank you, Leslie Silvley. That's sold to you. And we have System of a Down, Toxicity. There's 1 there. There's 1 back there in the back. System of a Down is $24.99. And then we have Silverchair Freak Show. And this one is numbered on red and black marble to 4,000. We got 1 sold to Josh Tanner, and there's 1 left in there. Twisted Sister, Come Out and Play, is a 1985 U.S. limited edition specialty press, pop-up sleeve, original lyric insert, VG Plus condition, 15, 15, 17, 20 now on that one. That took off quick. Y&T still at 23. We're going to make sure Calvin's done. And then we have 2 Silverchairs. There's Freak Show and there's Neon Ballroom. And these are both limited edition numbered colored vinyl on those. And then we have Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. Mark Lanigan, music on vinyl, $39.99 for Screaming Trees. And then we sold out of Transformers, and we really need to get a waiting list going for this. So the first one goes to Josh Tanner, and the second one goes to Chad Anderson. And we need to put Eric Connard on a waiting list. I ran out with Eric Connard. So both Transformers are sold. That's one for Josh Tanner and Chad Anderson. Eric Connard on a waiting list, okay? And then Jeff Dedman wants a Jonathan Davis from Korn, one of his solo albums, Black Labyrinth. That's sold to Jeff Dedman. I think we were done on John Lee Hooker, too. The last bid I seen was George Scher at 20, and he outbid, I think, Kolosky on YouTube, just so you know. Dale Kaznov on Screaming Trees, and thank you on that. That's sold to Dale C. And then over here, I've got Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky is Crying. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, we did sell at least 1, The Sky is Crying. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Another music on vinyl press at $39. There's 1 left in there. There's 1 Warrant Cherry Pie left. This is $39.99. Limited edition 2500 yellow marble vinyl. And also, we have Deftones Ohms. And this one is sold to Michael Wilkerson. Thank you, Michael Wilkerson. That's sold to you. 1 copy left of Stone Sour, and it's gone. This one is sold to somebody who wanted both Stone Sours. And this one is sold to John LaBeatty. Thank you, John LaBeatty. That's sold to you. And then over here, we got Exciter, Violence and Force. Exciter's $29.99. Frog Stomp, I may have a copy behind me back here in old stock. I'd really have to go look. Maybe, and if not, I know for sure they're in stock and I could order them because they were when I ordered these other silver chairs. All right, so over here, $20 on John Lee Hooker to George Scher. Y&T is sold for $25 to Calvin Ward. And then Twisted Sister, it had a good run. Rick Hall, $20. So to Rick Hall. We've already got a few requests, and the good news is Laura just delivered all the auctions. So everything that's in the hot pictures are now back here behind me. So we're ready to run everything, including Van Halen, a 1980 USOG, second label, but near mint in shrink, with a bunch of Sound Warehouses price tags, $35 on Van Halen. And then Alexander Spence, I've been saying, Paul sold an OG copy of this on his sock sale Sunday for $455. It's a rare record, highly regarded, and OGs are rare and expensive. $39.99 for Alexander Spence. There's one Ministry left, $39.99 for Ministry. $39.99, that's one with Symphony. That's one of the few albums that hadn't had a reissue yet out of all these new reissue deals that they've been doing for Ministry. Seven Mary 3. Seven Mary 3 is $39.99, American Standard. That was really popular when they announced that. And then Glassjaw, Worship and Tribute. Glassjaw is sold to, I believe, Natasha. Yeah, Natasha Pickett on Glassjaw. That's sold to Natasha. Highwayman 2 is officially sold, and that's sold to Heather Grant. Now, Brian over on YouTube, I got a problem with YouTube chat because they're not showing me people's names. They're showing me y'all's handles. So who is Brian C954? I've got you down for Ministry, but you might have to let me know your actual name. Otherwise, it might not get tagged to you. I apologize. There's one Highwayman, and the last corn that came out today, we originally got it on Monday. We've already sold out, et cetera, waiting list. Everybody's got one that's 1-in-1. This has been out of print, and this is I'm Coming Undone. That's sold to Melanie Clausen, okay? Thank you. That's sold to Melanie. Now, first thing I have is there was two claims from the Rush Crate. I'm going to go grab that, and let's put up some new auctions, okay? Next auction is Kiss Love Gun. And Love Gun is an 83 reissue, a 1983. It's a hot pog. It does have the Casablanca inner sleeve. And interesting note, this is kind of a tougher pressing to get. When we tag this, none were listed in the United States for sale. So I'm not saying it's an overly rare record, but it's a really nice copy of Love Gun to have. And there was none for sale in the United States. So $35 start on that. Let's go ahead and figure out who Brian was on YouTube. Can we figure out who that Brian C was? Or is that, because I think we got several Brian C's. And then don't forget, we got Japanese stuff tonight too. I've got a crate over here unboxed, and there's two more boxes behind the counter. That means we're going to have Japanese auctions the next 2 nights. Quick note about tomorrow. There's a couple things going on with my personal schedule that could change the routine of tomorrow night. The first thing is Tennessee plays, and really not that important of a game, but they do play in a game tomorrow night in Florida. I'm not going to stop the sale from watching it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm still going to have, obviously, a sale tomorrow night. But I also have a Thanksgiving dinner at 11 o'clock the next day, Saturday. And at 11 o'clock, I'm usually going to bed Sunday. Right, Sunday. So we might have a short and sweet sale Saturday for 2 reasons. One, so maybe I can watch the last half of the football game. And number 2, if I'm at home watching the last half of the football game, I can go to sleep and then be able to go eat Thanksgiving dinner with my family. So if we stop tomorrow night like at 8:30, don't think anything about it. We might be able to get through all the auctions and show all the newest stuff, but we'll find out tomorrow. So it could be an abbreviated sale tomorrow, but if that's for sure, I'll let y'all know. But I will be here. But I've got to at least get some rest so I can otherwise, because the third part of that is we're doing the big Sunday sale Sunday afternoon. So if I did my normal routine when I come here tomorrow to do that Sunday to do that Sunday sale, I'd basically be on no sleep. I'd been awake for 36 hours, and I was going to try to stay awake for 24 more hours, which if I do that, I may die. So we don't want me to die. So Elton John's a $35 start. All right, so over here, Van Halen 35, 37, 40, and that's Brian Castillo over on YouTube, okay? Brian Castillo. So see what I'm talking about? I can't see your normal name. It just has your @ handle. And we've been having to match that up. That's something new YouTube's done. They've hid everybody's like name, and they're just giving their @ handle. So I told you all that for one reason. If you get on Saturday night kind of late and I'm not here, I'm either A, asleep, or B, watching football. And then the big thing to that is that allows me to go eat Thanksgiving dinner, and Sunday we're going to have an in-store sale that you don't want to miss, okay? You don't want to miss it, okay? You don't want to miss. So Sunday, I'll be here, old school, holding my phone, walking around the store selling stuff. And anything is up for grabs. If we go through a tub and we find a tub and it's enough stuff we've never gone through before, miscellaneous, everything will be for sale. I might say $9.99, $10, $12, $15, make me an offer. We've got stuff to sell in this building. It won't be, there will be no records. It'll just be everything but records. So, don't miss that, okay? All right, so we have Elvis Presley at $44.99. System of a Down is $24. Mad Season is $39. What time Sunday? I'm thinking right now a 4 o'clock start. That's what I'm thinking right now, a 4 o'clock. Pencil that in, 4 o'clock, because I'll be eating at 11, an hour away from here, 12:01, and then I think by the time I get here and we start getting set up and et cetera, yeah. And I got to make sure Tanner's on board, Jake, battery packs, water, food. We're going to set up a blackjack table. Laura's going to be the dealer. System of a Down is $33.99. We have Venom Storm the Gates is $33.99. Stone Sour $39. Jonathan Davis $39. Deftones $33. System of a Down $24. Silverchair $39. Silverchair $39. Screaming Trees $39. Stevie Ray Vaughan $39. Warrants at $39. Exciter $29. Alexander Spence $39. Lots of $39 because these are music on vinyl. Seven Mary 3, Glassjaw, and Highwayman. Okay, so let's update Van Halen. The last bid on Van Halen was Mega Blast at $43. He's out, so final call to John Durden. Right here in the middle is Love Gun, a really nice copy. It's a $35 start. No bid yet. And then Elton does have a bid for $35, okay? Elton does have a bid for $35. Stone's lithographs are in the back. No, we got to dig those out, Carol. That'd be a good thing to ask for. We're going to try to even get in the back. I found a whole box yesterday of Rolling Stones books. And I still plan on ordering black and blue. By the way, I'm going to make sure they're in stock. And then I'm going to make a post so we can have them next week. I've missed that one big time. That's on me. But yeah, I can't believe I missed an anniversary edition of a Stones album. That doesn't happen too often. So my bad on that. I missed some other stuff too. I've been waiting for the right time to post it. It's in stock. And if I think something's going to be limited edition, I'm all over it. But sometimes I'm like, well, I've missed this pre-order, but we'll wait and sell it later. All right, Michelle on Stevie Ray Vaughan. All right, thank y'all. And yeah, we gotta sell stuff. I wish y'all could see these tubs back here behind me. I see an Iron Maiden statue. I see McFarlane toys like AC/DC, and stuff will be priced to sale. We don't have time. We've run out of time to look stuff up. So if I grab something and I don't know, I'm just going to say $25. If it's selling on eBay for $105, then that's my fault. Okay? So because we've stockpiled so much stuff in the store, we're just literally out of time. It's end of the year. It's November, Thanksgiving week, and we're out of time. So we got to sell stuff. We got audio equipment. We've got knives, Funkos. And it's all going to ship for $8. Posters. Yeah, there's new Funkos laying over there, I think. Yeah. That gold, that's the ones that was behind the counter forever. That gold Mickey Mouse and Bambi. Sports cards. Really? I hadn't seen that. I probably could sell that tonight if you could tell me where it is. Yeah. $8 shipping. All right. We have done basically nothing from the hot picture, just 2. Okay, $8 in limit shipping. This would be like, if you have a lot of friends and family that buy collectibles like we do here, and y'all do, then you probably can knock out all your Christmas shopping. All right, John Durden on Van Halen. That sold to him for $43. Love Gun did not get a bid, right? Yes, it did. Chad Snyder, $35. Chad, I'm bad about missing your bids. Chad Snyder gets this for $35. Really nice copy there. And then Elton John's Greatest Hits, Dave Surretna, $35. All right. We buy gold. I do have some coins. I found, well, Michael Rudolph asks me about every night if I find any more. But yeah, I'm going to just set them up here in our showcases. So one of the first things I'm going to do tomorrow or Sunday is I'm going to unlock all the showcases so the doors are already open. When I go live, we can start probably going through our showcases. So, because that's how we started the show last time. We did this back in May. I started going through our showcases and we just sold the heck out of stuff. So, all right, I'm just not going to go through this entirely in detail because we're about to go right into our new stuff. You're about to find out really quick what this is. We got great auctions still to put up. I'm going to start next with White Snake and Oingo Boingos from the high-end tab. So let's go ahead and knock that out. So Oingo Boingo is a limited edition yellow and white vinyl, a 2023 yellow and white swirl with insert, a $55 start, only a lad. And then White Snake is OG with shrink and hop, an 87 US specialty EX condition, a $35 start on White Snake. Rush Roll the Bones is sold to Tom Kelly, and I have one extra copy left for $29.99. And I also have, I won't have to say Rush 100 times. I'll just say the album names. Roll the Bones is 29. 2112 is 36. Caress of Steel is 36. All the World's a Stage is 46. Vapor Trails 44. Moving Pictures 36. Signals 36. Farewell to Kings 36. And this live 1974 is sold to George Jones. And George Jones, that is yours for $38.99. I also have Hemispheres for 36, Permanent Waves 36, Hold Your Fire 34, Grace Under Pressure 36, Show of Hands 46, Counterparts 38, Presto 29, Live 1979. That's an unofficial Pink Pop, $29.99 for that. Fly By Nights 36, Clockwork Angels is 44, Power Windows 36, and Exit Stage Left 46. And if you didn't notice, that was a whole bunch of Rush right there. Whole bunch of Rush there. Let me reply to this new guy. I'm going to say, waiting list for Korn. Have you registered via DM to Coletco? All right. And then I'm going to let Eric Conrad know he was on a wait list for Transformers. And everybody else got whatever they wanted in the video. Okay, so let's go up to the top. Here's the bids. Oingo Boingo, 1 bid 55. White Snake, 1 bid 35. And Sully wants the Pink Pop live unofficial. Okay, that's sold. It has been a while since we did a Rush Blitz. I used to have, I used to keep everything in stock, and it hit me today. I was like, you know what? I need to bring back the Rush stock. Me being a big fan, I used to, just like Zeppelin and Sabbath, and I'm like, well, if I'm going to own a record store and I'm going to be a fan, I better keep all their records in stock. Rush, unfortunately, just has a huge discography. Led Zeppelin's more brief. They was only around for about 10 years, and Sabbath really just around for about 10 years too. So actually, I guess you could say about 10 years or less with Ozzy. Okay, so yeah, all Rush. Exit Stage Left, Power Windows, Clockwork, Rush, 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 y'all get the point. So if you're looking for an album, let me know. Chad Snyder, you got Kiss. Yes, you did. I got Ghost blankets in stock. Whitesnake is still getting bids, but Oingo Boingo is about to sell. Just one bid, Steve Riley. Michelle wants Exit Stage Left, okay? And pretty much, we've just done a recap for almost a whole hour here tonight. We've been auctioning stuff, but it took us about an hour to go through the 4 leftover crates from last night. And guess what? We've sold a whole crate full of leftovers. So I knew there was way too much good stuff. And a lot of people wasn't tuned in because they think, oh, it's Thursday metal night, I'm not going to watch. And oh boy, do you miss out on some goodies. We had some surprise auctions, had a lot of stuff that wasn't metal. So always make sure if you hear an announcement like, oh, it's Kiss night, that doesn't mean it's all Kiss, or oh, it's metal night. Sometimes as far as the bins, it's the opposite. Tonight's a big vintage vinyl party. We've got 7 crates of new vintage, and I'm sure Laura's working on marking some new stuff too that will probably be very metal, okay? So I'm sure there'll be some metal tonight. If not, I'll be disappointed. So will some other people. But the 9 crates of new vinyl last night has officially condensed, including the Rush crate, into 3 crates. So we sold at least 6 crates full of new vinyl from yesterday, Tanner. Wow. Yep. And we're about to go through new stuff. Okay. So here we go. Ghost blanket, ghost blanket. Yeah, let me grab those right now. So, and we got a new blanket that came in, and let's grab our first crate of new vinyl. They actually shipped me an early pre-order, just so y'all know it's in. Oh, and we got a crate here from Laura. They shipped me an early pre-order. I can show it, but we can't tag it until the next invoicing cycle, okay? Because I just can't sell it this week. It will get out too early. Y'all would be getting it before the street date. But I will show it to you. I'm glad he went ahead and sent it, but I can't sell it, okay? So, Oingo Boingo, Whitesnake, and Ghost. Here's this full crate. Cool stuff in here. Our next auction, don't forget we got awesome Japanese stuff tonight. And this is a great looking Rolling Stones compilation. This is the Rolling Stones. And this is called Rolling Stones 14 Rock and Shake. Heartbreakers 14 Rock and Shake. It's a Japanese Stones compilation. A $35 start with Obi, the Rolling Stones, okay? And I need my laptop because this was, in fact, a waiting list, everybody. So we need to start a new crate. I needed my laptop, and here's Metallica, $64.99. There's actually going to be 1 extra Metallica. This crate is full. Let me go ahead and set that right there. There's going to be 1 extra Metallica. Okay, and then over here, the Ghost blankets. Here's the Ghost blankets. I'm going to lay it here. So here's the design. They're queen size, $79.99, 60 by 80 Sherpa fleece. 60 by 80 Sherpa fleece. I'll let you look at that for just a second. I have 2 of those. I got 2 Grateful Dead. I think another Metallica came in, and we still had a Metallica in stock. And I got a new energy drink in the fridge that Brent Robley sent me. It's chilling right now. I'm going to wait for it to get good and cold. Really good and cold. There's my chapstick. I need that too. There's my keys. I don't want to lose those. I come in and... what's Tanner doing? Tanner's outside doing something. I don't know what he's doing. Anyway, he's like got a board and he's scraping the sidewalk. Maybe Otis didn't poo-poo on the sidewalk. No, Otis is a good dog. He wouldn't do anything like that. Okay. All right. Where am I? I'm at Coletco. Where are y'all at? I hope y'all are here with me. Let me set my laptop right here. Boom. And printer's offline. I don't need the printer, luckily. I'm going to close all these tabs. I hope they weren't important. And I'm going to open my spreadsheet, and we're going to search Metallica. No telling how many Metallica waitlist I have for. Hammersmith, Rock and Roots, Kill 'Em All Live, Blanket, hardwire box, Mike Helton. Mike Helton on the Metallica hardwired to self-destruct box set, okay? So Mike Helton, this is the hardwired to self-destruct deluxe edition. 3 LPs with bonus CD, lithograph and buttons, sold to Mike Helton, $64.99. Thank you, Mike, okay? Yes, we got lots of vintage. 7 new crates of unseen vintage records. Just so everybody knows, Oingo Boingo was at $60. GMB 7137. GMB is out. We're about to sell Oingo Boingo for $60. Whitesnake Michelle went out. Whitesnake is about to sell for $40. And the Rolling Stones is a $35 start. I'm down to the bottom. I'm down to the bottom. And we got 1 ghost blanket sold. And this is sold to, officially sold to Sarah Wyberdink. I don't know who asked, but whoever asked, there is 1 extra ghost blanket if anybody else wants one. This is sold to Sarah Wyberdink, $79.99. Let's lay that right there. All right, that's sold to Sarah Wyberdink. I have 1 extra. I'll show some others in just a second. There's 1 Metallica box over here. And then this is, okay, so this is the new Guns N' Roses that comes out, let me think about my grammar here. This is the new Guns N' Roses that comes out today, Friday, and this is the 4 LP colored vinyl and black vinyl, excuse me, 4 LP black vinyl, and there was a huge pre-order for this. This has been long out of print. This has been long out of print, and it's available this week for the first time as a reissue. And like I said, it has been out of print. This record has been hundreds of dollars for years. We've sold a couple sealed copies for over $500. So if you don't have it, here it is officially, because they have been bootlegging it as a mini slipcase box set. Guns N' Roses, $89.99. Here's a Metallica bootleg we haven't had in a while. Metallica Damage in Japan, Nagoya, 1986. Metallica is $39.99. Okay, so first thing is Whitesnake is sold for $40 to Ben. It was Ben, right? Yeah, Ben Hutzel. Thank you on that. Oingo Boingo sold to Steve Riley for $60. Let me make sure that bid was right. Yep, and the Stones is a buy it now for $35. $35 for that Japanese Rolling Stones. Let's get that in a brand new sleeve. Let's get that in a brand new sleeve. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Friday night. I really appreciate it. We're going to have a big sale tonight. I'm very excited to go through the new vintage crates. And I think somebody brought in a Guns N' Roses. I'm going to actually, let me hand it over to, I'll lay it over here for while Laura's up here. Somebody brought it in the store and John bought it earlier. And I'm going to, somebody kind of just wanted to sell it, trade it in. And I'm going to, Laura, I'm going to leave it. Maybe lay it somewhere where I don't fall. I'm going to put it right here. And if you don't mind getting that tag for auction, we'll run it tonight. Just need the basic details and grade, and we'll run that for auction. He bought an uncensored Guns N' Roses Lies. Brent Robley on Rolling Stones, and then Ben Hutzel was next, and then UJ Miller on the Metallica Damage to Japan. Okay, yeah, we hadn't even really got started in with the new auctions tonight. Where do these Iron Maidens come from? I don't know, but let's put one up. Iron Maiden. Is this something Tanner just laid behind me? Iron Maiden Power Slave, an 84 USOG Jacksonville press. Strong VG, $35 start for Iron Maiden. That is now up for bid. $35 start on that. And then our next Japanese pressing is going to be Bob Seger. This is a $35 start. This is Bob Seger, The Distance. Near Minus and Pristine. $35 start. This is new. Yes, this is new, never shown. And we started with Metallica, Guns N' Roses Metallica, and then we got several Christmas restocks, okay? A lot of new Christmas vinyl in here. This is Share Christmas on red vinyl. Share Christmas, $29.99. Tear up the town on a candy cane high and get ready to roll, $29.99. There's 2 in there. And then the Monkees Christmas album, red and green vinyl. The Monkees is $29.99. A couple new Christmas albums. Iron Maiden 35, Bob Seger 35. Bob Seger's Near Minus and Pristine. Japanese pressing. And let's go ahead and knock out this Black Crowes box set. That'll give me some room over here in my case. The Black Crowes. Let's see what Laura has on this. And this is a 2023 Super Deluxe Edition, 4 LP, book and lithograph. So this is the newest 2023 Black Crowes box set. Book and lithograph, everything's EX or better. Looks like some really amazing packaging here. $95 start on the Black Crowes box set. $95 start. Chad, can you give me the wait list for Metallica Jamming? I actually still have them in stock. I have it now if you want one now, but if you want to wait, I still got 2 copies left. Stacy Metternich on the Monkeys. That's sold to Stacy Metternich. I have 1 left. And then Metallica, the Black Album. That's just the regular remaster. Enter Sandman. That is $34.99. And then Michael Bublé, Christmas. This is the best-selling Christmas album of all time. $29.99 for Michael Bublé's Christmas. I'm about to make Iron Maiden a buy it now, and I'm about to make Bob Seger a buy it now if nobody hops in on those. The Black Crowes box is not signed. I don't think so, no. I'll look here. No, I don't think it's signed. No note of it being signed. I don't see any way. No, I don't think this is signed. We did sell the Black Crowes autographs last night. That was a pretty cool deal. Those are gone to a new home. Black Crowes is a $95 start. Brandon gets a Metallica. Jerry Stone on the Monkeys. And then Mark Riley does take the last Ghost blanket. Okay, thank you. They do offer some other Ghost blankets. I thought this one was the neatest design. Of course, I don't know much about Ghost, but what I'll do is I'll order some of the other ones too, since these have officially sold out. Let's show that again. Does anybody want on the waiting list for Ghost? $79.99. And I'll show some of the other designs if they're in stock. Some of these have kind of evaporated because they kind of pushed these in for the holiday season and they're starting to evaporate. Next thing is Metallica Garage Inc. That's the triple LP, $59.99 for that. And then Home Alone. Home Alone is $29.99. Really cool to see that available. There's a couple different versions. I think companies like Waxwork make like a deluxe of that. And then there's some that do just like the score music by John Williams. This is like Alan Jackson, Darlene Love. Some of the John Williams stuff is on here. Tom Petty's on here. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Christmas All Over Again. I forgot about that. And then, yeah, John Williams, Carol of the Bells. I think that's the Home Alone music here that's iconic, you know, from John Williams. Carol of the Bells, $29.99. And Tom Petty. All right, well, no bid on Iron Maiden, $35. No bid on Bob Seger, $35. And let's look at Black Crowes one more time and see if this has an insert with it that possibly is signed. I don't think so. I bet Laura would have caught that, but we'll take a look at it. We'll look in the packet of extras. If it does, we'll have to bump up the starting bid by $3,000. No, I'm joking. No, there's lithographs in here, but nothing signed. I don't think it would be anywhere else. Let's take a look here in the jackets. There's a book. That's pretty cool. There's a book in the bottom of it. And then gatefold jacket, single LP, single LP. No, unfortunately, no autograph in here. I have went through it as well as I think I can. All right, and that does have a bid with Stan McNessie, okay? And then over here, Stephen Reeves got the Iron Maiden for just $35. And then Dean Tedford was next on Iron Maiden. Oh, yeah, and I forgot that Paul just brought back some new stuff. Some of those Cure, like from, I opened up the lid on that one, that the black tub and the one underneath it. Yeah, that's where I saw like some of the Cure reissues last night that I think we got from the person we bought back some of his records. I think they're in there, unless John's moved some around. But it looked like a lot of modern type records, reissues, which is always fun to put out. We consider that Laura's forte. All right, and then Black Crowes is sold to Stan McNessie for $95. All right, well, all the auctions tonight are gone except George Harrison, All Things Must Pass, which is an OG, not bad at all, VG++ EX, 3LP, $65 on that. And then Aaron Andrus wants the Home Alone with Tom Petty, and I have one copy. I didn't know what this was, okay? I saw this in stock. I literally could not find it on Discogs. It may be unofficial. It is, I think. This is Marilyn Manson for the first time on vinyl, Dead to the World Live, deluxe limited edition, marble red blood vinyl plus photo book, 299 copies. Marilyn Manson, Dead to the World, $59.99. Okay, so I didn't know what this was. This SKU, it was not on Discogs. I've already checked. Now that I can see it in person, there was no stock photo. I Googled the barcode. I tell y'all, there's a lot of stuff over here that I can order, and there's just no matching SKU. I think it's like limited edition or bootleg stuff that's just not on Discogs. So yeah, Marilyn Manson, $59.99. Okay. Rod Stewart, Merry Christmas Baby, red vinyl. That officially came out last week, $46.99. And Brent, I'm sorry, the bid on your Black Crows came in late. And somebody else just missed it too. Yep, y'all just missed the Black Crows. Brent, I've got your energy drink chilling up front. Tanner's already tried one of them. And I'm going to try the blue raspberry as soon as I finish this Diet Coke. My mic is muted. Shoot. How long has my mic been muted? What was the last thing that I said? I have no idea what I said. Okay, so first thing over here is John Lord. What did I leave off? All right, so John Lord, before I forget, this is a Japanese pressing. And what I was saying was, y'all probably didn't hear me say this either. Brent, I've got your energy drink chilling in the fridge. I think I may have said that. And we have 2 crates of Japanese plus a whole box that hadn't been open yet. Sorry. Shoop. Okay, back on track here. So this is John Lord, before I forget, and that is, I was like, what I was saying is this John Lord of Deep Purple? And I found out it was. It's a promo copy, $35 start on that. Okay, 35. And then Marilyn Manson, Dead to the World. The track listing was Angel with the Scabbed Wings, Lunchbox, Kinderfield, Sweet Dreams Are Made of This, Apple of Sodom, Antichrist Superstar, The Beautiful People, Irresponsible Hate Anthem, 1996, and bonus track, Dried Up and Tied Dead to the World. Now, the question was the tracks question was James Young. And James, if you don't want it, MG Sanchez does, okay? So that's either sold to James Young or MG Sanchez, and we can obviously do a waiting list. Gregory got a signed Aussie today. It's gorgeous. Nice frame is on the way. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now my mic was unmuted. Sorry if I missed anything. You're going to have to let me know. And then Jeff Church wants a Home Alone. That's sold to Jeff Church. And then John Lord is a 35. James Young on Marilyn Manson. And then over here we have Marilyn Manson. What about MG Sanchez? Do you want a waiting list? And does anybody else? $59.99, numbered to $299 on Marilyn Manson there. Okay, then we had Rod Stewart Christmas album, red vinyl for $46, and Sepultura Doctor Music Festival 1996. Sepultura, a 2 LP unofficial, $39.99. And now a new auction. We got some cool stuff like Circus of Power. Circus of Power is going up. An 88 USOG, but this is unfortunately G+ condition. It's low grade, but that's why we're putting it up for just a $1 start. Sepultura is $39. I got 2 of those. TSOL, live in 1991. Orange vinyl, unofficial, $29.99 for TSOL. And then Harry Connick Jr.'s Christmas album. This came back available last year. Before that, this was out of print and very expensive. That is $39.99. The waiting list for Marilyn Manson numbered. Yes. So if anybody, I only ordered one because I didn't know what it was. And now that we know, if I can get more, we'll do a waiting list. Yeah. $59.99, Dead to the World. And that will be for M.G. Sanchez, Dean Tedford, and Joe DeGaldo. Okay. John Lord is a Japanese promo, $35 start, no bid. Circus of Power is a $1 start. It's in G+ condition, though. And then Elvis Christmas, check this out, set to the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. So what they've done is they've took the music of Elvis and they've set it behind the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. So that's $29.99. We also have Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. That's $44.99, and we got 3 of those Elvis because those are always really popular. And then here's the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Ghost of Christmas Eve, $29.99. And the last thing in here is King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas. King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas. King Diamond, $29.99, okay? John Lord is a no bid. It's a $35 buy now. Circus of Power has a bid for 1, 2, and now 5, and that's the high bid on that. Let's grab some more Japanese, some more auctions. If you're here waiting for something, be sure you let me know. And we got auctions all night long. I got new stuff over here to show you. There's another new crate after this one. This one had a lot of Christmas restocks in it. Master Mall wants King Diamond. That's sold to Sean Lee Hooker. And then let's go over here to the top. We got a wait list going for Marilyn Manson, 1, 2, and Carol Puckett gets John Lord for $30, okay? And then Tony doesn't want TSOL. He wants TSO, Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Big difference between these 2 records right here. You got TSO and TSOL. Tony wants TSO. That's our very own Tony Murphy. And I've been listening, Tony, I'm sure you have too, to Anthology 4. One reason I was late, I've been trying to listen to all of Anthology 4 today since I went to bed last night, and then finishing up some great gems on Anthology 4. There's a version on Anthology 4 of George Harrison. It's like take 27 of Here Comes the Sun, and there's no keyboards, there's no arrangement behind it. It sounds like Harrison unplugged. It's just a raw cut of Here Comes the Sun on that Anthology 4. It's Harrison, Ringo on drums, and McCartney on bass. It's amazing to hear. It's just like a stripped down Abbey Road live take. So pretty incredible. If you haven't got Anthology 4, if you want just the individual one, it hadn't shipped yet. The individual Anthology 4 has not shipped to us yet. It's due out next week now. They've kind of bumped some of them. If you want the box set, I can still get those while you can. So there's some good gems on there. There's some amazing unreleased Beatles stuff on Anthology. I mean, when I got that box set in, I was like, wow, 36 unheard Beatles songs. It's like Christmas Day for me. 36 unheard Beatles songs. I was like, wow. I wish other bands would do drops like that, like Zeppelin or Pink Floyd, but probably not going to happen for a while. We have Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, an 83 Carrollton OG press. So this is an 83 US OG Ozzy. It's almost VG Plus condition, a $30 start on that. And then we have the requested Terry Reid. Terry Reid is a 69 US Pittman OG, VG Plus condition, $35 start. All right, let's go back up to the top. So Tony got Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Circus of Powers at 7. Michelle Clements also wants on Marilyn Manson. And then Circus of Powers at 8, Circus of Power 10, Circus of Power 11. Quickly, Metallica Hardwired box set, $64.99. The new Guns N' Roses Live Era, been out of print, $89.99. 4 LPs. Metallica Damage in Japan, $39.99. Nagoya, we sold 2, there's 1 left. We have Cher Christmas red vinyl, $29.99 for Cher. Metallica, $34.99. The Black Album. Michael Bublé, $29.99. Red vinyl. Metallica Garage Inc., $59.99. Home Alone, $29.99. Includes a Tom Petty track. Rod Stewart, Merry Christmas Baby, red vinyl, $46.99. Sepultura, Dr. Music Festival, $39.99. TSOL Live, 1991, $29.99. Harry Connick Jr., When My Heart Finds Christmas, $39.99. Elvis Christmas with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, $29.99. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $44.99. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Ghost of Christmas Eve, $29.99. King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas, Black and White Melt, $29. And TSOL Live in 1991, $29.99 again. We got two of those. Up at the top, we had Circus of Power 10, Circus of Power 11, Bark at the Moon 30, Bark at the Moon 30, Terry Reid 35, Terry Reid 35, Dean Tedford, You're Out, Craig Bid First, Ozzy 39, Circus of Power 12, Ozzy 41, Circus of Power 14, Stanley Richmond Wants a Metallica Live, Alex Miller, Sean Miller, you'll have to go on a waiting list. We've already sold two. That was my third and final one. Put Sean Miller on a waiting list. Carla Brecky is getting Home Alone Christmas. There's 2 extra copies. And then Brent Robley on KD for King Diamond. Ozzy's at 45. Pretty Reckless Christmas has not come in. I don't know if it was bumped or we were allocated. I'll have to get an answer for you. Either we got bumped on allocation or they pushed back the release date. Probably pushed back the release date. If it's still in stock, if it still says pre-order, it's been bumped, or we just didn't get any. And we've got to wait for the restock. Carla Brecky on Trans-Siberian. Alicia, there's one left if you want it. And then there was one more thing. Ozzy 45, okay? Sepultura, 1996. 1996. Okay, Circus of Power's in G+ condition. Ozzy's on the borderline between VG and VG+. It's at 45. And then Terry Reid is at $35. And this is with Craig Sweden, Terry Reid, $35. Going once, going twice. A 69 US Pittman OG VG+, because somebody just asked the details for that. Ozzy, Shane's out. Anybody else on this crate before we get into another one? Changing crates. Changing crates. Diet Coke. Diet Coke. What Sepultura? Sepultura is live. Dr. Music Festival, 1996. And then somebody asked, I think Melanie asked, what was the Metallica box? This is Hardwired to Self-Destruct Deluxe Edition. 3 LPs, a bonus CD with 12 extra songs, not on the vinyl, lithograph, and an 8-button pack. $64.99. Okay? $64.99. Trans-Siberian is $29.99. Circus of Power is at 16 with Chad Smith. Okay? Ozzy is at 45 with Ben Hutzel. Terry Reid's at 40. Terry Reid is now at 40. All right, next auction. This was shown late last night. I bet we can sell it now. I put this up at like 1:30 a.m. last night. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Mother's Milk. An 89 U.S. Columbia Club copy in shrink, EX or better. Mother's Milk, $125 start. OG Red Hot Chili Peppers. All right, let's grab this other crate over here. And there's, yeah, let's knock this one out. Something in the way she moves. Boom, boom, boom. And we got new puzzles. And somewhere Jerry Stone just fell out of his love seat. He went puzzles and fell out of his love seat. Craig, do you want back in on Terry Reid? It's at 40. Ozzy is sold to Ben Hutzel. Bark at the Moon. That's sold to him for $45. And then Circus of Power. Cop is sold to Chad Smith for $16. Red Hot Chili Peppers is in shrink and 89 US Club. EX condition. And then Terry Reid's at 40. And now we're ready for Mo-Fi, a whole crate of Mo-Fi, and we're ready for a crate of Japanese. Not all Mo-Fi, but mostly Mo-Fi. And a crate, a new Japanese auction, a sweet one. Holy crap. Otis Redding, the best of Otis Redding. A $35 start, 1 LP, 2 LP, with the book, beautiful condition, gatefold jacket, a textured cover, Japanese pressing of the best of Otis Redding, a $35 start. Miles Davis Milestones, MoFi Miles Davis, mono, numbered, new and sealed, $44.99. Miles Davis Milestones. In front of that, Jazz. Bill Evans with Jim Hall, Undercurrent. Amazing artwork on that one. Just $34.99. 3 available. Miles Davis, In a Silent Way. Numbered, $44.99. 2 available. Saxon, The Inner Sanctum. We had a wait list for Saxon. This is a music on vinyl. Saxon, The Inner Sanctum. Waiting list was Matt Nichols. Matt, I've got you down for a Saxon. Thank you. This is sold to Matt Nichols. In front of that was another Saxon and another Saxon. These are numbered, 750 on purple vinyl. Also, The Doors, Analog Productions, LA Woman, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $59.99 for The Doors. I have Mark Overton on an old waiting list. Mark Overton on an old waiting list. Mark, thank you. That's so to you. I hope you still need one, and I hope you're still watching. And I got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. Red Hot Chili Peppers is sold to Gregory for $125. Terry Reid is sold for $40, and that's sold to Jay Nutra. And final call on the Japanese Otis Redding, just 1 bid with Jeremiah Stasich for $35. And now we got the Scorpions in trance. She is a little bit exposed there. This is a 1980 German. It is still a reissue, but just a $35 start on the Scorpions. We got 2 copies of Stone Temple Pilots. Right now, as a vinyl, straight vinyl release, this is the only way this is in print. Tiny Music is a MoFi 2 LP, $49.99 for STP. The waiting list for this STP was Stone, not Jerry Stone, not Jerry Stone, not Jerry Stone, not Jerry Stone. No, I maybe should have put Stone Temple Pilots. I've searched Stone and Jerry's name popped up 12 times in my spreadsheet. How about Stone Temple? There we go. Dustin Hodges and Thomas Fish. Dustin Hodges and Thomas Fish. Okay? There's one for Dustin Hodges. There's one for Thomas Fish. Why did I only have 2? I don't know, but I only had 2, and now they're gone. So let me ask you this. Sarah Weiberdink, are you okay with me having you put on a waiting list for this? It's MoFi, $59.99. They'll come in next week. Back up at the top, Otis is at 36, Otis is at 36, Otis is at 40, and Scorpions is a $35 start. Our next auction, let's go ahead and pull up something like Savatage. Oh my goodness. Fight for the Rock. It's an 86 OG VG condition. Laura says there is writing on the cover, writing meaning somebody put a black line through it, and there's a black line up here, but that's only a $15 start, okay? Next, Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step, a great one. Single LP Analog Productions, $44.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let's check the waiting list for this. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Sky's Crying. That's analog. Hold on a second. I'm getting my waiting list confused. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Okay, Stevie S. Okay, so Stevie Ray Vaughan is $44.99. That's for In Step. And then Leonard Skinner's Second Helping. Nice, $44.99. Sweet Home Alabama. The single LP, 33 1/3 RPM. Curtis Lowe, Call Me the Breeze. Sweet Home Alabama. Don't ask me. No questions. $44.99. All right. So up at the top, Scorpions 35. Details on Scorpions. Otis 37. Otis 41. Dean Tedford. Scorpions. Yeah. So the Scorpions is a 1980 press. It is uncensored. It is in shrink. It is nice. It has 1 bid for $35. Otis Redding is a Japanese 2 LP compilation. It's at $45. Michelle Clements gets Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then right after that is, Savatage is OG, and it's just a $15 start. There's really not much wrong with it other than the vinyl's a strong VG, and somebody drew a black line It's got a couple nasty scuffs. That's why we called it VG. And then there's a black line written on the cover. But Savatage, just a $15 start. And then we got Miles Davis, Roundabout Midnight. Miles Davis, Roundabout Midnight. This is what we had a waiting list for. That's the whole reason we got all this other stuff, because I had to order one copy of this for Michael McCullen. So Michael McCullen, this is So Do You. Miles Davis, Roundabout Midnight. This is So Do You, Michael McCullen. He claimed one in a video the other morning, but it's already gone, and now I have one extra. Okay? And then over here, we have Otis Redding is really up to one person, David Johnson. The high bid is 45 of Jeremiah. And I'm going to say this for the final time. Scorpions is uncensored, and it only has one bid for $35. And now it has another bid for $35. And somebody's about to commit theft and get the Savatage album for $15. Final time to get a bid on that for just $15. Can I bid on Savatage? Heck, I'll keep it for $15. Fight for the Rock. Heavily requested artist. Unbelievable. But right now we have this. We have Milestones, Miles Davis, $44.99. Milestones, Miles Davis, $44.99. Bill Evans and Jim Hall, $34.99. There's one, there's two, there's three. We have Miles Davis in A Silent Way for $44. There's 2 Saxon left. And Jay Nutra needs to check his orders because he thinks he's already bought one, but if he hadn't, he's going to buy one right now. I've got 2 left. I won't sell out until you tell me. Saxon's $34.99. I got the Doors, LA Woman. Analog, $59.99. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $44.99. Analog Productions, and here's the details on Lynyrd Skynyrd. So right now, the definite addition to have for Lynyrd Skynyrd albums are Analog Productions. Analog Productions has remastered from the original tapes all the Skynyrd studio albums, the classic lineup. So these are 100% analog mastering. They're nice gatefold jackets. They're incredible. $44.99. So I've got this. And I've got 2 of them. That's Second Helping, a classic album. Ballad of Curtis Lowe, one of their best songs in my opinion. Amazing, Ballad of Curtis Lowe. Okay, I'm going to make sure David said out on Otis Redding. Either way, I'm going to have to put it on a timer. Jeremiah's had it for 4 minutes at 45. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, so to Jeremiah Stasich, okay? So I can also get, now this is the cheapest one. So the cheapest one is Second Helping because the 45 RPM 2 LP is now out of print. So they used to make these single LP or 2 LP. Well, the other albums like Pronounced and Saturday Night Fever, Nothing Fancy, and Give Me Back My Bullets, they're only available, and they're about $15 extra. And they come as a 2 LP. But this isn't available anymore as a 2 LP. Don't ask me why, and don't ask me no questions, and I won't tell you no lie, because I don't know. I'd have to lie and be like, well, it's because they didn't like it, which is not true because it's an amazing record too. But either way, okay? Hey, can an admin contact me on this? Send a message to Ed, and he will reach out to you quickly. Coletco customer service is shut down for the weekend, okay? And actually, we got some people stepping in Ed's shoes next week. Ed is going on, he's taking a vacation with family, so next week it won't be Hatchet Ed. I think it might be Hatchet Tony. Hatchet Tony might be helping us out, and Hatchet Tanner, okay? But definitely, customer service is gone for the weekend. The only way you can reach Coletco is right here with me right now. For about the next 72 hours, we're out of pocket over the weekend as far as customer service. Emails and messages, and Ed's out of pocket next week. I think he's going to do invoicing on the road because he can do that remotely, and then he's with family for the rest of the week. So I think we'll be dealing with Hatchet Tony, Hatchet Tanner, and anybody else that wants to come in and help. Okay, that was a lot of activity, a lot of questions, a lot of information, a lot of demands. I had some opinions expressed. Some people threw out some concerns, but I can tell you this, the Scorpions got a bid for 40. Sabotage 15, Sabotage 18, Sabotage 18, Sabotage 17, Scorpions 42. Ben Hutzel gets a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Ben Hutzel gets a Leonard Skinnard. Scorpions 45, Scorpions 50. John McPatriot on Leonard Skinnard. Scorpions 55. Scorpions 55. Brent Robley on the Leonard Skinnard waiting list. And Pat Smith 347. I'm already sold out of Stevie Ray Vaughan. So it looks like we got some waiting lists going. First is Stevie Ray Vaughan 44, waiting list. Leonard Skinnard 44, waiting list. Tony's better sharpen his hatchet. Tony, you can bring in your chainsaw. Tony's been out there with his chainsaw. So let's get a waiting list going for Skinnard. These won't be back in until next week, okay? These won't be back into next week. So it's Friday. And just so y'all know, if you ever message the page on Friday afternoon, especially after 2 or 3 o'clock, Ed's gone. The only people here on the weekends are the record pricing crew and some of the shippers. So basically our inbox is flooded with messages for about 48 hours because I don't have anybody reply to anything because Ed handles all of that. And if I start replying, it will get mixed up, okay? All right. And Michelle, you messaged at 6:51. Ed left 4 hours ago, okay? I see your message right here. You message, Ed is gone. So there's one thing I've had to explain to people over the last year. If you send CollectCo a Facebook message, I wouldn't expect a 30-second reply, okay? Because it's not going to happen. Ed's gone for the weekend, and it'll be Monday afternoon before any messages are replied, okay? It'll be a while. Okay? Consider customer service closed for 72 hours. Scorpions is 57 with Victor Guerra, and then Sabotage over here is at $19, okay? And if it's an absolute emergency, you can always come right here and ask me, and I will try my best to reply if, like I said. Otherwise, it's going to completely put the brakes on the show, and we're not going to be able to sell any records. I probably could open up Messenger right now and start asking people for questions and concerns, and we could spend about the next 3 hours just answering questions. I'd have a lot of people mad. I'd have a lot of people upset, and I'd have a lot of people leave the show and be like, well, screw this. If this dude isn't going to sell any records, then I'm just going to go and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. This is David Allen Coe, Buckstone County Prison. This is a 1978 USOG David Allen Coe. Scarce. I've only ever had a couple. David Allen Coe is going up for auction. It is a $65 start. Laura has made a note. Some copies have sold over $200 before. Scarce David Allen Coe, a $65 start. Now, let's go over these two auctions because since I've been talking about customer service demands, 3 people have asked, what are the Scorpions? 4 people have asked, what is Sabotage? And 7 people have asked, Chad, what are you eating tonight? So let's go over this again. This is a 1980 German reissue of the Scorpions in trance, uncensored cover. A 1980 Germany reissue. 1980 Germany reissue. Scorpions in trance. Steve McGee has it for $60. Everybody else is out. Everybody else is out. And then over here, Sabotage, Fight for the Rock. Sabotage, Fight for the Rock. Sabotage, Fight for the Rock. The last bid on this is Victor Guerra at $19. Victor Guerra at $19. That's who has the high bid. David Allen Coe has a high bid with Brent Robley, $65. $65. That's who has the high bid there. Okay? Want to know how to pay y'all's gift card to pay? I honestly don't know. Should be an option on the invoice whenever you open it up. Michelle. I think if you open the invoice, it should have an option to add gift card. Okay? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever done that before. Okay. David Allen Co. 65, Scorpion 62. And then who was the next bidder on Sabotage? Whoever it is, you're not the high bidder anymore, and we're about to sell it for $19. Okay? Hope everybody's done. That's my go-to answer. I don't know. Forget about it. I don't know. Is that my best Italian accent? Okay. I think there's a waiting list for Metallica Master Puppet Blanket. One showed up. Metallica Master Puppet Blanket. Solarplex Studios. Sold. Does anybody else want one? I think there's 2 more on the way. This is sold to Solarplex Studios. Solarplex Studios, 1 Metallica blanket sold. It's time for vintage, pre-owned, buy it now, best offer. Laura's marking stuff. I'm marking stuff. Seth is probably doing something destructive to society. Sabotage is sold for $19. This is sold for $19 to the following person, Victor Guerra. Sold. Next thing is Scorpion, $65. I've said that about 3 times now. Victor Guerra has it. Nick Bargeron, you're out. David Allen Co. also has 1 bid for $65. 1 bid for $65. That is David Allen Co., Buck County, Buck Stone County Prison, a 78 USOG, VG++ EX. Okay? There's that. That was Master of Puppets blanket. There's still a waiting list. The next person was Solarplex. The next person is Jerry Stone. I have that written over here somewhere. Jerry Stone is next in line. Sticky note. And what have I just done with my laptop? Kiss lights coming soon to a Coletco sale near you. I'm going to key in Jerry right now so I don't forget. Okay. Let me think on this. Brandon, you already got a Master of Puppets earlier this week. You already got one. So did Danny Thomason. So did Solarplex Studio. Jerry Stone is next. Okay. Let me do some thinking before my brain explodes. The request. I'm out. I'm tapping out for a second. Hold on a second. Beep 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 dee 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 dee. I'm processing ones and zeros. I don't know what's going on. So let me think about this for a second. Gosh. Hold on a minute. It's load. I'm coming back. Hold on. Okay. All right. Here's the first check condition crate. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. Pretty solid crate of stuff here. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. Here's 4 new puzzles. Pink Floyd and Slipknot. Okay. I got Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses, and Pink Floyd, the Endless River. Okay. All right, let's grab this crate here and do this buy it now best offer. So, every time I look up, somebody says, what is the Scorpions? Now, the Scorpions, when you get nudity and provocative on a Scorpions, every time a Scorpions record goes up and it involves nudity, it will blow up the auction bid, okay? Yes, her breast is exposed. and it is blowing up the auction block right now, okay? Her breast is hanging out, and everybody is losing their mind right now. This is a 1980 German reissue. It is uncensored, it's in shrink, and it's EX edition. Now, Nick, you've put +1. I'm going to, for the first time in history, not take a +1 bid because I have no idea who the high bidder is. So if somebody wants to just go ahead and bid 100 on the Scorpions, that would help me out. I have no idea. And if I scroll through these comments, it would probably take 7 minutes. I have no idea who the Scorpions high bid is. If somebody just want to throw something out there. Victor said 67. That's got to be pretty close. I was hoping somebody just go ahead and bid 125. I guarantee you, if somebody really wants this right now, if you bid $125, I guarantee you'll win this auction. $125. $125. If somebody wants to go ahead and bid that, Nick Bargeron, I know you're a Scorpions collector. Just go ahead and bid $125. I guarantee you'll win this auction. Victor Guerra has it at 67. It's $125. David Allen Coe's at 105 with Brent Robley. This is just as scarce. David Allen Coe, Buckstone County Prison, a 78 USOG. So now during all that, I was swapping crates. We sold the Master of Puppets blanket to Solarplex. Jerry Stone's on a waiting list. Brandon Jones, you already got one. And then I'm going to scroll and make sure nothing else happened. I'm going to scroll and make sure nothing else happened. And now Scorpions is at $69. Victor Guerra, I guarantee if you bid $100 on the Scorpions auction, you'll win it. Just bid 100, we'll wrap this thing up. David Allen Coe's at 110. David Allen Coe's at 110. Our next auction is going to go up right now. I got some high-end stuff over here. I have Guns N' Roses. Let me find it. I just had it a second ago. It's right here, an uncensored cover. This is a 1988 U.S. Specialty OG VG Plus uncensored Guns N' Roses. Ladies, welcome to the Dark Ages, and wife beating has been around for 10,000 years. $195 start on that. Now Scorpions is at $70. Nick is out. If he would have bid $100, he would have won the auction, but he's out. Victor Guerra has it for $70. Final call. David Allen Coe, 125. Does somebody want to bid on 100 on the Scorpions and take it home? All you got to do is bid 100. All you got to do is bid 100. It's at 70. David Allen Coe's at 125. GNR is a $95 start. The B-52's Wild Planet. VG Plus, $17.99. We got seven crates of new vintage stuff, best offer. 7 crates of new vintage stuff, best offer. 7 full crates, and I still got other new stuff, and I got a tag Kiss Light, so bear with me. The B-52's Wild Planet, VG Plus, $17.99. Eurythmics is VG, $9.99. This is new check condition stuff, never shown before. There's the original on her sleeve, VG, $9.99. There's the B-52s. Here's the Police, Zenyatta Mandata, VG Plus, $17.99. Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. Cyndi Lauper is VG condition, $12.99. And we have the Who Face Dances, okay? And we have VG $9.99. Brandon says, just put me on a wait list. You've already got a Master of Puppets blanket. If you want another one, let me know. You got tagged for one earlier this week. So some of them came in like on Monday. And then I have one Ride the Lightning in stock if anybody wants that one. So yeah, you've already been tagged for one. I promise you. You've already been tagged for one. All right, up at the top, David Allen Coe was at 125. Is up to Danny Thomason. And then GNR has a bid for $210. Is that right? Nashville Tiger put GNR $210. Now, the first thing on B-52s was ST over on YouTube. He got the B-52s. Okay? And then Tim Rory offered 15, and then Eric claimed it. Tim, you were second. Eric Conard was third. Shane Lando was fourth. Dave Seretna on Cyndi Lauper. So did Dave Seretna. And then Dave Seretna offered $10. Okay, so this is sold to Dave Seretna for $10. Make sure you get your offer in with your first line item. Victor Guerra gets the Scorpions for $70. Danny's still bidding on David Allen Coe. He has it for $130. Brent, you've been outbid. It's between you and Danny. Danny did bid $130. GNR has one bid for $95, going once, going twice. Next Japanese pressing is going up as follows. Next Japanese pressing is the following. Let's go right from the front, and let's put up Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. And that is a guy that goes by the name of Elton John. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. LP book, gatefold jacket with Obi. Elton John, very nice, has the booklet inside of it, $35. Are we really about to sell Guns N' Roses for $95? I think so. Also, we have Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, VG $12.99, now Guns N' Roses $97, now Brent's done on David Allan Coe, now Danny has it for $130, and we have soft sell, Tainted Love, and Where Did Our Love Go? VG Plus $17.99, Sully offer $10 for the Police. I will take $15 for the Police. It's VG Plus $17.99. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. Does have a B written on the cover. VG $12.99 on that. And Wings' Greatest Hits. It feels heavy enough to have the poster. It does. Jet, Band on the Run, VG Plus $17.99. And then Kelly Vladorchek on soft sale. Sully does take the Police for $15. This is a great check condition. Buy it now, best offer crate. Billy Joel the Stranger, VG Plus $9.99 on that. And then we have BOC, Some Enchanted Evening, VG Plus $19.99, $195. My bad. Yeah, I said $195. I meant to say $100 start, and then I said 95 instead. It's probably sounded like 195. And I wouldn't be surprised if it gets up around 200. But right now, it's at 100 with Nashville Tiger. Next comment, we sold Wings. No, Wings is the next one. 15, 15, 15. That must be the magic price. Tim Rory gets Wings for $15. Then Brad Waits. Sandy Villa, you were second on soft sale. Shane Laydope gets BOC. Great new vintage stuff. The focus of the rest of the night is going to be a lot of new vintage stuff, plus whatever lower marks. It could get very exciting because I don't know what's in these crates, like Aerosmith's debut album, Dream On, VG Plus $24.99, and Supertramp with the hop sticker, Bloody Well Right, Crime of the Century, VG Plus $19.99. David Allan Coe is sold to Danny Thomason, and this is sold to Danny Thomason for $130. Danny, that's sold to you. Now GNR is at $100. Everybody else is out. And the last bid over here on Elton John was $0. We're going to put that up for a $35 start. Elvis, Gold Award Hits Parts 3 and 4. Parts 3 and 4, 2 LP, mono, VG Plus $19.99. We got some big auctions still over here to be had. Yeah, listen to this lineup. Holy moly. I've got Great White. Let me move these puzzles. Great White, Scorpions, Slayer, Y&T, Beatles, MX, I don't know what that says, Wendy O. Williams, Warriors, Exodus, Dragon, Blackout, Lizzie Borden, Iron Maiden, Hex, Vicious Rumors, The Accused. Let's go ahead and put that up right now. Wow. The Accused, Straight Razor, a 91 US OG white label promo. Same songs on both sides. VG Condition, a $20 start on The Accused. Elton's a $35 start. Supertramp is sold to John McPatriot for $15. And then we're about to make Elton a buy it now, though. Aerosmith was VG Plus $24.99, and Joseph McCormick got Elvis. And we have a new bid on GNR at 105, Nashville Tigers out. And now my crate is full, and now we're ready for more new auctions. Okay? Boom, there it is. And if you missed those two puzzles, it was Pink Floyd, The Endless River, and Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses. Don't forget, we got a Hatchet Ed crate, too. There's one Hatchet Ed crate. There's another crate of new vinyl that Laura ordered, and we're going to recap all the leftover flip crate stuff from this week. All the leftover flip crate stuff from this week. I've got to go through all that. So we got a long show ahead. Hopefully everybody's, took some Adderall. We have Guns N' Roses at 105. We sold Elvis. The Great White is Once Bitten. No, Twice. What is this one? Once Bitten. Yeah. Looks like a really nice copy and shrink. Where is an empty crate at? I need a new empty crate. We've already filled up a few tonight. And here we go. All right. So let's go over these again. And Accused has already took off, and Elton has a bid for 35, final call. Guns N' Roses is uncensored, an 88 U.S. specialty OG, a nicer VG Plus with the original inner sleeve, GNR, and that's at 106. Elton has one bid, 35, final call. And then over here, we have the Accused for 47 with Chris Bryant. 47 with Chris Bryant, okay? How about a David Bowie fan club insert? $6.99. David Bowie fan club insert. Next is the Cars Heartbeat City EX $27.99. Steppenwolf for ladies only. Steppenwolf is VG Plus $14.99. And the Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. The Rolling Stones VG $14.99. Also Nancy Sinatra Sugar, VG $14.99 on Nancy Sinatra, and Jefferson Airplane Surlistic Pillow, $64.99. A 1967 Hollywood original stereo press. White Rabbit, Don't You Want Somebody to Love? Nice. Kelly Vlodarchek on the David Bowie fan club insert for $6.99. Next thing over here we have Accused is at $49, and now it's at $60. And then over here we got Eric Conard on the Cars. Okay. Now in the middle is Elton John. So to Dave Soretna. If I can get this out of here, that's sold to him for $35. Thank you on that. That is sold to him. Lots of cool Japanese stuff. 2 full crates. Just enough to make your head dizzy. You're going to get dizzy looking at all these Japanese, okay? Next thing is the Best of the Beach Boys. This is VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. The Best of the Beach Boys. And Styx, The Grand Illusion. VG $9.99 with poster. It's got the inner sleeve with it. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. All right, let's go right over here. And GNR. So GNR is an uncensored 88 U.S. Specialty OG. VG Plus. The last bid, John LeBeatty went out. We're about to sell that to Nashville Tiger. Uncensored, $106. Over here is the Accused Straight Razor. The Accused, this is a 91 U.S. white label promo. So it actually says promo. Looks like it has radio station markings on it. It has a clip corner, and this is a final call. And this is at $60 of Chris Bryant. We sold the Cars. Aerosmith was VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. The Stones has an offer for $10. Stones. Dennis Jackson, I will sell that to you for $10. Shane Lando on Jeff. Jefferson Airplane sold to Shane Lando. That's a tough OG to find. 67 press. Sully on Styx. Brian Call was next, then Alicia. We got Styx Cornerstone EX $17.99. Rockwell, I always feel like somebody's watching me. VG Plus $17.99. And the Blues Brothers is VG Plus $17.99. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Great White, Once Bitten. Great White is an 87 USOG EX++ near mint minus and shrink. Wow, what a nice copy. Great White, a $35 start. Beach Boys is sold for $10 to John LeBeatty. Guns N' Roses is sold for 106 or 105. 106 to Nashville Tiger. That is sold. 106 Nashville Tiger. Boom, there it is. Over here, we got the Accused. It's about to go to a final bail. It's round 4, and it's almost over. It's at $60 of Chris Bryant. And then Rick Hall on the Blues Brothers for $12. Reluctantly, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. Great White already has a bid. Now the Accused is at $61. Great White $35. The Who Are You? VG $9.99. Mesopotamia by the B-52s. VG Plus $17.99. And Rio Grande Mud VG $14.99. Beach Boys or Blues Brothers just got sold. It sold faster than John Coltrane is our next auction. This is John Coltrane. John Coltrane Time is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. That means this is beautiful. That means if you wanted to use this for a plate to display your Christmas Oreos on, you could, but that would be very destructive. $35 on that. Next is Great White 36, B52 sold to Eric Conard. That is sold. ZZ Top sold to John Durden for 10. Great White 40. Sean Miller on the Who sold. Also Adam Ant, Friend or Foe, EX $22.99. The Accused. The last bid was Chris Bryant at 66. Great White 40, Great White 40, Great White 41. Dave Soretna, Rockwell 10. Dave Soretna, Rockwell 15. Michael Jackson, folks. Speaking of them, 14 original hits, VG $12.99. Also, Sade, Promise, EX $44.99 for Sade. And we have Bruce Springsteen, The River, VG Plus $24.99. Scott Markheim was going to pay full price for ZZ Top, so I just shot myself in the foot over $5. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. That means somebody owes me $5. Diet Coke. Whew. That just tickled my tongue. Over here, we got Journey, Escape, VG Plus $14.99, Don't Stop Believing. Jackson 5, Greatest Hits, VG Plus $19.99, and the Best of Willie. We're talking about Willie Nelson here having a cup of coffee. EX Edition, $12. He's at the old local diner, sitting at the bar, just waiting for something good to happen. All right, The Accused is sold to Chris Bryant, and folks, this is done. The Accused is sold to Chris Bryant for $66. I have not sold anything by Exodus yet. No, sir. No, sir. Over here, Great White, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 40, 40, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 46, 46. $46 is the high bid on Great White. Coltrane. John Coltrane has bids for the following. $38 of Joseph McCormick. All right, and then Kelly Vottercheck put MI and then MJ. So, Kelly, I think that was an autocorrect for MI for Michael Jackson. Did you want Rockwell, which is pending to Dave Seretna? Did you want Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5 Greatest Hits or Jackson 5's Greatest Hits, or do you want 2 of them or 3 of them? And then Susie's next in line. Great White is still at 46. Eric Connard got Journey. Brian Call second. And then over here, Willie Nelson's at 10. And that's the only offer and claim, so sell that to John Durden for 10. And then over here, we have, did I say Sade? Right here, Sade, Promise. Sade is EX $44.99. Coltrane's at 40, and then Great White's at 55, okay? We'll see which one of those two Kelly wants. Coltrane 40, and then over here, the next comment was best price on Aerosmith. I'll do that for $18. VG plus 24, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for 28, okay? All right, and then that was a great check condition. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. One after another. Boom, 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 boom. Grail alert. Here we go. Are you paying attention? Oh, wow. Here we go. It's going to be a budget copy because it has some damage. Are you ready? Alice in Chains is a 1994 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve and the HD side. EX++ near minus. However, SAP is heat damaged. Track C1 and C2 are very noisy and skip. So SAP is damaged. The OG disc of Jar of Flies is beautiful though. Okay? And I think SAP is really just one side of music, because the 4th side's the etching. So I think Jar of Flies is okay. The front and back disc, SAP is damaged, and then the back side of SAP has the etching. Okay? The lowest this is ever sold for on Discogs in any condition is $100. We're going to start this at $85. I've sold these for $300, $400, $500, $800, $700, $600, $500, $800, $300, $400, $800. $85 start on this one. Back up at the top. Next thing is the gray. She wants this one here. This is sold to Kelly. Susie, do you want the Jackson 5 Greatest Hits? You're next in line. Coltrane 45, Alice in Chains 85. Are we done on Great White? Gregory has it for $55. We're not done. Gregory has that for $55. The last bit on Coltrane was Joseph McCormick at $45. Greatest Hits, that's pending to Susie. Eurythmics, VG $9.99. The Who, Face Dances, VG $9.99. Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain. Long-Haired Country Boy, VG $12.99. Wailing's Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. Billy Joe, VG plus $9.99. Riding on the Back. Steppenwolf, For Ladies Only, VG plus $14.99. Nancy Sinatra, VG $14.99. Styx Cornerstone, EX $17.99. Adam Ant, EX $22.99. Bruce Springsteen, The River, VG plus $24.99. Sade, OG, $44.99. Rockwell, VG plus $17.99. VG plus $17.99. Rockwell, Somebody's Watching Me. And Aerosmith is VG plus $24.99. And Brian Call said he would take this, right? This is sold to Brian Call for $18. $18. I hadn't pulled that yet, okay? Great White is OG, first press, near mint minus, pristine, specialty. 87 U.S. specialty, OG pressing. The most recent bid for Great White was the following. Gregory Roberts at $55. We're still bidding on Coltrane, and we're also still bidding on Jar of Flies. I wanted the one with the gray cover. Okay. Let's see. Well, I guess this, yeah, I guess this is, so I guess if you do want that one, the one with the picture frame. Yeah, picture frame. It's actually kind of bluish gray, but that's the one you want. And then Susie, this one's still available if you want it then. Okay? That one's still available. I'll swap those out for Kelly. All right? Nancy and Charlie, $15. This and this. Sell these to Ivan R. for $15. Matt Shepard wants Rockwell. Sell that to Matt Shepard. Okay? Anybody else? And then Susie, that one's still available if you decide you want it. Next. Changing crates. Here we go. Another check condition crate. Let me take a peek at it. Peek, peek, peek. I'm peeking, love the peek. I'm peeking, peeking, peeping, peeping, peeking, peek, 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 peeking, peek, 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 peeking, peek, 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 peek. Okay, here we go. Let's go through this crate. Coming at you right now. Okay. All right. No, not the picture. Okay, so she wanted the other one instead. The one. Yeah. So this is. Let's swap those out again. Then what have I done with it? Not this one. Okay. Yes, this one's the blue picture frame cover, and then this one has this one, all right? So never mind. This one is the one sold to Kelly. Yeah, that's the one I originally had. It's actually, I guess it is gray. Okay, there we go. Is there a Boston debut in the Japanese crate? Yes, all right? And then over here, we have Great White at $70. This is at $70. Chad Snyder, you're out. John Coltrane is GXC 3132. John Coltrane time is GXC 3132. And the last bid on Coltrane that came in, the last bid I'm showing is Joseph McCormick at $55. Joseph McCormick at $55. Now, I have no idea who has the high bid on this. 1994 OG Jar of Flies. OG Jar of Flies. The last bid that I'm showing is Jordan Underhill at $90, and Chris Frazier, you've been outbid. Okay? $90. There's that. Jackson 5. Jackson 5 was VG Plus, $19.99. I'll do this for $15 if you want it, John LeBeatty. Next crate. Asia, Alpha, VG Condition, $9.99. Aerosmith Rocks, Back in the Saddle, VG, $19.99. Boston, Don't Look Back, VG, $14.99. Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only a Piano Player, VG Plus, $14.99. Kansas Leftoverture, VG Plus, $14.99. Eddie Money, VG Plus, $9.99. Jackson 5 is sold to John LeBeatty for $15. Next is REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble, VG Plus, $14.99. REO Speedwagon, A Decade of Rock and Roll, VG Plus, $24.99. Scorpions, Love at First Thing, Scorpions with some sidle nudity. Scorpions with sidle nudity. Scorpions with sidle nudity. VG Plus, $19.99. ZZ Top Afterburner, VG Plus, $17.99. ZZ Top Eliminator, VG Condition, $14.99. VG, $14.99. Over here, Great White. The last bid on Great White that came in was Gregory at $70, and this is sold. John Coltrane got a new bid, and he went out. This is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $57. Ryan Mustaine gets that for $57. And then Allison Chains is an OG Jar of Flies. Okay? This is OG Jar of Flies. Side 1 of SAP, which is I think the only side of SAP, is heat damaged. SAP is heat damaged. Tracks C1 and C2 are noisy, and they do skip. Jar of Flies is near mint minus and pristine. It is near mint minus and pristine on Jar of Flies. Sap is heat damaged. It's at $105 of Jordan Underhill. Next thing over here, Dave Seretna offered $14 on Boston. Sold to Dave Seretna at $14. Sold. Next thing is Michelle Clements says, I'll take the Seidel nudity. That's sold to Michelle Clements. One Unique Journeys next. ZZ Top Eliminator 10. This is in fact a John crate. Everything in here was priced by John R. Thomas today here at the store. Scorpions Eliminator. Wayne Scorpions is already sold. Eliminator is still available. VG $14.99. Leslie West Mountain. VG Condition $9.99. Songs I Like, Dick Van Dyke. He's about to turn 100 years old. I saw that in the news. Dick Van Dyke, VG Plus, $14.99. Orbison Songs, VG $9.99. And Cheech and Chong, Los Conchincos, VG $14.99. Kingfish is EX $14.99, and Elvis and GI Blues VG $19.99. I think we're done on Jar of Flies. Final call. Next Japanese auction, Boston by Boston. Near mint minus and pristine with Obi. Beautiful. $35 start with inserts. Up here at the top, Scorpion Soda Michelle. One Unique Journey was second. Dennis Jackson got Eliminator for 10. Wayne Carr passes on just the no, Dennis offered 10 for Eliminator. I think I might have tagged him for Afterburner. Hold on a second. Yeah, so I messed up there. So let me put this back in. I don't think anybody made an offer on Afterburner, did they? No, they didn't. So it was Dennis Jackson, in fact, on the offer for Eliminator for 10. So yeah, that was VG $14.99. Sell that to Dennis for $10. Wayne, it got sold, and the Scorpions got sold. My bad. And then Scott Markheim on Afterburner for $14. I knew I pulled the wrong record. This is sold to Scott Markheim for $14. And then Sully got Leslie West. This is sold to Sully. That's done. Boston 35, Boston 35. Joseph McCormick on Elvis for $15. That's sold. Danny Thomason on Cheech and Chong. That is sold. And then over here, we have Mask Brand X, EX, $14.99. Jar of Flies, I think we're done. This is sold. Jar of Flies to Jordan Underhill for $105. As soon as I said that, Chris Frazier bid $106. My goodness, I thought I lost you there, Chris. I've already sold it to Jordan for $105. I just shot myself in the foot over $1. I just shot myself in the foot over $1. Next auction is going to go up right now. Whiplash. Oh, wow. Whiplash. And this is a 1987 USOG. This is sealed, a $75 start. $75 start on that. If though on Afterburner, already sold. I did for Afterburner. Scott, you were tagged for it. Boston 40, Boston 45, and then Songs of James Hendrix. VG Plus $9.99. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue, VG $12.99, and the Rolling Stones Sticky Fingers, VG Plus $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Exodus. Oh boy. Here we go. A 1990 Euro Original. VG Plus. Impact is imminent. Exodus is a $45 start. Next is Sinatra. The Main Event Live. VG Plus $9.99. The Who. Who's next? VG Plus $14.99 for The Who. Who's next? Also, we have Genesis. A Trick of the Tail. EX $17.99 for Genesis. Up at the top, here's is where we left off. Are the morning 9 a.m. flip crates done? They've been tagged through 4 p.m., I think. Maybe, maybe not. I honestly don't know. Boston 40, Boston 45. Whiplash 75, Whiplash 75. Hendrix 5. Hendrix, the songs of James Hendrix. This one I will sell to you for $7. And then over here we have Eric Van Leuven on the Stones. Now, was that for Sticky Fingers? It had to have been. That sold to Eric Van Leuven for $20. Exodus 75, Shanna Mashaka on Genesis, Sean Miller on The Who, and then over here we have The Clash, London Calling, VG Condition, $34.99. Genesis, already sold. Exodus is at $90. Eric got Sticky Fingers. 12 Great Songs of San Remo Festival, 1968, recorded in Italy. 68 promo, VG Plus, $19.99. And then Deep Purple Stormbringers, VG, $12.99. And then here comes Gene, what does this say? Here comes Gene Wales, VG Plus, 1968, $59.99. CCR Bayou Country, VG $14.99. And Def Leppard On Through the Night, EX Condition, $42.99 for Def Leppard. So the last bid that came in on Boston is now the final call. Tom Kelly at $45. Whiplash is sealed, and sealed Whiplash, John Mincemoyer has it for $75. And there was no other bids. And now Exodus has hit 100. Boston has a new bid for 50. Brian Call on Deep Purple for 8. Sell that to Brian Call for 8, and Shannon Mashake on Def Leppard. All right, so this was new check condition stuff here. We had an offer for Deep Purple for 10. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. Next thing is Asia Alpha, VG condition, $9.99. Aerosmith Rocks, VG $19.99. Elton John is VG plus $14.99. Kansas Leftoverture, VG plus $14.99. And Eddie Money, Live for the Taking, VG plus $9.99. Dave Baber wants to see Whiplash sideways, upside down, backwards, front and back, and the corners. This is Whiplash, and this is sealed with a saw mark. It's a little tiny thin one, but it does have a saw mark right over here on the side. There is a corner breach on the shrink. This is sealed. It has one bid for $75. Next thing over here is Asia 5. Asia is 7. Asia 7, Boston 56, Exodus is at 125, and Brian also countered 7 on that if you didn't hear it. Joseph McCormick gets Aerosmith for $15, that's sold. So James Hendricks, Asia, Eddie Money, Kansas, Elton John, also REO Speedwagon, VG plus $14.99, also REO Speedwagon, VG plus $24.99, Dick Van Dyke, Songs I Like, VG plus $14.99, Roy Orbison, VG $9.99, Kingfish is EX $14.99, Brand X is EX $14.99, the Rolling Stones is VG $12.99, James Hendricks is sold to Brian Call for $7, Sinatra is VG plus $9.99, The Clash is VG $34.99, Sam Remo Festival VG plus $19.99, and then Gene Wells was $59, and CCR was VG Condition $14.99. They're still bidding on Boston. Now Tom Kelly's out. Chad Snyder has it for $56. Now Whiplash has new bids, and now Stones is already sold. We already sold Black and Blue. No, we didn't. Dennis Jackson, I'll do that for $10. And then Dick Van Dyke is sold for $12 back here to Melanie Jennings. And then Kelly was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $3. I have burned up a $20 bill tonight faster than most people do at casinos on a Friday night after having too many cocktails. Poof, just burning up cash. Over here, Exodus is at 150 with Cindy Yarborough, now 160 with Alonzo. Whiplash is at 77, and we're about to sell Boston. And the high bid on Boston is Chad Snyder, $56. Time to go into another crate. We're flying through these. I told you I had 1,700 new vintage crates to go through. 1,700 new vintage crates to go through. That's a lot, so that's why I'm talking kind of fast. Let's go through this one. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Now these are high grade. These have no condition notes on them. That means these are top of the line. They're very nice. They're EX Plus or better. They're EX Plus or better. All right, we've already sold Dick Van Dyke. Over here, Clash has a bid for 30. Whiplash 79. Let's go over here and see if Dennis Jackson wants the Stones for 10. Honestly, how could he say no? How could he say no? Master Mod gets the Clash for $30. Exodus is at 164. Whiplash is at 79. And then Boston did not get another bid. Boston is sold, and Boston is sold to Chad Snyder for $56. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Yes, I still got to tag Kiss Lights. Yes, we still got the Hatchet Ed crate. Yes, I still got to show you blankets. Yes, I still got to show you all the new cheeses and wines we've got in. We're going to start auctioning cheese and wine here Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Hopefully y'all ready. Whiplash 79, Whiplash 80, Exodus is at 170. Next auction is John Coltrane. Oh boy, here we go. Coltrane. John Coltrane is called Coltraneology Volume 2. It is a Japanese pressing. It's a $35 start. There's the insert. And we have John Coltrane, Contrology, Controlology. This is RJL 3-3006. Boy, if y'all can figure it all out what I just said, you are a miracle worker. Whiplash is at $81 and Exodus is at $170. Extras. If not, please add me to the wait list for one more day of great Christmas presents. Are you talking about a Kiss sign? Are you talking about a Kiss lighted sign? All right. Wow, this is great Diet Coke. That's a delicious, unbelievably delicious. Chad, I should be getting one of the kid slides, but I need another. Okay. Now, not all of them's in. I think there's like 25 or 30, and then we're getting 25 or 30 first the next week, too. So we'll figure out who's getting one for a bill. Oh, my gosh. Assassin, Gary Newman, $24.99. Etta James, changes. Gold stamp promo. Etta James, $39.99. Near mint. Stonehenge, 10 years after, $19.99 on that. Pat Benatar is $14.99. And then Asia, in shrink wrap, $19.99. This has the original on her sleeve. Asia is $19.99. And Huey Lewis in the new sports. Huey Lewis is $19.99. And ZZ Top Eliminator. Boy, this one looks like it was just opened. Beautiful condition. ZZ Top is $34.99. Eliminator. Very nice records in here, it's looking like. Whiplash, $83 of John Mincemoyer. The last bit on Exodus over here. Cindy Yarborough, $175. Alonzo, $180. And then John Coltrane. The last bid on John Coltrane was nothing. It's a $35 start for Coltraneology Volume 2. Hope I'm saying that right. Next thing is Whiplash A2, Whiplash A3, Exodus out, and Weird Al Yankovic in 3D, $39.99. Good gracious. That should sell immediately. No discount. Do the Hustle, $24.99. We have Slim Harpo, tip on in. Slim Harpo's $34.99. What a nice looking reissue this on Excello. $34.99. Etta James and Eddie Clinhead Vincent. That's also $39.99. The Late Show. Charlie Daniels, Simple Man. Hadn't seen that in a while. An '89 European Press. Property of CBS, demonstration only, not for sale, $29.99. And the biggest smile in town, Dr. John, 83 on translucent brown vinyl, $34.99. Over here, Whiplash 83, Exodus out. Coltrane has a bid for 38. Matt Nichols offered 28 for ZZ Top. That sold to Matt Nichols for 28. Bradley had just sold. And then John LaBeatty on Weird Al. That sold to him for $39.99. Chris Frazier, Charlie Daniels, and then full price. So do you want this? And if you want this, let me know. $29.99, okay? $29. And Chris, that would be full price if you decide you want that. Was there anything before that? I don't think so. Exodus is sold to Alonzo for $180. Alonzo, that's sold to you. And then over here, Whiplash, I think I saw an out. Yes, no, maybe. Whiplash, $83. David Baber, it's all up to you. David Baber, that's all up to you. Joseph McCormick gets the Coltrane for 38. We're ready for new auctions. So David Baber's out. Let's go ahead and sell it then. This, while I've got it in my hand, this is sold to John Mincemoyer for 83. Coltrane is sold for 38. The Joseph McCormick. Let's put that in a new sleeve right over here. That's done. That's done. So many more things over here to auction. Holy moly. And Chris Frazier does get this at sticker price, okay? All right, let's go over here with this. And we have one more record right quick. Bob Marley, a 76 Terre-Haute Rastaman Vibration. Nice, $49.99. I'm trying to finish off this delicious Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A so we can get into this new energy drink I've got up front. I'm kind of excited. This is Dragon, a 1990 UKOG with the original on her sleeve. EX edition, a $25 start. Dragon, Fallen Angel. Dragon, Fallen Angel, a 1990 UK original on her sleeve. EX edition, $25 start. We have the Beatles, number 5. Apple AR-8028. Near mint minus and pristine. This is a $35 start. So $35 start on the Beatles. Japanese number 5. There's Dragon. There's the details on that. We make sure there wasn't another bid over here or claim on anything. It doesn't look like it. And then we have Macy Sentinel Depths, and I'll put that up in just a second. And let's grab another Japanese, and B&B $8. B&B $8. B&B $8. Are you talking about the Rolling Stones? The Rolling Stones was VG condition, $12.99. Dennis offered 7. I said 10, and then he's offered 8. The price on this is $10. It's went from 13 to 7 to 10 to 8. It's $10. How could you say no? I took your last 7 offers. All you got to do is pay an extra $2. What is $2, Dennis? You've got that in the back of your pocket. You don't even know it. Thin Lizzy, Nightlife, $34.99. $34.99. Johnny Paycheck, Modern Times, $36.99. Boy, I've never seen this before. 1987, Johnny Paycheck on Mercury, $36.99 for that. We have Streets of Fire, soundtrack Deeper and Deeper by The Fix, some kind of promo deal here, $19.99 for this. And Johnny Cash, Greatest Hits Volume 1, $24.99. Original Columbia 2i label there for Johnny Cash. Man, I muted my mic to take some Diet Coke, and now I'm going to mute my mic again. Okay, this time my mic's unmuted. Chick-fil-A has the perfect mixture. The perfect mixture of syrup and carbonation. Delicious. Absolutely delicious stuff there. If I'm about to go on a road trip and I swing through Chick-fil-A, I get my meal and then I get 2 extra large Diet Cokes. So they're like, you're getting 3 Diet Cokes for yourself? And I'm like, yeah, I'm getting 3 Diet Cokes for myself. Beatles is a $35 start. Fallen Angel is 25 of Ivan R, a 1990 UK original. Just one bid on Dragon, Fallen Angel for 25. Beatles has a bid for 65, so it went from 35, and then Karen bid 65, and that is, she meant 35, and then we've already sold The Accused, and then Thin Lizzy over here was a claim and an offer. So Eric Van Leuven, Jeremiah Stasich, Eric, that's yours, but it will be $34.99, okay? And then John Durden got The Fix for $15. And then over here, Christopher Yoakum, third on Thin Lizzy. And then Eric Van Leuven on this, and Eric Van Leuven on this, okay? That's sold to him at sticker price. Okay, so let me clarify what just happened because I forgot to unmute my mic a second ago, so I think the auctions have got off pace. The Beetle 65 is a Japanese pressing. Now it's at $36 of David Johnson. Karen, you're out. Dragon, Fallen Angel just has one bid for 25, and that's a final call. Okay, that's a final call because it only has one bid. We're about to put something else over here that was requested, so let me find that. It was in the hot picture. We got some crazy metal stuff again tonight. And then we have Sentinel Beast, Depths of Depth, an 86 US OG in VG condition, a $25 start on that. It is OG, metal blade, VG condition, a $25 start on that. Now up for bid, okay? So the last few records were Johnny Cash, Johnny Paycheck, Bob Marley, and Dr. John. Moving on, Bachman Overdrive 2. Bachman Overdrive 2 is $14.99. The Best of ABBA, some kind of foreign pressing here, $19.99. This is made from Germany, $19.99. Dragon has a new bid for $26. The Beatles has a bid for $40. And the Go-Go's, Beauty and the Beat with We Got the Beat, $19.99 on that. Sentinel Beast has a bid for $25 with Jim Cooper. Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card, $19.99. And Cheap Trick, this is their self-titled debut, $19.99. It's a later label, but nice, okay? Next over here, Johnny Paycheck is called Modern Times. In shrink, never seen that one before. 1987, $36.99. Next thing is Go-Go's is sold to Matt Nichols for $15. That's sold. Also, we got Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, $24.99. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, Test Patterns, $19.99. And Shrink Wrap in Berlin is $19.99. Pleasure Victim. Still got 1, 2, 3, 4 more new crates of vintage to go through. Still got a Hatchet Ed crate. Still got a new sealed crate from Laura. She's also working on stuff right now. And then over here, we got Johnny Paycheck, sold for $30. And that one over here is sold for $30 to Cody Wright. Michelle Clements on Cyndi Lauper. Girls just want to have fun. Where are we on the Beatles? 43. Now, David, you're out. Now, Karen, you're out. Beatles is back in at 45. Dragon got a new bid, and that's with Victor Garrett, 26. Whoever bid first, maybe Ivan R., you're out bid on Dragon, and Sentinel Beast just has one bid for 25. Those are all final calls. Next is Jules and the Polar Bears. Got no breeding. Jules is $19.99. Jules and the Polar Bear. And then we have Supertramp Paris. Supertramp is $34.99. That's for a double LP. And we also have the Good Feeling Music of the Big Chill Generation. Awesome compilation here. Mary Wells, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, Barry McGuire, $14.99 on that. Now the Beatles at 45. And then we have Pure Perry League Live taking the stage. Pure Perry League Live taking the stage, $24.99. Okay, and then next is the Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, $39.99, and Tina Turner, Private Dancer, What's Love Got to Do With It, $14.99, and Joe Jackson, I'm the Man, $19.99. Etta and Eddie, Patrick Lear, $28. That is sold to Patrick Lear for $28. Cheap Trick is $19.99. Beatles is now at $47. Karen's looking to see if she has it. David's still bidding. George is the new high bidder. Nice. A 76 orange Capel label of Yellow Submarine. $44.99 for Yellow Submarine. It's a 76 press, but in shrink, punch hole, nice. Tina Turner sold to Brad Waits for $12. We have Alan Parsons Project, one of his best, I, Robot. If I had a mind too, I wouldn't want to be like you. $19.99. ELO Discoveries, $19.99. Don't Bring Me Down, Bruce. Original on her sleeve. That's a clean copy. Sentinel Beast 28, Sentinel Beast 31. Dragon, are we done on that? I think we are. I think that one bump did it, and we're about to sell that to Victor Guerra for $26. Now the Beatles is at $50, and now Let's Be Friends, Elvis. That's a nice-looking copy, $14.99. Dire Straits self-titles, $34.99. And we have Waylon, Black on Black. Waylon Jennings is $24.99. Greg Preston gets Cheap Trick for $15. Sentinel Beast has a new bid for $35, and now YS has a bid for $40. And YS for $40 was for something in here. Yellow Submarine, sold to Matt Shepard. Nice pickup there. Steve Miller, Brave New World. Let's see if it's on the first label. It is. It's on the original label, $24.99. Waylon is sold to Jeremiah Stasich. Billy Joe and Innocent Man, $14.99. And Here in My Car, Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle, an OG copy with the original on her sleeve, $34.99. Joseph McCormick gets Elvis for $10. Wow, some nice records still left in here. That was the third vintage crate in a row. We did check condition, non-check condition. I might go ahead and knock out one more. Ben Hutzel on Dire Straits. And them in the dark, it's raining in the park. In the meantime, Sultans of Swing. And then ST over on YouTube on Gary Newman. And then John LaBeatty on Billy Joel. Nice. And here's what's left in here. Quick recap. Y'all obliterated this crate. We still got Gary Newman, I, Assassin for $24.99. Etta James Changes, Gold Stamp Promo $39. 10 Years After, Stonehenge, Pat Benatar. Asia is still available. Nice and shrink. If you need a price on some of these, let me know. Huey Lewis, Do the Hustle. We have Slim Harpo, Dr. John, Bob Marley, and Johnny Cash, Volume 1. Greatest Hits. Beatles is at $53. This is sold for $26. This has a new bid for $28. My bad. That had a new bid for $28 on that. And then Sentinel Beast is at $41. David Baber. So guess what? We're still bidding on Sentinel Beast. All of a sudden, Dragon did get a new bid. And then Beatles over here, the last bid was $50, and now it's at $53. And that means, I think, Jim Cooper, you've been outbid on Dragon. It does have a new bid. And then we also had Bachman Turnover Drive 2, The Best of ABBA, Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card, Boyce and Hart, Berlin Pleasure Victim, Supertramp, Jules and the Polar Bears, The Good Feeling Music of the Big Chill Generation, Pure Perry League Live. This Stones album's harder to get. This is from 1989, original on her sleeve, $39.99. Joe Jackson, I'm the Man. We have Alan Parsons Project, ELO, and Steve Miller Band. Rick Maggers on BOT2, classic rock album there. That is sold. All right, we're going to go right into another crate. Don't hesitate to stop me, though, and ask for a price on anything on there. Now Dragons at $28 with Ivan R. Sentinel Beast is at 41 with David Baber. Everybody else is out. And the last bit on the Beatles is a final call. George Scher, $53 if anybody else wants to bid. Okay, a lot of stuff still to go through tonight. That's why the pace has been picked up a little. Trying to get through these new vintage crates as ASAP as possible. Oh boy, toughest decision is what crate to show next. Golly, let's do this one here. All right, another non-check condition bin, so everything in here is really clean and really nice. Don't forget, a little bit later tonight, we'll start doing 45 action, etc., okay? Here we go. First thing in here is the outfield, play deep. Nice to see that. $34.99. Josie's on a vacation far away. $34.99. Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Benatar, $14.99. And Jeff Beck, Flash. Jeff Beck, $19.99. Great box set here. Fillmore's Last Days, $49.99. Looks like it has the bonus 45. Looks like it has the ticket stub. Looks like it has the book, Fillmore, The Last Days with Santana, Grateful Dead, Hot Tuna, Quicksilver, Tower of Power, $49.99 on that. Wes Will on the outfield. That one usually gets grabbed immediately. Aerosmith Rock in a Hard Place is $29. Bad Company Straight Shooter, Feel Like Making. Another Asia, $19.99. We hadn't got our nightly dose yet. And here's a regular Boston, $29.99. A U.S. reissue, late 70s, okay? So Dragon is sold to Ivan R. for $28. And bizarre, no one's really set out on Sentinel Beast, but David Baber, final call to you for $41. I'm going to go ahead and put it away. And George Scher, you're going to get the Beatles for $53. I got more Beatles on the way. Outfield's already sold. That did have Josie's on a vacation far away. And something, come a little older. All right, Bad Company wasn't running with the pack. That was Bad Company Straight Shooter. Billy was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love Me Do, I think it was, and from there, it didn't take him long. That's the same thing happened to me. I heard my first Beatles song, and then my life changed. Same thing happened to Johnny. Shooting Star. Chad was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Matt Nichols, Bad Company, sold. Next thing is Olay ELO, $19.99 with hop sticker, and Jackson Brown Holdout, $19.99. David Baber gets Sentinel Beast for $41. Next auction is going to go up right now. Scorpions Virgin Killer. Scorpions Virgin Killer is a 77 U.S. Indianapolis gold stamp promo. It does have a corner clip and a corner clip. Scorpions is VG Plus condition, $30 start on that. We have Footloose. Footloose is $19.99, and Foreigner Agent Provocateur. I want to know what love is. $24.99 on that, okay? And then we have Sentinel Beast and then Bad Company. Bad Company was $24.99. Scorpions is the next auction. And speaking of the Beatles, Help. Boy, the new anthology set has a really cool take. It's like a stripped down version of I Need You from the Help soundtrack. Really cool on Anthology 4. So there's a stripped down version of I Need You on there. This is amazing. One of my favorite Beatles albums. This is Help. It does have the insert in the inner sleeve. Japanese pressing. Let the bidding begin. $35 start on that. $35 start on that, okay? Next thing is Scorpions at $30, and I'll pay you $60 for All Things Must Pass. You got it. My Sweet Lord. My Lord. Sold to Rick Maggers for $60. I really want it. Wow, nice looking copy of Foghat here. Slow Ride, full for the CD, and Shrink. Top copy alert. $19.99 for Foghat. There's some nice looking records in here. Here's one of these very popular comps, Collector's Records 50s and 60s, volume 13. This is $9.99, and Hooters, Nervous Night. Oh boy, Hooters, goodness gracious, $14.99. James Bond. This is the original theme songs, including Paul McCartney's Live and Let Die, and Sheena Easton for Your Eyes Only, and Thunderball by Tom Jones, and Goldfinger by Shirley Bassey. $19.99 on that. Next thing over here is this. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss for $19.99. And Sonny and Cher, there's a piece of yellow tape on the spine, but that's their greatest hits, no condition notes, $19.99 on that. So the Scorpions does not have a bid. It does with Steve McGee for $30, final call. And then the Beatles is a no bid, a Japanese pressing of Help, $35 start. And then Matt Shepard on Foghat. That is sold to Matt Shepard, and now Matt is in on the Beatles at $35. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next one is, I don't know what this is. Oh, it's Kool and the Gang. I don't think I've seen this before. This is Kool and the Gang. I think this is live. It is. No. Who is this? Kool and the Gang. I'm thinking about KC and the Sunshine Band. Okay, I didn't see KC. I was like, what's going on? Kool and the Gang live, $35 start. This is a $35 start, and this is it's a gatefold jacket. It has some humidity damage in there, but there it is. Kool and the Gang. This is ISS date 80139, and that's a $35 start, okay? $35 start. Next thing is this. We have Elton John Honky Chateau. Elton John is $34.99 on the Uni label. That's the original press. And Apollo 11 Flight to the Moon. Pretty interesting one here. And this particular one from Bale, I don't think I've seen too many times. Let me make sure this disc is flat. Okay, the cover has a little bit of a warp to it. The cover has a little bit of a warp to it, but the disc is okay and clean. $19.99 on that. One more here. Elton John Rock of the Westies, $19.99. How about one more? Steve Winwood, Roll With It, also $19.99. Really clean copy. That means, surprisingly, the Scorpions just got one bid with Steve McGee, sold for $30. That means the Beatles, surprisingly, one bid, $35, sold to Matt Shepard. That is now sold. Let's move this down the line. Kool and the Gang Japanese pressing live. That's a $35 start. Let's sleeve up the Beatles, and let's grab two more auctions over here. Let's do it. Let's grab two more auctions over here, okay? Boom and boom. And this is this, and this is this. And let's grab another thing right over here. So Slayer, Y&T, Beatles, MIX. Let's do Wendy O. Williams. I'm familiar with that one. And let's do something from the high-end tab. I still got Lamb of God, Ghost. This Ghost must be new variant that was very limited because it's in the high-end tab. So over here is Ghost. Ghost is a 2025 limited edition amethyst vinyl exclusive just to the web store with transparent insert not on the cover. Okay, so yeah, it comes with this Papa Emertus transparent insert. If you can see this, pretty interesting. And this was a limited edition only sold on the web store. $55 star. And then here's Wendy O. Williams, Wow. She is lightly covered on this one. And Wendy O. Williams is an 84 USOG Kiss related. Not only did Gene Simmons produce this album, but he also plays bass on nearly every track. Most of the tracks on this album were demoed by Kiss originally. Last but not least, Ace Frehley, Paul Stanley, and Eric Carr each played on at least one track on this album. So this is Wendy O. Williams and Kiss. Wendy O. Williams featuring Kiss, $35 start. Okay, Rick Hall, Moon 10. Moon 15. I'll split the difference with you there. Elton 15, Winwood 15. So did Dave Saretna, so did Dave Saretna. Next is Journey Evolution for $17.99. Also, Lone Justice, Maria McKee, $14.99. And Van McCoy, My Favorite Fantasy. This is $9.99 for Van McCoy. Also, Blue Cheer. Blue Cheer is a 1970 Monarch, $49.99. That's actually a really nice copy for Blue Cheer. $49.99 on that. Also, we have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99, and Ted Nugent Free for All. Ted Nugent with Meatloaf on vocals, $14.99. Okay, Kool and the Gang is a buy it now, no bid. Kool and the Gang live, Hollywood, California at PJ's Japanese Press, $35 buy it now for that. Right now, we have no bids tonight. There's no bids tonight. Everything has sold so far tonight, except for Kool and the Gang, and hopefully that's about to get a buy it now. Yes, this is a buy it now. This is our fourth vintage crate in a row. After this one, we got 3 more left, plus whatever Laura's marking, but we're going to pause and do the Hatchet Ed crate next, okay? Hatchet Ed crate's coming up next, and I got to tag those Kiss lights before it gets too late because I think some people are curious how far they were down or up on the line. Ghost is a $55 start. And then Wendell Williams has bids for $35 and $35. And then BC question mark. Blue Cheer was $49.99. Scott Arnold on Journey for $10. Journey is $15 if you want that one. Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. Matt Shepard gets Ted Nugent. My crate over here is almost full. And we have Tom Petty, Long After Dark, $34.99. Tom Petty, Long After Dark, $34.99. And we have West Mitts East, UD Menuhin and Ravi Shankar. That looks interesting. The very famous Ravi Shankar on the sitar, $14.99. If you want to lock in a bid on Ghost, it's at $55, Wendell Williams. And let's try another Beatles Japanese pressing. This is the Beatles' second album, and boy, does this one look nice. Japanese press, a $35 start. Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison, Ringo Starr, near McManus and pristine. Insert inner sleeve, gatefold jacket, Obi. Really nice. About the only thing I see wrong with this one at all is just these few dots on the back of the Obi. Just really on the back of it. Really nice there. $35 start on that. Robert Plant, The Principal Moments. I'm in the mood for a melody. $19.99. The Best of Eddie Rabbit. Rocky Mountain Music. $9.99. And we have REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon is $19.99. Wheels are turning. $19.99. Okay? All right, and let's jump over here. Beatles 35. Ghost does have a bid with Patrick Smith at 55 and Robert Plant 14, Robert Plant 12. Matt Nichols, let's go ahead and sell that to him for 14. And now my crate's full, and let me swap these out right quick, okay? All right. There's that, and now I need a new empty crate. I think I can produce one somewhere. You'd think we'd have plenty of crates in this building, but they actually get filled up pretty quick, especially after weeks we have tons of new vintage or tons of new vinyl. Like last night, you know, we start adding every night 3 or 4 extra leftover crates, and next thing I know, there's 20 crates back here behind me. Okay. Over here, Olivia Newton-John is sold for $7, the topographic. All right, and now Beatles has 2 $35 bids, now 40, now 45. So Ghost is sold to Patrick Smith for $55, and Wendell Williams out, and this is a final call to Brad Waits for 40, and now the Beatles is at 45, and now we did another auction. Let's knock out everything in the high-end tab. Here's the next one, Toxic Shock, Change from Reality. And this is an 88 German OG limited edition pink vinyl, a $75 start, original inner sleeve. Looks to be like a pretty desirable metal record here. 88 German OG, Toxic Shock, $75 start. All right, next thing is Night Ranger Midnight Madness, Sister Christian, $26.99. Also, Rush Power Windows, The Big Money, Manhattan Project, Marathon. This is $39.99. In Shrink with Hop Sticker, Rush Power Windows, $39.99. David Sanborn, as we speak, David Sanborn is $9.99. And Warrior Scandal featuring Patti Smythe, $19.99 on Scandal, and Scorpions Animal Magnetism, $29.99 for the Scorpions. This does have the original inner sleeve with it. Some nice records in here. Beatles 45, Beatles 41, Beatles 50, Beatles 53, Beatles 55, and Stephen Reeves gets Night Ranger. That's a beautiful Rush and Shrink with the hop sticker. Unbelievable. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast, that's $19.99. And Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life, $19.99. Bring Me to a Higher Love. Scorpions is sold to Stephen Reeves. Sean Miller gets Rush for $35. And The Who, It's Hard, Eminence Front, $19.99. Neil Young, Touch the Night. This is some kind of promo single. Touch the Night, $14.99. Yep. $14.99 on that. Another Day, the Oscar Peterson Trio. Oscar Peterson's $14.99. Atlanta pitchers, $14.99. Yes, this is a buy it now best offer, Ben. Everything in here is EX plus to near mint minus and buy it now or best offer. Shakedown on Neil Young, Beatles at 57, Wendy O. Williams is sold to Brad Waits for 40, and final call to lock in a bid on Toxic Shock for $75. Next is the Hometown Band Flying, $9.99, and Hamp's Big Four with Oscar Peterson, Ray Brown, and Buddy Rich. Lionel Hampton, white label promo, $24.99. That looks interesting. First, though, Oscar Peterson sold to Ryan Mustaine, Matt Shepard on Steve Winwood. And let's take a look at this promo, because this is a white label promo from Verve. That's pretty dang cool if I can get it out of this old wax sleeve. That's a pretty cool label there. Hamp's Big Four. All right, Toxic Shock, Beatles out. And then where's MX? I'm about to put it up. But right now, Beatles is at 57 with George Scher. Stanley Richmond, you're out. And David Stanley says he's done. Toxic Shock is an 88 German OG limited edition pink vinyl. This has the original inner sleeve with it. Okay? This has the original inner sleeve with it, and that is at $75. Next is Ian Matthews, Stealing Home, $9.99. Lionel Hampton sold to Stephen A. Young, and we have Mass Production, 3 Miles High, $14.99 on that. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now, and that was evidently what this was. MX, I think. MX, Mental Slavery. MX is a 1990 Brazil OG with insert, VG Plus condition, $30 start on that. Also, Big Sandy and his Fly Right Boys. Big Sandy's a 2006 Rockabilly, of course, and that is sealed. It's never been opened, and that is $49.99. $49.99. Big Sandy and his Fly Right Boys. And this is $49.99. Also, Jim Post looks good to me. Jim Post is $14.99, and Pot Liquor Levy Blues $24.99. MX30, MX45, and Peter Paul and Mary No Easy Walk to Freedom. Boy, that's a later one. 1986, $9.99. You usually see just those earlier ones from them. All right, the Beatles over here is officially sold to George Scher for $57. That's sold to George Scher for $57. Let's get that sleeved up over here. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. All right, that's done. And let's put this away. Okay, and then Toxic Shock's a no bid. So let's go ahead and make that a buy it now for $75. A $75 buy it now on Toxic Shock. Change from Reality. $75 buy it now on that if anybody wants it. We're going to put that right over here. And then MX Mental Slavery has already jumped up to $50 with Scott Savakis. And then we have Welcome to the Dance, Sons of Champlin, $14.99. Bob Riger on April Wine for $15. That's sold. And the Night Ranger Dawn Patrol is $26.99. Def Leppard Pyromania, $44.99 for that. Very clean copy of Pyromania. And Metal Giants, Gold Stamp Promo Compilation, $29.99. Aerosmith, Fastway, Heaven Mountain, Joe Perry, BOC, Judas Priest, etc., etc., $29.99. Okay, so David Baber offered $67 for Toxic Shock. So this was supposed to start at $75 and sell for $190. And he's getting it for $67. Tell your friends that, once again, Coletco's got metal records half off tonight. That's sold to David Baber for $67. MX is at $55. April Wine's already sold. Danny wants to see what Pot Liquor looks like. Pot Liquor Levy Blues is a 1971 promo label. It has a promo sticker, $24.99 on that. Stephen Reeves says, ring me up for a Night Ranger again. You got it. $10 on the Who, It's Hard. I will do $15 on the Who. And then MG25. Metal Giants is sold for $25 to Matt Nichols. James Chilcott was second. Danny Thomason, $30. Stephen A. Young said he would do $40 on Blue Cheer. This really nice copy from earlier. That was right in here, right? Yep, sell that to Stephen A. Young for $40. And then over here, we have Pass MX66, okay? So first thing is we need a new auction right quick. Coming from the Japanese crate is the following. We have, we have, this is always a great one. Great Rolling Stones compilation here. Great, fantastical Rolling Stones compilation here. This is Big Hits, High Tide, and Green Grass. Near McMinus and Pristine, a $35 start. Fantastic Stones comp. Nice. $35 start. Okay, next thing is this. We have Pass, MX, and Danny Thomason on pot liquor for 17 sold. Sold to Danny, and then what was Sons of Champlin? Welcome to the Dance, Sons of Champlin, no condition notes promo sticker, 1973, $14.99. $14.99. MX, Scott Savaki, 66. Mike Straws, do you want to bid again? Starting at 8 p.m. on TNT Saturday the 20th, there's going to be a National Lampoon's Christmas 24-hour marathon. Chevy Chase autographs. I still have some right now if anybody wants to buy some. Does anybody need, just in time for Christmas, a Chevy Chase autograph? I have them. I need to sell them. Look how many I still have. I've got a bunch. I've got Chevy cutting the turkey. I got Chevy with a chainsaw. I've got Chevy smiling after he's lit up his Christmas lights. I got another Chevy with a chainsaw. I got Chevy with his Christmas hat. I've got Chevy carving more turkeys. And I got a bunch of those. Or no, I got Crazy. That's Crazy Chevy. That's Chevy after he's lost his mind. Those are $125. I've got one left of him carving the turkey. I've got Chevy with the chainsaw. I got Chevy happy after he's got his lights plugged in, and I got Chevy with his Christmas. Those are $125. JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated, and I got some big ones too. I've got some large ones over here. They're a little bit more. They're $20 more, but if you want a cheaper one, those are $125. Okay, let's go back to the top, make sure I didn't miss anything. PL, we sold that. And then what? The Fillmore, the Dead are on there. Yeah. So the Fillmore, this is the Fillmore's Last Days. Bill Graham presents in San Francisco Fillmore's Last Days. This is a compilation of live music. It includes there's the original Hop sticker, 32-page booklet, 7-inch interview, poster, and tickets. So this has the book, no poster, but it does have the 45 and ticket stub. It was originally $4.49. That was crazy price even back then for a box set. $49.99, buy it now, best offer. Next question is price on Footloose. Is it OG? Footloose is the OG soundtrack. OG, no condition notes, $19.99 on Footloose. I think that's still available. Footloose is $19.99. MX67, MX68, and then Big Sandy is $39. Let's sell Big Sandy for $39 to Ivan R. Rolling Stones is a $35 start. And there's that. And then I also had Pat Benatar, Precious Time. I have Jeff Beck, Flash, Aerosmith, Rockin' a Hard Place, Asia, self-titled. Michelle does want Footloose. That's so to Michelle. And then we had Boston, the Hatchet Ed crate's coming up next. Boston debut, Olay ELO, Jackson Brown Holdout, Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s. Hooters is still available. James Bond theme song still available. Mick Jagger, Sonny Cher's Greatest Hits, Elton John, Flight to the Moon, Lone Justice, Van McCoy, Journey, Robert Palmer, Tom Petty, Ravi Shankar, Eddie Rabbit, REO Speedwagon, David Sambor, Scandal, Atlanta, Hometown Band, Ian Matthews, Mass Production, Jim Post, Peter Paul and Mary, Def Leppard, The Who, and Sons of Champlin. MX, Mike Straws, are you done bidding? If anybody wants the Stones, great comp here. You can pick it up for a $35 buy now. Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass. High Tide and Green Grass. Let's throw that up. $35 on that, okay? Boom, boom, boom. And let's go ahead and sell Rick Maggers, Tom Petty for $27. I think Foreigner, Agent Provocateur with I Want to Know What Love Is was $24. Yep, $24. And then Tom Petty is sold to Rick Maggers for $27. Okay? All right. Next is the following. These are $145. Larger ones, but very cool. Chevy Chase once again in his Santa hat. $145 on these. Chevy Chase plugging in his lights. $145. And then I have Chevy Chase with the kind of the movie poster theme. So $145 on these larger ones. These are JSA authenticated. So $145 movie poster plugging in the lights, and then Santa hat. Okay? That's my current in-stock Chevy Chase autographs. I ordered this the other day. It hadn't sold. It's one of the rare opportunities I'll take an offer on new vinyl. Here's my sticker price. Aerosmith, the Japanese singles box set, $174.99 or best offer. I'd love it to sell to somebody tonight. MX is sold to Scott Savakis for $68. Tim Graham gets Foreigner. And the Aerosmith in here was $29.99. Nice copy of Rockin' a Hard Place. All right. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And yes, I got Lizzie Borden going up right now. Lizzie Borden is Love You to Pieces, a 1985 USOG with insert. It does have a slight warp that does not affect back play. Just a $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Ooh, great neck pop there. And then our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that is Madonna's self-titled album. We've already sold The Accused. The Accused has already been sold. Madonna is near mint minus and pristine. It has an insert and an insert, cover and obi. If anybody wants to make an offer on anything in there, it's Friday night at Coletco. Don't hesitate, okay? There's that. And let me step over here and get the Hatchet Ed crate, and I'm about to, really, it won't take that long. I just got to read off who was next in line for a Kiss light. And I got to go up front and get them. They actually got buried behind the counter, and I almost forgot about them. And there was a couple box sets that showed up in weird boxes, and I got a box set up there that, in fact, has not been shown, a new box set. So 2 of them, I think, 3 of them. All right. So let's see what Hatchet Ed's got here. Looks like new stuff, looks like vintage stuff, and it looks like unpaid auctions. And he has actually left me this time their names, because I think once again, it's just like one person a week who cancels out on us, very unfortunately. And it ends up being like a whole crate, maybe a few unpaid invoices, and we either A, lose contact with them, or B, they're very upfront about it and just be like, hey, I can't pay these. So that's why we try to keep it to one unpaid invoice at a time. Unless you're a well-established regular customer that pays on a certain basis, that's okay then. But, you know, it's sometimes we'll have, why can't I push these forward? Is there oh, there's stuff I'm trying to squish some stuff here. Hold on a second. All right, looks like just cassettes. That's why I couldn't squish these records up. All right, so here's these cassettes, $6.99. Actually, this was $9.99. I'll make it $6.99. Enough's Enough, $6.99. This was $10. I'll make it $6.99. Winger, and then White Line, Radar Love, Choir Boys, A Bit of What You Fancy, and Kansas, Carry On. Those are all $6.99. 2 of them were price reductions. Okay. All right, let's get started. So, first of all, Lizzie Borden has bids for $20 and now $25. Madonna's a $35 start. Yeah, Madonna is, in fact, a $35 start. And then Enough's Enough is sold to Jeff Brinley for $6.99. We got Winger, White Line, Lovin', London Choir Boys, and Kansas. And then somebody asked for Y&T. How about I just go ahead and put it up? Y&T is called In Rock We Trust. An 87 UK Euro OG, original under sleeve, EX, $25 start for Y&T. So those cassettes were Kansas, Choir Boys, White Line, and Winger, $6.99 on those. And like I said, one of the rare times something brand new is best offer, Japanese singles box set from Van Halen, $174.99, 13 Japanese singles, buy it now best offer. All right, so here we go, Hatchet Ed crate. Somebody asked about Meatloaf. Meatloaf comes in occasionally. You should see more of it because it's one of the best-selling albums of all time, Bat Out of Hell. But for some reason, it's just like a lot of multi-platinum albums. It's not like they're just everywhere. It's a weird phenomenon. It's kind of like Pink Floyd The Wall. 23 times platinum or something crazy, but you just can't seem to find them. All right, I'm walking up front to get an energy drink. I need one. And while I'm up here, I'm going to grab the Kiss lights so they're a little bit closer. I need a word to be with me when. Pretty cool thing here. I wish I could plug one up, but let's see here. This is a package. That's comic books I bought. That's autographs I bought. Here's more records I bought. I don't know about y'all, but I love to buy stuff. Do y'all love to buy stuff? I know y'all love to buy stuff. I love to buy stuff too. But it sucks when you own your own store. You get all this stuff. I try not to buy stuff from the store. I usually buy stuff from other people because I keep so much stuff here. We get so much stuff here. I kind of like, I have to almost like start collecting stuff that we don't even deal in. Oh boy, it's tough. It is tough. Okay, so Brent Robley sent me some new energy drinks, and he said he wants me to try these out. It's called Gorilla Mind. So Chad is about to go off like a gorilla. Blue raspberry. It says unmatched energy, amplified focus, enhanced concentration, increased productivity, elevated mental clarity, no sugar, artificial colors. Now, the can of Monster says almost the same thing. Oh my gosh. So how much caffeine? 200 milligrams. Does this have any B12? See, I think the B12 is what does it for me in those Monsters. Oh yeah, there it is. B12, 210%. Okay. So there, yeah, we're going to be going through sports cards. Yeah. Sunday's going to be all in, and I'm going to be on for hours and hours. I may have to take little breaks because I'm going to be up and walking around, and we're going to have to get to different parts of the store and change batteries and stuff. But yeah, it's going to be kind of like an anything goes, and there might be multiple strings. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to go through unprocessed sports cards too. Oh my gosh, that's pretty good. Boy, it tastes like a blue raspberry slushy. Whew. Okay, that's tasty. All right. Okay. That's very tasty. I mean, it's not something you can chug like a can of Monster. The Monsters are tea and lemonade. That's very strong. Okay. All right. Reset. Oh man, y'all probably hearing my knuckles pop. My neck just popped. My back. Oh gosh, I'm getting old. I am getting old. Golly. Whew. I turn 30 in a couple weeks. It's about over for me. This is where I really start going downhill. Okay. All right. Here we go. Pat Benatar from the last crate. Paula on Pat Benatar from the last crate. Paula on Pat Benatar from the last crate. I can find that and I can sell it to you. Pat Benatar from the last crate. All right. That is sold. And this is sold. This is sold to Paula, okay? Now, we got to update all these auctions. I've waited way too long. 30, 50 new people are watching. Here we go. Lizzie Borden, love you to pieces. An 85 USOG with insert. VG condition, slight warp, does not affect back play. Who the heck has the high bidder on this? Lizzie Borden, Jim Cooper went out. The last bid was Stephen Lewis Jr. at $25. $25, Stephen Lewis Jr. $25, Lizzie Borden. Madonna. Madonna is with Obi. Near mint, minus, and pristine. No condition notes. It's Japanese. It's Madonna. It's a $35 start. I'm looking for a $35 start. And I'm looking for who has the high bid too. I'm looking for the high bid of $36 of Brad Waits. Auction number 3. I hope everybody's heard this. This is the last informational read-through on these. Y&T is an 87 UK original under sleeve EX, and the last bid was at Sean Miller at $30. Sean Miller at $30. Hope everybody's heard that. Okay? Hope everybody's heard that. David Johnson's getting impatient. He says, I'm doing too much rambling and not enough Japanese pressings. And he's starting to get angry, and he's about to start yelling at me. Oh, boy. Holy moly. Okay. Here we go. Porno for Pyros. Rhino Reserve, $36.99. $36.99. Ministry, the mind is a terrible thing to taste. Rhino, 2LP, $39.99. That's the newest Rocktober Rhino Ministry Expanded Edition. Mr. Bungle, California, red vinyl, Mr. Bungle, $38.99. Madonna has a new bid for $37. The bid on Madonna was already $36 with Brad Waits. Brad, you've been outbid on Madonna. M&M Recovery. M&M's a double LP, $39.99. Black Sabbath, green vinyl. We sold our soul for rock and roll, $38.99 for that. And Stone Temple Pilots live, New Haven Veterans Memorial Coliseum, 1994, STP's $29.99. Y&T is officially sold then. Y&T is officially sold over here, and that is now Sean Miller at $30. Sean Miller at $30. Madonna is up to Brad Waits. Matt Shepard has it for $37. And Stephen Lewis Jr., you get Lizzie Borden for $25, okay? Brad Waits is done. This is sold to Matt Shepard for $37. There we go. Next is the following. Next is the following. One sweet dream came true today. If I get an album from the crate, can I have the hatcheted paper insert as a birthday gift? I will allow that since it is your birthday. And Aaron Andrus on STP. That's sold to Aaron Andrus. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, Record Store Day Essential, glow-in-the-dark vinyl, $33.99. Zach Sabbath, Greatest Riffs, red vinyl, Zach Sabbath, $33.99. Charlie Brown Christmas, Vince Guaraldi Trio. This is the Zoetrope Picture Disc, $38.99. Motley Crue, From the Beginning, $38.99. Linkin Park, Meteora, $29.99. Twisted Sister, Twisted Christmas, green vinyl, $29. Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas, $14.99. Carpenter's Christmas Portrait in shrink, $16. That was $19.99. I took an offer for $16, which is stupid. That was stupid for me to do that. Who didn't pay for these Christmas albums? Bah humbug. Some kind of Merry and Bright Christmas compilation. That was $15. That was $20 on that. And then, did you do the Beatles Anthology 4 pre-sale today? I think I see it there. No, actually, this is a promotional record flat. We're going to slip those in with random orders. We got about 10 of them, 5 of them, 4 of them. We're going to give those to random people who pre-ordered the box set this week. It should be in your order. The 4 LP has not shipped yet. The 4 LP has, in fact, not shipped. It's got bumped about a week. We hadn't got that yet. Next auction's Iron Maiden, and next auction's Lamb of God. Here we go. So I have Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. This is an 82 OG Jacksonville, original under sleeve, VG with merch insert. Iron Maiden's a $25 start. And Lamb of God, Wrath, the 2009 OG sealed with the new album hop sticker. That's the original press from 2009, $55 start. Aaron Andrews got STP. Next thing is Eminem is Recovery. Eminem is $39.99. Bob Riger on LP. And LP was for Linkin Park, Meteor. That was on colored vinyl. Eric Van Leuven on the Carpenters. Make sure he gets that for $16. Paula was second. Kelly Vladicek gets this. That's sold to Kelly for $15. Chris KC Driver gets Twisted Sister. That's sold to him. And then Lamb of God, $55. And then Von Galipsy on Charlie Brown. Somebody was on a waiting list this week, and I did find one, and I did tag you for it, okay? Lamb of God already has a bid for $55. Iron Maiden is just a $35 start, $25 start. Man, OG with merch insert. Slayers are going to go up next, but first I got to balance it out with Japanese. And the next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is Journey, Raised on Radio. Nice one here in shrink wrap with Obi, shrink wrap and Obi. That's a $35 start. There's the Japanese booklet insert. It does have a couple of dots, humidity dots, but the cover and everything's nice. $35 on that. A collection of rockin' stocking stuffers, Cool Yule, $24.99. 1986, Chuck Berry, The Drifters, Ike and Tina, James Brown, $24.99 on that. The Little Drummer Boy is $9.99, and we have the Breckies. And the Breckies is a 76 Power Pop EX, $12.99. Over here, Iron Maiden 29. Kelly, yes, you did get that Christmas record. You, in fact, did. Yes, Christmas with Ronnie Millsap, $15. That was sealed. Somebody canceled their... It was $20. Somebody canceled their Christmas order. $15, Ronnie Millsap. Greatest Hits of Waylon Jennings, VG $12.99. Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love, VG Plus $14.99. And then a very special Christmas in shrink, that was $20. It was $34.99, a nice copy, $20 on that. Ron Davies, UFO, a 73 Monarch promo, $24.99 over here. So the last bid on Iron Maiden was John LaBeatty at $29. Everybody else is out. That's an 82 Jacksonville OG with the merch form and the original sleeve. VG condition, $29, final call. Lamb of God is a 2009 OG sealed copy. Yes, sealed and never opened with the original hop sticker. And the most recent bid on this was Mark Stanley at $60. And then Journey, Raised on Radio, is a Japanese press, near mint minus, shrink and Obi, $35 on that. So next thing is this. Is it possible to have that Twisted Sister held onto until God Bless You, Married Gentleman comes in? I can pay for this. Just want to combine the shipping. I actually cannot do that. Whatever you purchase this week is $8 in limited shipping. You'll get invoiced on Monday. It's up to you to time out what you're claiming, because whatever you claim will be billed on Monday. No combining and no holding. So if you buy it tonight, you'll be invoiced on Monday. Ed does not combine invoices, and you can't hold something for a pre-order. It's $8 every week, 7 nights. Invoices go out on Monday. Xmas is sold to John LaBeatty for $20. Paula, you were second. Make sure that goes in for $20, please. Lamb of God, $65. Lamb of God, $70. And Special Christmas. I've got more copies of those. I legitimately have more copies. I have a whole stack of them over here. So if y'all give me a second, y'all let me know next on Special Christmas, okay? Who was next? Paula and Matt. I think I can come up with some more of those. Iron Maiden's at 30. Lamb of God is at 71, okay? And then let's keep going here. So, yeah, that's always something we've done, because could you imagine if we let people combine invoices? There'd be some people try to wait and pay once a month, and then it's $8 per week, or we would have people saying, hey, I have an unpaid invoice from 2 weeks ago. Can I add something to it tonight? And it would be chaos, and it would be total... Everybody would start freaking out, and then Ed would stab me, okay? So this would all end in the result of Ed taking a hatchet and slamming it right into my chest. And we don't want that happening, okay? This is the Christmas song, Nat King Cole, $10. This was sealed, $14.99. How about $10 on that? Rick Nelson, Rudy the Fifth, $14.99 for Rick Nelson. And Led Zeppelin, $35. That was $44.99. $35 on that. And Mott the Hoople's $9.99. That was half off, okay? That was half off. So some of these were discounted where they were in best offer crates, and I've left the on-sale prices on them. So, for example, that was half off. This one I took $10 off. These are the already discounted prices, okay? Let's go back to the top. Aaron Andrews put CY. Aaron, I'm still trying to figure out what CI was for. CY was for... Can you remind me what CY was for, Aaron Andrews? I missed that one. And then Iron Maiden 32. And then Lamb of God 75. And then Iron Maiden 35. And then Dave Ferguson on Mott. Okay, that sold to him for $9.99. Make sure he gets that. And that was for Cool Yule. There was something... Did that already sell? Cool Yule. Let me see here. Cool Yule. Did that already sell to somebody? Let's see. Zeppelin, Rick Nelson, Nat King Cole, Ron Davies, Marvin Gaye, Ronnie Millsap, Breckies, Little Drummer Boy, Cool Yule. This right here. Cool Yule. Okay, and that was sold to Aaron Andrews. Okay, got that. All right, and then Sean next on Mott the Hoople. Elvis on stage February 1970. 1970, $39.99. $39.99. And then back here is Taylor Swift put back. $39.99 for Taylor Swift. Speak Now Taylor's version. It has a guitar pick with it, $39.99. I'm not for sure what that is, but it looks pretty cool. It's Japanese. And then over here, we have Jerry Lee Lewis, $9.99. And Citay, C-I-T-A-Y, Little Kingdom. That is a 2007 Psych Prog, $19.99. Okay, Iron Maiden is still getting bids at $37. Lamb of God is what's a final call for $75. And then over here, we got Journey, and that's a $35 buy it now. Journey is a $35 buy it now. No bid on Journey, raised on radio. Okay? $35 on that if anybody wants it. Be my guest. Okay? Buy it now on Journey. Aaron Andrews wants Taylor Swift. You got it. Let's tag that for Aaron Andrews. Boom. And then that's done. There's Journey. Let's put that away. Let's put that right over here. Next thing is Mandrill. Mandrill Land. Mandrill's EX 22.99. And then Tom Petty was already discounted to $35. That's because it's a beautiful German press, near mint, $39.99. Now it's $35. And then Whips Flesh as well as Soul, a 1997 Psych record, Major Stars, $14.99. Taylor Swift, it was a Speak Now because it was a podcast because the person thought it was a 45, but it's not. It's a Japanese CD. That's a Japanese CD with a bonus guitar pick, okay? That's what we just sold to Aaron Andrews, and I'm sure we can get more of those if somebody wants them, okay? Lamb of God is officially sold to Mark Stanley for $75. James Hicks, I'll do $30 on Journey. Next auction is Slayer. By the way, Laura just delivered a brand new crate, and I don't know if this is metal. I see Funkadelic, I see Rob Zombie, I see Van Halen, Testament, Ozzy, I see Taylor Swift. It looks like a pretty cool Laura crate coming up very, very soon. Don't go to bed. It's Friday night. You have nothing else to do. Slayer, Haunting the Chapel. The last bid that came in on Slayer, Haunting the Chapel. Slayer Haunting the Chapel is an 87 US reissue. VG condition, a $25 start. Does have a corner crease, This is an 87 press, but the vinyl's VG and the cover is kind of low grade. $25 start. Iron Maiden still getting bids. We're in a Hatchet Ed crate. Everything in here is sticker price because some of these were already discounted as marked, okay? Like that was sealed, Nat King Cole for $15. It was a $10 offer. There's that. Also, we have Atomic Rooster. This is VG minus $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac was $9.99, which is originally VG plus $17.99. Fleetwood Mac $9.99. And then here's our first no bid auction. Judas Priest, $30. Hellbent for Leather was a 79 USOG Terre Haute. There is cover writing and wear, VG minus with one feelable mark, $30. Speaking of $30, Journey is sold for $30 to James Hicks. Atomic Rooster is sold to Matt Nichols. Iron Maiden's at $43. Slayer's at $25. Pam Murray gets Fleetwood Mac for $9.99. Okay? The 45 singles box for Van Halen. What is the price again? This was Van Halen, the Japanese singles, 1978 to 1984. 13 replica Japanese 7-inch singles collected in one limited edition box set, $174.99. You really got me. Ain't talking about love. On fire. Somebody get me a Doctor. And the Cradle will rock. Pretty Woman Unchained. Jump, Panama, I'll wait. That's the deal on that. Best offer, $174.99. a rare opportunity. Melanie Clausen on Judas Priest for 30. Ryan Mustaine wants Mandrill from earlier. Right now, we're into our unclaimed auctions, okay? Aerosmith, $48. 1998 UK Simply Vinyl, 180-gram virgin vinyl with 2 inserts. Simply Vinyl pressing of Aerosmith, $48 on that. Another Judas Priest, $18 for stained glass. Late 70, early 80 reissue U.S. Pittman, VG minus, Judas Priest, $18. And then Asylum, $17. An 85 U.S. Hauppauge, VG minus, $17 on Kiss. The other Judas Priest is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Is Slayer really going to get one bid for $25? Final call to Randall Garwal for $25. Iron Maiden was at $43 with Nick Galetti. I haven't heard back from anybody else, but we're about to sell it. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be another Madonna. And this time Like a Virgin. And this is near mint minus and pristine. And if y'all notice, we don't get a lot of U.S. Madonna albums for some reason. I mean, it's not like they're... And they're typically demand pretty good money. Not rare or anything, but these Japanese pressings are really nice. $35 star. Dave Ferguson on Kiss. That is sold to Dave Ferguson. Paula was next, then James Chilcott. Slayer has a new bid for $26. This is not in their thick 10 mil sleeve. No, it's not in their sleeve. It is not. Judas Priest again, $41. An 84 Pittman OG Pittman press with the original on her sleeve, VG Plus or better. So VG Plus or better is when Seth can't make up his mind if it's VG Plus or EX. Okay? Once again, bad Seth grading. I use that a lot too. I think everybody does. It's like, you want to be conservative. It looks like it's EX, but let's call it VG Plus or better. Grim Reaper, $32. An 85 US OG, VG++ EX. Another one right on the border. Grim Reaper, $32. Kingdom Come, $60. An 88 US OG, EX, $60. And Aussie is $60. An 82 US OG, does have damage on the cover, $60. VG++ Disc 1, VG Disc 2. Boy, let me stop right there. That was some crazy stuff. All right, so Iron Maiden, were we done? I hope so. Iron Maiden is sold to Nick Galetti for $43. Slayer is now at $30, and Madonna has two $35 bids, Michelle and Matt. Next is Dio, $29, an 84 U.S. Allied OG VG condition. Dio, $29. Jeff Brindley gets Grim Reaper. James Chilcott gets Kingdom Come. And we have TT Quick, $44, an 84 US OG VG condition. TT Quick. Black Sabbath, $38. And Black Sabbath was a 1980 U.S. Winchester OG VG condition. VG cover, Black Sabbath. I remember some of these. Black Sabbath, $38. And this was Queensryche for $90. An 86 U.S. OG EX, $90. Thank you, Ed. He's leaving me the invoices in the crate now so I can figure out who these people are. So most of these auctions were won by one person. All these metal auctions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was 8 auctions won by one person, one night on Metal Night. I think they were new, they registered, but they never did pay for any of these. And that's why we always stop the sale and make people start paying for auctions. But that one slipped by me. And this is where, if I let something slip by me, this is the mess we have. 1, 2, 3. No, actually, I think I know this guy's name. Yeah, I think I know him. I'll have to look it up. It's a Tennessee address. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then evidently there's a CD somewhere. I don't see that CD. Cassette. That was bizarre. I don't know that guy. That was a pre-order somebody canceled. I know him. I thought we stopped selling to him a long time ago. I've got to write some of these people down and be like, no more 9 chances. That's bizarre he didn't pay. That's bizarre she didn't pay. That must be a cancel. We've canceled everything from him. That was some leftovers. Okay. All right, that's not too bad. That's some straggling pre-orders, a couple big orders for some people. Not bad for this week. Okay, so we sold Grim Reaper, King Crimson, and Paula on Dio. All right, Paula on Dio for $29. Madonna's at 36. Are we done on Slayer? I haven't heard back from Victor Guerra. Does Slayer come with an insert? Okay. Slayer Haunting the Chapel has no insert, no inner sleeve, a VG minus cover, and VG vinyl. It's at 30 with Randall. Madonna's at 36. Brad, Michelle, you've been outbid on Madonna. And this is TT Quick. TT Quick is an 84 USOG VG condition. $44. So let's go through the auctions one more time. Here's what I do with the auctions. I rarely have to ever resell these. Usually by the end of the night, these are gone. These are unpaid auctions. They all came from one person. I'm going to go check his buying history right now. I'm not for sure what was up with that, but it's always a red flag when it's like someone's won 8 auctions, okay? It's like one night, the only thing they have literally done is bid on auctions, which some people do that because usually it's just rare and scarce stuff, and they probably have quite the collection, and they need nothing but auction material. But let me look him up. I'm just kind of curious. I kind of remember that name. Yeah, something must have happened because he had bought a lot in the past since the beginning of the year. So something just must have happened. Well, most of his invoices, here's something else that happens. Most of these people's, so this prime example, this guy never did have an invoice over $150. And then he had a $441 invoice and he canceled. So you know what happened? He went over his budget. He got a little too excited. So that's what I always ask people. Make sure your wallet is not as big, or your eyeballs isn't as big as your wallet, okay? So that's what happened. He sounds like he went about $350 over budget. And he got that invoice and went, holy crap, I'll never be able to pay this. So it got canceled. So yeah, make sure, okay? Make sure your budget is under control. First thing is this: Slayer 32, Madonna 36. Will you take 40? That was on TT Quick. I will go ahead and do that for $40. Sell that to Brad Waits for 40. Here we go. First thing is price on the Black Sabbath. Let's just go over all of them. Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. Aerosmith Permanent Vacation is a 1998 UK reissue, simply vinyl, 180 gram. Probably when that was pressed, it was one of the first reissues back on vinyl. $48 on that. Next is Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. Judas Priest was just asked about by Tim Rory. This is an 84 USOG Pittman, VG Plus to EX, $41. Next is Ozzy, Speak of the Devil, $60. Ozzy was an 82 OG, Jet Records original, VG++ Disc 1, VG Disc 2, $60. Black Sabbath was $38. This is a 1980 US Winchester OG, VG condition, OG VG, $38 for that. And Queen's Rock is sold to Jeff Brindley for $85. Ozzy is sold to Michelle Clements for $60. Black Sabbath is pending to Melanie. Tim Rory's pending on Judas Priest, and Aerosmith is available to anybody, $48. If you need a price on anything else in here, we got to get into another new crate. I got a straight price Laura crate, 3 more John crates. It is getting late. We got to keep going. I see an out on Slayer, Randall Garwal, that's sold you for $33, and we need to go ahead and tag Madonna. Madonna is sold over here for the winning bid of $36 to Michelle. Wait a minute, you tied Matt. So you got outbid and then you tied Matt. Matt still has that for $36, Michelle. You're out on that one. And then Jim B 1001, Jim B 1001. Who is that? That's a different Jim B over on Twitch. I have not sold anything Reanimator. What are the box sets? These are puzzles by Nirvana. Okay. The first person, I'll have to figure that out in a second. Okay? Because there's 2, he says, go ahead and sell it. Okay, that's what I was waiting to hear from. So this is sold to, who is Jim B 1001? That's sold you for $41. That leaves Black Sabbath and Aerosmith. Okay, those are Nirvana puzzles. Muddy Banks of the Wichita, $24.99. Pass on Black Sabbath. Okay, so Aerosmith and Black Sabbath still available. Shannon offered $45. Sold to Shannon Mashaka for $45. Price on Major Stars. Major Stars, $14.99. A 97 psych record near mint. If you want a price on anything else in the Hatchet Ed crate, let me know. Okay, now would be the time. Box sets. That was, yes. Paula takes Black Sabbath for $38. None of the Hatchet Ed auctions are left. Taylor Swift was a CD, not a 45. That was Speak Now Taylor's version with a guitar pick, 2 CD, $39.99. Mark Riley said sold. And Mark Riley asked about Major Stars. Sold to Mark Riley. Okay, done. Who is Jim B over on Twitch? Did they answer that? We still haven't got an answer. We got to find that out. Is that the same Jim B that's on YouTube? Let me pull this back out till I get a confirmation, okay? So, here's what's left. If you want a price, let me know. Next thing is Porno for Pyros, Ministry, Mr. Bungle, Eminem, Black Sabbath, Rob Zombie. Zach Sabbath on red vinyl, Motley Crue. That's all new sealed stuff. We have Elvis, Little Drummer Boy, The Breckies, Christmas of Ronnie Millsap, Waylon Jennings, Greatest Hits, Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love, Ron Davies, The Christmas Song, Nat King Cole, Rick Nelson, Rudy the Fifth, Led Zeppelin, Elvis, Jerry Lee Lewis, Sitte, and Tom Petty. James Bullock. James Bullock, thank you, $41. Madonna, I lost Michelle somewhere. This is sold for $36 to Matt Shepard. All right, busy sale tonight. Wow. James Bullock, sorry I missed that. Just want to make sure because it's going to, one or two things are going to happen. It's going to end up on another Jim B. It's going to end up on Jim B from YouTube, or it's not going to end up on anybody's invoice, and Monday, G's going to walk up to me and say, Chad, do you know who Jim B 1001 is on Twitch? And I'm going to be like, no, I thought he told us, and then no one's going to know who bought the record. Led Zeppelin, but you got it now. Led Zeppelin is a SRC pressing. It's already been marked down to $35. It's a 5-digit, $35 on that. And then Nat King Cole is $10. Sold to Paula, that's already $5 off, okay? The only no bids tonight are the Rolling Stones for $35 and Corn the Gang $35. I've got 2 Nirvana from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita puzzles, $24.99. 2 Nirvana puzzles from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. There's that, okay? Sorry, we've got about 4 Jim B's now. And they don't all abbreviate it like that, but when we got 3 handles that all say Jim B, that means somebody's going to get their invoice earlier, and they're going to be upset because they didn't get a record. And let me tell you what's happening a lot. Some people are getting records on their invoice that they didn't buy. They're paying for it. They're like, whoops, this is not even mine. I'm going to pay for it anyway. And then we ship it to them, and then that other person's like, hey, I'm missing such and such record. Do you know where it is? And we're like, nope. Because it already got tagged to somebody, they paid for it, it shipped, and it's gone. New vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Okay? And Pat Smith is Patrick C. Smith. Yeah. YouTube has screwed us this week. They've changed it where we can't see your name. We can only see y'all's handle. And that has really messed us up. The Cool in the Gang is Cool in the Gang live at PJ's, Hollywood, California. $35 on that. And Big Hits and High Tide. I still got a new sealed crate from Laura. And I've got this Laura crate. We're going to do this quick crate of vintage because I can go through it fast. The Laura crate and the Laura new vinyl back to back. And that's going to make some people very happy. Kelly Vladerchek on a Nirvana puzzle. You got it. Does anybody else want a Nirvana puzzle? $24.99. The Black Sabbath, Raymond, is the new Rocktober from last month. It's a green vinyl 2 LP compilation sealed, $38.99. Now, I don't know about some of these other metal records that's left, some people's asked for, but if you need one bumped, let me know, okay? First thing I have here is Vicious Rumors Digital Dictator. Vicious Rumors is an 87 USOG with insert. EX Condition, a $30 start. Vicious Rumors, $30 start. The Beatles is BBC Session, 62 to 65. VG Plus, a $25 start. And Rick Maggers wants the last Nirvana puzzle. You got it. Nirvana puzzle sold to Rick Maggers. $24.99, okay? There's that. So, yeah, make sure y'all put, if you have your handle, or if you create a handle, I know some people go incognito and they don't want to know who they are. I mean, we got some people that have the name like such and such, and it's like not even close to their real name, which that's okay with me, just as long as we know who gets it. You know, David Gilmour does watch his show every night. David Gilmour from Pink Floyd, he watches this show every night, but he's under a fake name. So, you know, y'all will never know it's David Gilmour. Okay, here we go. We got Badfinger Straight Up. This is $29.99. Great record. Lee Holko, Sterling. It only had one reissue in the 90s. $29.99. $29.99. Lorindo Almeida Acapulco 22. $19.99. Tower Records. Big Country. Peace in Our Time. Big Country's $24.99. And Peter Frampton, I'm In You, $9.99. Vicious Rumors and Beatles. Beatles is at $25 with Mike Torres. $25 with Mike Torres. Our next Japanese pressing is Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock. Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock. This is a $35 start. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. There's the cover and Obi. King Elvis from RCA. Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw. Allman Brothers is $19.99. We have Tres Hombres by ZZ Top. Blue London label, clean, $34.99. Is Vicious Rumors really not going to get a bid? Final call for a $30 start. The Beatles just has one bid for $25. Costello's a $35 start. These are all best offer. New vintage. Steve Martin's $14.99. Bowie changes. A 76 OG tan label, $34.99 for Bowie. And Asia Alpha, sealed, unopened, $24. I just took another drink of this blue raspberry over here, and I'm getting kind of wired. ABBA Greatest Hits is sealed. That's a club edition. Another sealed record, $24.99. And then Cheap Trick at Budokan with the booklet. Cheap Trick is $24.99. Cheap Trick. John didn't put some of these in new sleeves. I don't know what's up with that. I got to get on to him. New sleeves, John, please. Also, Johnny Paycheck, New York Town. Johnny Paycheck is $24.99. And then Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Wow, nice copy. Columbia 2i label, $34.99. So Beatles at 30, Vicious Rumors 30, Vicious Rumors 30. So Jeff Brindley has it for 30. Andy McLean, you tied them. Now over here, Beatles is at 30. And final call on Costello. Early Steppenwolf, Live at the Matrix, 67, $24.99. The Best of Sam Cooke, a 2018 sealed copy, $24.99. 2018 sealed copy, $24.99. And then Raymond Johnson on Black Sabbath. Raymond, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, or no, Chad, I'm not. How could you could have forgot my name? But either way, thank you on Black Sabbath. That's sold to him. Green vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Also, we have Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, $14.99. And Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, Joe Walsh is $19.99. David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. David Lee Roth is $34.99. Traffic is an early 80s press classic, $24.99. Raymond's a first-time buyer. So thank you and welcome to CollectCo. Just go over to our main Facebook page, our DMs, and send us a message. We need your email address. We need your email address and your mailing address, okay? We need your email address and your mailing address. Email address and mailing address. We'll invoice you on Monday. In the meantime, you can keep buying. $8 and limited shipping, okay? Next thing is Matt Shepard on SC, and that was for Sam Cooke. Great decision there. Vicious Rumors is at 35 now, which means Jeff's out, Andy McLean's out, and now Mike Torres has the Beatles for 35, which means Bob Panozniak's out, and that means Elvis Costello is a buy it now for $35. Elvis Costello, a buy it now for just $35. And some may say, Chad, that's a steal. I think it is too. That is sold to him for $35, okay? That's done. And then over here, we got Beatles at 40, and then Condition David Lee Roth. Everything in here should be and is EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, That is no different for that one. Very nice. Let's move back over Vicious Rumors. Beatles is at 40. Sheila E., The Glamorous Life, $24.99. And nice. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. Clean copy, $34.99 on that. Our next Japanese pressing is Cream, and this is known as White Snake, Come and Get It. Never mind. Here's our next Japanese record. This is White Snake's Come and Get It. White Snake is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Very nice. It does have a scuff here. Can I change my mind? I was wondering why this one was different. $35 start on this. It is EX by Japanese standards. $35 on that. Beatles is at $45. Vicious Rumors out. Speaking of Meatloaf, he does vocals on this album with Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent Free for All, $14.99. ABBA The Visitors is $19.99. And Village People Go West. This includes the poster, $19.99. David Lee Roth is $34.99. Jerry Jeff, as in Jerry Jeff Walker, is $19.99. And Foreigner, Head Games, Dirty White Boy, $19.99. Vicious Rumor, the next thing over here is this is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinslow Jr. for $35. The Beatles is at $45. Bob Panozniak's out. And then Bob's back in at $46. And now David Lee Roth is sold to Tim Rory. Whitesnake is a Japanese press. No Obi, EX on the vinyl, $35 start on that. And now our next auction is, let me figure out what this one everybody keeps asking about because I don't know what that is. Here it is, Reanimator. Reanimator, Condemned to Eternity. This is it. A 1990 UKOG VG original inner sleeve, $20 start on Reanimator. Nice. And then next is Foreigner 15 to Robin Glenn. Done. And my crate's pretty much full, so let me swap out. After I show you, I fell into a burning ring of fire. Johnny Cash. The flames went higher, and it burned. The ring of fire. The ring of fire. I'm going to have to do some condensing. Let me put these Japanese pressings in this crate. That freed up this. All right. All right, so 24, Beatles 48, Beatles 50. Condition, VG. VG on that one. Next, Joe Walsh, The Smoke You Drink, The Play You Get, $19.99. Don Williams, Expressions. Don Williams is $9.99. Boy, that looked nice. Elton John, an RCA reissue of Honky Chateau, and I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Rocket Man. Norah Jones, Come Away With Me. Interesting. A 2004 pressing. Norah Jones, $49.99. And then Benny King, interesting here as well. Clarion label, Young Boy Blues. Benny King, nicer copy, $19.99. Johnny Cash was $24.99. And then over here, Marshall Tucker, Searching for a Rainbow, $14.99 on that one. And we got Melanie. Melanie is $9.99. And we got Wichita Lineman is still on the line. Glenn Campbell, $9.99. And Johnny Paycheck, Armed and Crazy. The third of Johnny Paychecks tonight that we don't get too often, $24.99. Whitesnake's a no bid, a $35 buy now for Whitesnake. Come and get it. Whitesnake, come and get it. If you want it, here it is. Come and get it. That's a different song. That song I'm singing is written by Paul McCartney, as made famous by Badfinger. All right, there's that. Whitesnake. Am I doing CDs tonight? No. If we do anything bonus tonight, it's going to be Miscellaneous again and 45s. Could I find some CDs? Yeah, but we're working on clearing off this table. Post more posters, randomness, autographs, comics, and 45s mostly. All right, let's go back to the top. Beatles 55, Reanimator 35, Beatles out, Whitesnake 30, sold to Chad Snyder for $30, and then hold on a second. Tom Sullivan on Norah Jones and Tom Sullivan on Johnny Paycheck. And Matt Shepard, you were second on Paycheck. And the Beatles, I think I seen an out. Sold to Bob Panozniak for $55. Reanimator is at $35 with Big Scary Dave. $35 on that. We have ABBA Super Trooper for $19. Elton was $19.99. Santana Abraxas, a Holland press. Interesting. A Holland press, $29.99 on that. Georgia Satellite self-titled, Keep Your Hands to Yourself, $34. Willie, Redheaded Stranger, Grammy award-winning country album from Willie Nelson. Very nice copy. Early 80s press, $39. And Tonight There's Gonna Be a Jailbreak. Thin Lizzy, $34.99. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. Dong. Dong. Yeah, the boys are back in town. True Life Confessions, Mother's Day at the Marquee Live. $7 start. I don't know what that is. True Life Confessions, Mother Days at the Marquee, $7 start. All right. Hey, the other night we was going through $6.99 records, and guess what I let slip through? Sex Pistols. Sex Pistols for $6.99 because I was flying through them, and I was like, guys, I don't know what's in here, but whatever is in here, it's going to be $6.99. We just boom, 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 boom. And I was like, I don't know what this is, but here it is. And oh, wait a minute, it's the Sex Pistols. And of course, there was 30 claims for it. All right, let me touch my toes. Oh gosh. Oh, my poor knees. They're like, Chad, we need replaced. We've done our duty for the first 30 years of your life. You need some new ones for the last 30. All right, our next Japanese auction. I hope y'all ready. We still got some killer stuff in here. Holy moly, cream, live cream. Ra-da-da-da-dun-dun. That song's not even on here, but this is live cream. Very nice, near mint minus and pristine. Over here, we have a gatefold jacket with Obi cream, $35 start on this. Next thing is Reanimator 37, Reanimator 30. Dave Ferguson on Thin Lizzy for 30. Dave's got 30, and then Reanimator 50. I'm glad your version of these songs out on vinyl. Are you kidding me? People love these versions. Every time I've sung a song on any album in here, people have bought it. I've got the voice of a enchanted angel sent down from heaven with a mix of Chris Cornell and Robert Plant. Okay, I'm just going to read these titles, and we got another crate to get into. Hope you're all ready. Badfinger, if you need a price, let me know. Lorindo Almeida, Big Country, Peter Frampton, Allman Brothers, ZZ Top, Steve Miller, David Bowie, Asia, ABBA, Cheap Trick, Johnny Paycheck, Johnny Cash, Steppenwolf, Simon and his friend Garfunkel, Joe Walsh, Traffic, Sheila E., AC Ducey, and Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent, Free For All. Somebody mentioned Meatloaf earlier. Meatloaf appears on there. Reanimator, Reanimator, Reanimator. Andy McLean has it for 40. Brett Mylan has it for 50. Nobody bid on True Life Confessions. Buy it now for $7. Cream is a $35 start. Okay? We have Badfinger, $39.99, straight, $29.99. $29.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Brand new arrivals. ABBA, Village People, Jerry Jeff Walker, Joe Walsh, Don Williams, Elton John, Ben E. King, Johnny Cash, Marshall Tucker, Melanie, Glenn Campbell, ABBA, Santana, George Satellites, and Willie Nelson. David Bowie was $34.99. That was Changes One, the original 76 tan label, Indianapolis, $34.99. I don't mind stealing bread from Seth. We have Sheila E., and Sheila E. is going to go up right here. Where are you, Sheila? The Glamorous Life is $24.99. Next is Badfinger 20, Cash 18. Which Johnny Cash? There's a couple in here now. There's Ring of Fire for 24, and then I think we had Folsom Prison for 34. Okay, Badfinger 20. Badfinger 22. I'm going to do the old famous $2 bump on you. Reanimators at 55. No one's bid on Cream, not even David Johnson. That's a $35 star. Sheila E. 24. Badfinger penning for 22. Cash penning for 18. What was the second Johnny Cash? That was at Folsom Prison for 34. Okay, Mark V says he'll take Sheila E. Eddie Bruce says he'll take Badfinger for 22. What have I done with it? Right here. Okay. Next is Paula, Ring of Fire. Jeff Church claimed Ring of Fire. He offered 18. Jeff, Here's what I'll do. I was just clarifying. Somebody's already offered more, but I'll just ask for $2 more, 20 bucks, and even 20 on that. If not, Paula said she'll take it for full price, but now I've got to sell it to her for 20. So that leaves the only records that was asked about was David Bowie, Johnny Cash. That's the only two left that was asked about. Folsom Prison is 34. I think that was OG Label too. OG Label, beautiful. And then Changes, 34, Tan Label. Okay. Sealed Asia, sold to Ed and Riviera for 20. Done. Okay. Reanimators at $58. That's still getting bids. I'm going to change crates because we got to go into this new one that Laura has marked. Then there's 2 more John crates, another crate Laura's marked, and then we got 30,000 other new arrivals. If you count everything in this bin, there's about 3 million new arrivals. Jeff Church is get Ring of Fire. Okay, Rick Maggers offered 30 for Folsom Prison, sold. Okay. Nobody bid on Cream, a $35 buy it now. Nobody bid on Cream, a $35 buy it now. New crate. Great titles in there. We sold about half of them. I'd love for somebody to say, you know what, Chad? It's Friday night. I've had a little bit too much of the old Jack Daniels over here. Just go ahead and give me everything left in that crate. I'll just take them all. What an amazing, beautiful selection of vinyl. And I love Collectco. I love you. And what I'm going to do is just go ahead and take everything in that crate. Y'all are going to like this crate. This is a wide variety Laura crate. Okay? Priced as marked. No more, no less. No more, no less. No more, no less. All right? Over here. I'm reading what Tanner sent me. And then Laura says, can I show the new vinyl first? Laura asks, Laura shall receive. She says, please show a little bit of new vinyl I ordered first. Can't let down Laura. She says, even more new vinyl from Laura. A lot of on sale. Yeah, 2 of our distributors, I know one of them that she's got this stuff from, they have been running some sales. That's why those toolbox sets, and by the way, I probably need, Laura, can you see if those toolbox sets are still on sale? And if they are, just say yes. And then I might tell you right now how many to go ahead and just order, okay? Because I hadn't done that yet, and I don't want them, A, to sell out, and I don't want them to raise the price. Because they have formulas, and after they get to a certain inventory number, they put it back up at full price. They basically just try to sell off some, then they'll bump it back up, okay? Reanimator. Reanimator is sold to, that's after a long battle, Brett Mylin for $58, okay? Next thing is this. We have, I don't know, Bloodlust. No, they're the other distributor, the 2-day distributor. Bloodlust, 86 USOG with insert, Guilty of Sin. Bloodlust is an 86 USOG with insert, $35. $35 for Bloodlust. Okay, next auction is Warriors. Warriors is an 84 US Canadian OG, never was released in the United States, $25. And Cream is sold to Shane Laydote for $30. Okay? All right. Here we go, here we go. There's 2 more, and then we need another Japanese for David Johnson. He's starting to get angry. I'm going to go ahead and log in over here as well, Laura. I'll go ahead and do it, because I think one of these places I can hit one button and I'm logged in. The other one I have to type it in like 3 times. All right. Here we go. Next Japanese auction. Let me set the Laura crate back down here below me. Let's find one David Johnson needs. I know he doesn't have this. Save the Children soundtrack from Motown. Save the Children soundtrack for $35. 2 LP, Save the Children, with the poster. Let's take a look at that. Really cool here. Save the Children, Sammy Davis Jr., Cannonball Adderley, Ramsey Lewis, The Temptations, Bill Withers, Quincy Jones, Marvin Gaye. Save the Children, $35, okay? there's this, and there's this. Watch me get cursed by the toolboxes again. Okay, good. How many do I need to order? I see them. Okay, there we go. All right, then I'm going to show them here live, see if anybody else wants one. Okay, we have Lady Gaga, Dawn of Chromatica. Lady Gaga, $19.99. These are all new and sealed. This is the Mars Volta, $29.99. The Mars Volta, I think it's just called the new album, or has it actually got a title? Mars Volta is $29.99. Also, Echo and the Bunnymen. This is Crocodile, $24.99 for Echo and the Bunnymen. And I've got 2 copies of Casey Musgrave's Star-Crossed, and Star-Crossed is $24.99. So over here, the update on the auctions, we had Blood at $35, and that was Bloodlust from Metal Blade Records, $35. Warrior, the last bid on Warrior was a $25 start no bid, or Warriors. That's what the cover looks like. Another metal record, $25 start on that. And then Save the Children's a $35 start. We have Coheed and Cambria, and this is $34.99, $34.99. It is Mars Volta's self-titled, technically their second newest album. So self-titled. Echo, Soda Patrifu. Cool stuff Laura's ordered here, and about everything in here is like on sale. So one of my distributors is running a sale on Tool Fear Inoculum. These are originally $189.99. I'm going to be selling them next week for $99.99. $99.99 for Tool Fear Inoculums. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got 11 sold. I'm going to go ahead and order 12 right now. Does anybody else want a Tool Fear Inoculum for $99.99, the 5 LP box set? The 3 LP is like still $76. 5 LP box, who wants one for $99.99? Amazing stuff. Fear Inoculum box set, $99.99, okay? That's the on sale price. Next thing is Hailstorm, Back from the Dead. I don't think we've ever had this one. Hailstorm is $24.99. And then Lady Gaga, Mayhem. Lady Gaga is $49.99. That is Mayhem, $49.99 for that one. That's still relatively new. And then this is Chloe, C-H-L-O-E, and the Next 20th Century, Father John Misty. Father John Misty, the artist on that one, $29.99. All right, so Bloodlust is officially sold to Gabe. Who is Gabe2528 on YouTube? Are you new? I'm not for sure. And then that is sold to you for $35. And then we have Warriors. What is the Warriors album? Warriors is called Warriors, self-titled. It's a $25 start. Andy McLean is in. Somebody just asked about it. And then Save the Children is sold to Dan White for $35. Let's get that in a new sleeve for Dan White. This is all brand new stuff. We have a pre-owned crate coming up next with some really good looking stuff in it, just FYI, okay? All right, that's Gabe Valles, okay? That's what I was about to say. I wanted to make sure. Now Warrior does have a bid, and then Patrick C. Smith wants a Casey Musgraves Star-Crossed Lover. Next auction is Blackout Evil Game. Blackout Evil Game. This is an 84 Euro OG EX edition, $25 start on that. And then there's a few more left in here. Hold on one second, Natasha. Clips, Let God Sort Them Out. Clips is $34.99. This is Sabrina Carpenter. This is Fruitcake by Sabrina Carpenter, $34.99. And Lady Gaga, The Fame. And I always mention that one has Poker Face on it, one of her biggest songs, $39.99. High Tide is a Japanese pressing with Obi, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine, $35 on that. Warriors is sold to Andy McLean for $25. And then Blackout Evil Game is an 84 Euro Original Roadrunner, $25 on that. Okay, and then let's go over here and grab another Japanese pressing. The next one I have for us is Live Cream Volume 2. I like the track listing on this one even better. Beautiful copy here, $35 start. Okay. And then Blackout has a bid as well. So Natasha said she wants a bundle deal on everything minus Mayhem. She already has the Lady Gaga, and that was through Clips. So if you still need Clips, Sabrina, and the other Lady Gaga, let me know. Mark Weiss is also going to get one. And Natasha, I can do 10% off if you buy one of each of the rest of these. So that would be Chloe by Father John Misty. That would be Hailstorm, and that would be Coheed and Cabria, and then that would be Casey Musgraves. That would be Echo and the Bunnymen, the Mars Volta, and the first Lady Gaga was Chromatica. Okay, everything except Fame. Okay, so all these are sold to Natasha. Bundle deal on one of each of all these: Father John Misty, Hailstorm, Coheed and Cabria, Casey Musgraves, Echo and the Bunnymen, Mars Volta, and the other Lady Gaga. Give her a 10% discount for buying all of those. We usually do that on new vinyl if somebody wants a big lot, like one each of everything. About the only time I've ever done that is Natasha, because she's buying like one each of everything. The other Lady Gaga is sold to Tom Sullivan. That's Fame. And then that leaves the following. Chromatica. Somebody just asked about this. You did get that. And Pam Murray, that was Lady Gaga Chromatica, $19.99. And some of these are pretty discounted. So let's start from the front. Sabrina Carpenter Fruitcake, $34.99. Clips is called Let God Sort 'Em Out. That's $34.99. The newest Lady Gaga, Fame, $49.99 on that one. And then Chromatica is $19.99. Father John Misty's $29.99. Hailstorm, $24. Coheed and Cabria Vaxxus 2 is $34. And Mars Volta's $29. Blackout got a bid for $25 and $30 with Mike Straws. So Annie McLean, you're out. And then Live Cream Volume 2 is a near mint minus and pristine, $35 start on that. Our next auction is Hex, Hexx, Under the Spell. And Hex is an 86 USOG VG Plus condition. Let's go ahead and start Hex for $25. Ken Crooker does get Hailstorm, and Pam Murray on Chromatica, okay? And she also wanted one each of the last ones I called too, okay? So also make sure she gets in her 10% off bundle, Clips and the other Sabrina Carpenter, okay? We can do that, so put that with her. So now it should be, let's see, it should have started right there. Father John Misty, Hailstorm, Coheed, Casey, Echo, Mars, Lady Gaga, and then Sabrina, and then Clips. And then the other Lady Gaga was sold to Tom. Was it Tom? Yeah, Tom Sullivan. Hailstorm just sold to Ken Crooker. Pam Murray got Chromatica. And then Rolling Stones is sold to Dylan Morgan. Dylan, you've bought from us before, right? That's sold to you for $30. Hex has a bid. He's out on Blackout. So this is sold for $30 to Mike Straws. Cream, about to be about now, and Hex just got a bid. Okay. There we go. Well, that's how you obliterate a new crate of Laura vinyl. The only thing left is Sabrina Carpenter, Clips, Gaga, her newest album, Father John Misty, Coheed, and Mars Volta. And if anybody else decides you want on a waiting list, some of these are on sale. Some of these are on sale, and they might not be those prices again. From here, let's see, I think from here back, those are probably discounts, especially on usually Coheed and Cabria stuff is about $10, $15 more than that. So some of those are on sale. And then, let me go ahead and submit this order for Fear Inoculum. New Rob Zombie. I remember Laura posting a pre-order for that. Is that the kind of the gray and white cover? If so, then I don't think those came in. All right, and then here's the new Laura crate. Dylan Morgan's a first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome to Coletco. Just do me a favor. If you're on YouTube, there's two ways you can register. The easiest way is to click on the link of this video. That will take you to our website. It's in the description of this video. It's a first-time buyer form. Just fill that out. We'll invoice you on Monday. The other way is if you have Facebook, you can go, you can DM us. You can DM us on Facebook. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't have a DM system, which I think is crazy. The day YouTube gets a DM system, we'll be able to sell a lot more records, but they don't. So no DMs on YouTube. However, you can fill out that first-time buyer form, or you can send us a DM over on Facebook. Sorry for any confusion. Striper Christmas album. Let me check over here. Striper. I hadn't checked my cart today. Let's see. We're about to go through an awesome lower crate here. It says Striper is due December 5th, and I think that's pushed back, right? It was a different date, I think. All right, here we go. Let me take a drink of this. Yeah, Mayhem's 49. All right, cream is a bite now for $35. Live cream volume 2. 35 on that. Yeah, it looks like it's been bumped back. I'll make sure it's the same one because now there's 3 different variants it's showing. So I'll try to get an answer on that tonight when I'm ordering stuff. I didn't order anything last night. I went home and went straight to bed after I got all my business done here. But it still was like 8 o'clock in the morning. And I didn't even order new vinyl. That's what's been messing me up. I've been trying to, about the time I should be going to bed, I've been opening my laptop to order vinyl, which takes at least an hour or 2. And then it's been like 10 o'clock, and I set my alarm for 3 or 4, and that leaves me about 4 or 5 hours to get good sleep, and that's why I've been a zombie. Okay. This is a buy it now if anybody wants it. Those are unimportant details based on this stuff here we're about to sell. So there's Hex. David Baber has it for $28. It's a final call. I've got Juggernaut, and Juggernaut is Trouble Within. A 1987 US with 2 inserts, Metal Blade Records, $25. Do I have Motown Christmas? Not anywhere close to me, no. Can you get Guitar Instrumental Christmas album called Merry Xmas? I'm not for sure, but I can make a note, or we can check right now. These are all new arrivals. Laura's marked them just moments ago. These are straight price. Who's ready? I'm ready. I hope y'all are ready because I think this is going to be a good one. Vince Guaraldi Trio, Charlie Brown on green vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. This is Francis Battistelli, This Christmas, sealed Francis, $14.99. And Dolly Parton, Home for Christmas, $24.99. Dolly. That album originally came out as a club only in the 90s. Tough to get. That is a reissue, $24.99. Next Japanese pressing. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. I don't know what I've been told. A big leg woman ain't got no soul. Dun, 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 dun. Led Zeppelin 4. A Japanese pressing. Really nice. About the only thing I see wrong with it is there's a couple spots of humidity damage on the obi. Led Zeppelin 4, nice copy. $45 start for Led Zeppelin. Okay, Charlie Brown is So to Recall. That is So to Recall. Next is Dean Martin, Winter Wonderland. White vinyl, Dean Martin, $19.99. Bob Dylan, Christmas in the Heart. Sealed Bob Dylan Christmas album, $19.99. Suffocation, Breeding the Spawn. Suffocation, blue vinyl, death metal, $19.99. Black Label Society, Mafia. This is on red vinyl, $24.99. Black Label Society, Mafia. Ozzy, Patient Number 9. Ozzy's on violet vinyl, sealed, just $24.99 for Ozzy. Nice. So the last thing I remember reading off was the following. David Baber bid $28 on Hex. Ed Rivera bid $30 on Hex. David Baber bid $31 on Hex. Juggernaut got a bid for $25. Hex got a bid for $33. Juggernaut got a bid for $26. Master Moss 666 on Suffocation. Samuel Kopage on Martin. And Martin was Dean Martin, so to Samuel Kopage. Tom Sullivan second on Odino. The TBI Music Room was next on Dean Martin. Ed Riviera on Mafia, Black Label Society. Hex is at $35. Matt Shepard got Bob Dylan. Scott Savaki's next on Suffocation. Dwayne Vick next on Dean Martin. Paula over on YouTube gets Ozzy. Quick update on our auctions. That means Hex is at $35. Juggernaut's at $26. And Led Zeppelin is just a $35 start. I should have said a $45 start this late. for an unadvertised Japanese P-10125A. This is a reissue, probably 75 or 77, but it's beautiful. Next, Testament, the first strike, still deadly, $29.99 with bonus 45, a 2018. I don't recall ever seeing that one. I don't. That's not available in print for sure. Entombed, left-hand path, not pain, path. I used to say pain. Black vinyl, 2017, $19.99. Ken Crooker on Testament. So to Ken Crooker, Testament. Dust Bolt, Trapped in Chaos. Dust Bolt is thrash, $14.99. And Crypt Sermon, The Ruins of a Fading 8. Doom Metal, $34.99. Okay, so Ken got Testament, Hex 38, Hex 40, Juggernaut 28, Garrett Seipert on E for Entombed, Richard Davis second on Testament, Hiram next on Testament, Bradley next on Entombed, Edwin next on Testament, Zeppelin has a bid for 35, Deckerman on D for Dust Bolt, Edwin, Mike Straw's next on Dust Bolt. Hex is at 43, and Ed Revere on Crypt Sermon. Okay? So first thing is Hex is at 45, Juggernaut's at 30, and Led Zeppelin is a final call for $35, one bid. Judas Priest, Invisible Shield, $24.99, black vinyl. Lady Gaga, The Fame, $29.99. Laura loves Lady Gaga. 4-heart rating, $29.99. 4-heart rating. We just had those new and sealed. There's another one if you missed out on the other ones. Alex Lifeson, you may know him as the guitarist from Rush. Victor, sealed for $29.99. Great price on those. Those new would be about $45. Van Halen, sealed, $24.99. Might as well jump. Bob Riger on Judas Priest. So to Riger. Mike Straw second. Tim Rory third. Ed Riviere fourth. Paula fifth. Last bid on Hex was David Baber at $46. Last bid on Juggernaut was 32, and Led Zeppelin has a new bid. Wow. So everything's still getting bids. Hex 46, Hex 46, Juggernaut 32, Led Zeppelin 36. The first bidder on Led Zeppelin was Patrick Smith. You was outbid on Led Zeppelin. Dwayne Vick on Van Halen. By the way, Alex Lyson has bonus tracks that wasn't on the original CD version. So that was the first time that was ever on vinyl. Him and Getty pretty much put out reissue solo albums at the same time. Dear Universe. The band is Felicity. Pop punk metalcore. Felicity, $29.99. Tom Sullivan on Alex Lifeson. And Taylor Swift. That is called Taylor Swift. $24.99. And let's definitely not forget Laura Loves Taylor. And folks, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I seeing 5 hearts there, Laura? A 5-heart rating for Tay-Tay. $24.99. We have Felicity, so did Natasha. Patrick, you were second on Alex, but you are back in on Zeppelin at 40. So Maggers, you've been outbid. My Chemical Romance, May Death Never Stop You. Greatest Hits. Wow, that's not in print anymore. $24.99, green vinyl. I've never seen that unless I didn't realize that was a Greatest Hits album. My Chemical Romance, $24.99, Greatest Hits. Lacuna Coil, $34.99, white and black splatter. Rob Zombie, American Made Music to Strip By. That is sealed, $24.99. Fallout Boy, Take This to Your Grave, a 20th anniversary blue vinyl, $24.99 for Fallout Boy. Next, H out, and so right now the only thing pending, Hex is about to sell for 48, Juggernaut's about to sell for 32, and Zeppelin's at 40, which means Rick Maggers, you've been outbid. Okay? We sold F, we sold Alex, and Natasha got My Chemical Romance. Sean Miller was second. Steven on Rob Zombie. Natasha got Lacuna Coil. Taylor is in fact opened, $24.99. But I'm pretty sure we have these in stock sealed if you're looking for a sealed one. But that one is pre-owned at $24. Matt next on Rob Zombie. I'm going to show 2 more records, and I'm cleaning the auction board and putting up new auctions before we finish this great Laura crate. Harry Styles, Fine Line, just $17.99 with poster. And Circa Survive, Juntuna. Pale Blue, Black Splatter, $29.99. Hex. Hex is sold to Ed Riviera for $48. Juggernaut is sold. Andy McLean, $32. Led Zeppelin is sold to Patrick C. Smith for $40. Right on. Man, I'm surprised Sean Lee Hooker didn't bid on that. Bids on like every Led Zeppelin record. Boy, I need some chapstick after this crate. Holy moly. Come on, Burt's Bees. Come on, Burt's Bees. Mark Stanley on Circa Survive. Natasha was second. All right, let's pause there for 3 new auctions. Armed Forces. Folks, we still got thrash metal coming up. Armed Forces, Let There Be Metal. That's a pretty cool cover, honestly. Armed Forces, Let There Be Metal. It is in VG minus condition. It's a $5 start. 84 OG Armed Forces, Let There Be Metal. $5 start. Next, Japanese pressing. I got some stuff in here we've already sold, and so I'm about to make some things a buy it now. Let me find something different. I'm trying to do all the different ones first. I think everything left in here we've had at least one time except for one record. I think everything in here we've had at least once except this one. Something a little bit different. The Spinners. Motown Superstar Series, which is like a greatest hits. A $35 start on that. And then let's do one more from the surprise bin, which hadn't been pulled out of in hours. And let's put up Ace Frehley, Fraley's Comic. Ace Frehley, Fraley's Comic. I said it both differently. An 88 OG Near Mint Minus, $20 start for Ace. Let's continue this crate. Queens of the Stone Age, rated R. Sealed, $24.99. Laura loves Queens of the Stone Age. Bad Vibrations, $59.99. A Day to Remember. Oh my goodness. Laura just delivered another crate. Oh boy. $59.99 for A Day to Remember. She just dropped off another one like this. Oh boy. Hold on a second. Oh, that was my knuckles getting readjusted. Whoa. Hope everybody's had their cup of coffee for the night. Goodness gracious. Oh, wow. I got out of breath all of a sudden. Okay, so first thing we had was Armed Forces. 5, 5, 5, 11, 6, 8, 15, out. Gregory got Queens of the Stone Age. My crate is full. My crate is full. Mark Stanley on Bad Vibrations, $59.99. Limited edition 2016 OG. That was sold to Mark Stanley, $59.99. Natasha was next. Ace is at $20. Ace is out. Mark Stanley says, give A Day to Remember to Natasha. Natasha, you're going to get A Day to Remember, okay? You're going to get A Day to Remember. So first thing, Armed Forces, $25. Spinners, that's the new high bid. Spinners is at $35. And Ace Frehley has a bid. Wait a minute. Hold up. I just realized we got 2 AFs. We got 2 AFs. Armed Forces and Ace. Please, if you're bidding on Ace, put Ace, okay? Because there's two AFs. There's Armed Forces, right? Yeah, Armed Forces and Ace Frehley. Make sure you put Ace. It's an 88 USOG specialty press, near mint minus, okay? I'm showing one more record, then I got to swap out crates. We're not done with this one. Amberlin convicted. Limited to 1,500 on purple vinyl. Amberlin is $29.99. Now I got to swap out crates. We'll go right into the other one, lower marked, right after this. Holy moly, Batman. Good gracious. Holy moly, Batman. Good gracious. Coheed and Cabria. Coheed, Cabria. I'm looking at these autograph posters. We just bought a bunch of autograph posters on that trip. This is the newest stuff, by the way, from Houston. And I messed up last night and did not take a picture of all these records. I am terrible about posting new collections. So we have a social media account on Facebook with 30-something thousand followers now, our Instagram and YouTube. And I don't even post anymore that we've bought collections. And so I think by now, most of y'all just assume that about every week we're acquiring thousands of albums here. And I am terrible. I used to, as soon as a new collection would come in, I would post pictures and do videos. But it's such a hassle because people think that stuff's for sale the next night or we're going to sell it that night. So just so y'all know, every night there's new stuff here. And about every week, we're acquiring some kind of collection. And sometimes we'll go to a place like Houston and buy 12,000 new records. And just for anybody out there that doesn't know this, we're getting new stuff every night. There's auctions for 7 hours. There's crates full of great stuff. It's every night, okay? So I've got to resituate this stuff over here and let everybody know, hey, we just bought a new collection. I forgot to take a picture. They had it all nice and stacked before they started tearing into it, and I forgot to snap a picture. Okay, sorry for the delay. I had to change out crates. Ace 20, Ace 20, Ace 20, Ace 30. So Ace is at 30. Amberlin is sold to Natasha. Okay, so here's the high bid. Armed Forces is at 25 of Andy McLean. Ace is at 30 with TBI Music Room. Next is Korn, Follow the Leader. $24.99 for Korn. This is $24.99 for Magdalena Bay. I think I just butchered that title, but it's Orchid Colored Vinyl. And Laura loves let me try to do this justice. Magdalena Bay, $24.99. Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad, and the note from Laura is all bangers. Even Under My Umbrella, $24.99. We have Weezer on Blue Galaxy colored vinyl, and all analog remaster of Weezer on blue vinyl, $29.99. And we're ending with Funkadelic, nice, purple vinyl, Funkadelic is $29.99. Okay, so Ace, can you remind me, TBI, it's not showing your name anymore, it's just showing your handle. Can you remind me your name again? Because it's took away your name and Facebook messed us up this week. I know you've been buying from us. That's sold to you for $30. Armed Forces is sold for $25 to Andy McLean. I lost a couple people on that, but it's gone. This is sold to Andy. Let's tag these last few. Let's read through these again. New auctions, and then we're going to go right into the other one. She's done, okay? Spinners for Jackie. The Spinners track list is It's a Shame. Well, we've made it. Truly Yours. Together we can make such sweet music. What more could a boy ask for? I'll always love you for all we know. In My Diary. Message from a Black Man. And that's what girls are made for. Final Call. Looking for a 35. That's Brian's Music Room. Thank you. Brian's Music Room. Kelly Vladicek got Rihanna. Kelly Vladicek on Weezer. And Gregory on Funkadelic. It's on Westbound Records. Westbound Records, the Essential Reissue Series from the original music. Classic Westbound Masters restored and remastered with care. Experience Funkadelic's groundbreaking 1970 debut in Full Cosmic Glory, Ultraviolet, Purple Colored Vinyl. And that is sealed $29.99 on original music. If you change your mind, let me know. Let's read through those again. And now two more auctions. Okay? And then we got this next record. It looks very metal. It's called Mekong Delta. It's prog metal thrash, 87 OG from Germany. Mekong Delta. $15 start on that. And then our next auction is going to be pulled from the Japanese crate. And David, I'll run some of the reruns. And some of these are still pretty popular, though. Like Wham! Music from the Edge of Heaven. Now, when I say reruns, it's like, I know we've had this before on Japanese vinyl, but it's one of our best sellers ever. All these Wham! Albums. $35 start on that. Here's what's left in here. Francis Battistelli. B-A, 2 T's, an I, an S-T-E, 2 L's, and an I. This Christmas, $14.99. Dolly Parton, Home for Christmas, $24.99. Lady Gaga, The Fame, $29.99. Can I return my Fear Inoculum? Ryan, I was shocked to see those were on sale for that cheap. I mean, maybe not so much shocked because I knew they've been in print for a while, but when I saw those were marked down to where I could sell them for $100 and still make a pretty good margin, knowing I'm going to eat some money on the shipping, I was like, whoa, because that just never happens. Tool is not usually one to mark down their stuff that cheap. Usually Tool stuff is like top price all the time. Spinners is a buy now for $35. And then Mekong Delta, it is VG Plus. Wham's a $35 start. Jackie gets Dolly out of the crate. Spinners is a $35 buy it now. We got Fallout Boy, Take This to Your Grave. 20th anniversary blue vinyl, $24.99. Taylor Swift, self-titled, $24.99. Tim McGraw, Picture to Burn, Teardrops on My Guitar. And by the way, for those that are Taylor Swift collectors, I do have a set, I think one set left of her Record Store Day singles. That was the ones that I've sold to Guy Shard about 3 times over now. They're not cheap. They're, I think they're on Discogs right now for about $500 a piece. I had 3 and 4 full sets at one time, so I don't bring those out. They're literally locked up in our safe right now, so they don't get damaged or lost because they're expensive. Next over here is Harry Styles' Fine Line for $17.99. Korn Follow the Leaders, $24. And Magdalena Bay, exactly, $24.99. I'm going to have to phone a friend on that one. Mercurial World. I'm not good with more than 3 syllables, as y'all know. Okay? And what year is the Taylor Swift? This is... I don't know. Now, this record here, there is no OG pressing of this. So this originally came out CD only in 06. Maybe you can get a 2008. It says 2008, but I think simply there's not a reissue of this. Or an OG. I may be wrong on that, but I've never seen someone say this is the first press. Definitely not on vinyl in 2006 when it originally came out. 2016, Laura said. 2016 was the first time that was ever made on vinyl. Or this is the 2016 version. Boy, if this had came out in vinyl, on vinyl in 2006 or 2008, limited edition, this would be if that existed in an alternate universe, that would, because they wouldn't have made that many. That would be an unbelievably expensive album. I'd be afraid to even know in the alternate universe if she had pressed a limited run of those. That'd be like, it'd be insane probably. Okay, Marsureal. Thank you, Natasha. Wow, Laura's marked another incredible crate here. Todd saw on that. Wham's a no bid, $35 on this. $35 buy it now on this. Wham! Music from the Edge of Heaven. That's a buy it now for $35. I also need a sleeve to put the spinners in. Not many no bids tonight, just a few Japanese pressings. Okay. And then over here, Big Scary Dave, you're out on the Mekong Death. Andy McLean has it for 30. I'm about to sell it to him. This crate here is about to get obliterated too. So if you want to watch something cool, tune in to while we go through this crate of stuff that Laura's marked here, okay? I've got 2 more crates of vintage over here next to me that's never gone through. We'll try to knock out maybe at least one of those, or maybe do another one tomorrow. And what else? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff still around me that's all stacked up so tall and high. I don't know what's what anymore. There's a couple no bids, spinners, whoops, spinners, Wham, Cream, Cool in the Game, Costello. That's our current no bids. I don't know what that stuff is. Okay, who's ready? One more auction right quick. November's Doom. November's Doom, aphotic, A-P-H-O-T-I-C, a 2011 USOG VG Plus condition, a $15 start. What I want to know was, when was the original music from? Old or new? Oh yeah, that's her first album. Sorry about that. Okay. What goodies did Paul bring back? You're looking at them right here. And Chris, I have not looked through them. I will never be able to answer what did Paul buy on a collection. I've always told everybody, you'll have to wait and see by watching every night, 8 hours a night. I have not cracked open the lid. I did last night and I read off about 20 titles. If I went through all these, we'd be over here for what? 7 hours. I'd just be reading off titles. Chris Bryant's like, dang it. That's not the answer I wanted to hear, Chad. I wanted you to tell me everything that's in those tubs, and then so I can go ahead and prepare myself mentally and financially. Taylor Swift, 1989. $24.99. Laura loves Taylor. Blue vinyl, $24.99. Soundgarden, Super Unknown, a 2014 200 gram. Nice. $49.99, 200 gram. The Velvet Underground Collected. This is an unopened music on vinyl pressing, $34.99. Chevelle, The North Corridor, sealed, $19.99. I lost somebody over on Twitch, Big Scary Dave, never heard back from them. This is sold to Andy McLean for $30. That is sold. Over here, November's Doom. November's Doom has 1 bid for $15. Mark Vise on Taylor Swift, sold. Master Ma on Velvet Underground, sold. You know I'm looking for Punk. I know. But see, even if there was, I would have to say I don't know, because if I told you there was, you'd be wanting to buy it, right? So I can't sell it to you. I can't tell you that we have it, and I can't sell it to you. Over here, we have Morning Has Broken by Sabbath, I think that's S-A-B-B-A-T. The only time ever on vinyl. VG minus $5 start. November's Doom 17. We got Soundgarden. We got Chevelle. We got Johnny Cash Icon. Red vinyl. Ring of Fire red vinyl. $19.99. We have Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror. Pearl Jam is $27.99. And Greta Van Fleet is $27.99. That's Battle at Gardens Gate. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Yeah, no, I was just talking about that, how I can't post hot pictures anymore of records because everybody will freak out on me wanting to buy it right away. And I'm like, no, you just got to watch the show. It's all going to eventually sell. It's up to you if you're going to be watching at the right time. It's not like we don't have any trouble selling Punk. There's literally people that would fight each other for it. Hopefully, you're just watching at the right time. November's Doom is at $19. Sabbath has a bid for $10. Kelly Vlodderchek on Johnny Cash. Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam, Rearview Mirror Volume 2. And then somebody was second on Johnny Cash. Over here, we got Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden is sealed. $24.99 on Iron Maiden. And then Light the Torch. Light the Torch is metalcore on white vinyl. You Will Be the Death of Me, $19.99. Sabbath is at $17. November's Doom is at $21. Ken Crooker's out. Our next Japanese pressing is the following, and that is John Cougar Mellencamp, before he slips out of my hand. This is the Lonesome Jubilee, a $25 start. These are all brand new straight price records that Laura has marked. Tim Rory gets Iron Maiden. These are first come, first serve. I still got Soundgarden, Chevelle, Greta Van Fleet, Light the Torch, and here's Foo Fighters. Sealed, single LP, $24.99 on Foo Fighters, and Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Greatest Hits. Joan Jett is sealed, $24.99, and Volbeat, Guitar Gangsters and Cadillac Blood. Volbeat is a limited edition 500, $74.99, and all the good SHI Sum 41 sealed, $24.99. Are we done on Sabbath? It's up to Mike Straws. Are we done on November's Doom? It's up to anybody else. And then John Cougar's a $25 start. First thing is Lewis Kulik on Chevelle. That's sold. Natasha on Light the Torch. And then Mark Weiss on Joan Jett. And I actually think if somebody else wants a Joan Jett, I have another one over here that I thought I was holding for somebody, and then come to find out they didn't need it. We'd already tagged them for one, and it's been over here next to me forever. So I've got another Joan Jett if anybody wants one for same price, $24.99. Black Sabbath Tier. Black Sabbath is sealed, $24.99. Patrick C. Smith isn't on the John Cougar, and he has that right now for $25. Kelly Vlodarchuk on Sum 41. And then we have Craven Idol Forked Tongues, black metal on red vinyl, $17.99. November's Doom is sold to Hiram for $21, and a closer look at Sabbath. So VG minus, usually we make note of fillable marks. It's just got a lot of scuffing. I mean, it looks like it was out of a sleeve for a long time, just kind of tossed around. I mean, you see right in there? I mean, it's got like a lot of surface scuffing. So no fillable marks, it looks like, but it looks like it was laid around without a sleeve for a long time. So it's probably going to play with noise, but if you crank it, I'm sure you can blast that out of there. And Sabbath has a bid for 20. Okay, and then John Cougar has a bid for 25. And then the Soundgarden is a 200 gram from 2014. So 2014 Soundgarden, $49.99, and it's just marked as a reissue, of course, from 14. It's on 200 gram vinyl, though. And then Tyson Morgan on Foo Fighters, and then Sabbath has a new bid for 20. Next is Joshua Headley, Mr. Jukebox. Joshua Headley is sealed, $14.99. And then White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, unopened music on vinyl. That's just $24.99. If those were new, that would be $39.99. And over here, we got Champion Jack Dupree, Blues from the Gutter. That is sealed on Go Vinyl, $24.99. Bradley on Z for Zombie. That's sold to Bradley Smith. Let's put up another auction. And, whoop, that's all the advertised stuff. Sabbath is the last of the hot post of the night. But don't worry, I got a bonus crate over here. And I've got AC/DC going up. Let's Get It Up and Black TNT live. So this is an AC/DC single from 1982, a UK release. The sleeve does have damage. The vinyl's VG+, $5 start for AC/DC. Jeremiah next on Zombie, White Zombie, Ron Eaton third. Sturgill Simpson, A Sailor's Guide to Earth, $19.99. Sturgill Simpson, $19.99. And Third Eye Blind, a collection. Third Eye Blind is sealed, $29.99 for that. And we have Violent Definition, Life Sentence. And that is a thrash album on blue vinyl, $14.99. Who was the other bidder on Sabbath? The other bidder on Sabbath was who? Hoopy. I haven't heard back from Hoopy. Hoopy did go out, my bad. This is sold to Mike Straws for $20, okay? All right, there's that. And then let's jump over here and let's do this. This is all brand new stuff that Laura's marked. Sticker price, no more, no less. Jeremiah Stasich on Sturgill Simpson sold. Stephen Parton on Third Eye Blind sold. And then how much was Craven Idol? And Craven Idol back here, Craven Idol Randall was $17.99. Mike Quadrini on Soundgarden. I haven't heard back from Gregory. I'm assuming that means, Gregory, you're passing. If so, Mike wants that. Ryan, you were next on Third Eye Blind. Paul Cawthron, Room 41, White Vinyl, $19.99. And Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, Raise the Roof, sealed, $24.99. And Slayer, Haunting the Chapel. Slayer is sealed, $29.99. Nobody's been on AC/DC. Final call for 5. Patrick C. Smith gets the John Cougar Mellencamp Japanese press for $25. Let's tag that for him. Very nice. Let's put that away. So Mike Quadrini, you are going to get the Soundgarden. Let's put that away for him. Mike Quadrini, still going through a new lower crate here. AC/DC is a final call, making sure everybody's that for $5. I'm about to bring out a whole crate of OG punk albums. Price is marked. Hope everybody's ready. Let's see who's paying attention to what I just said. See if they acknowledge that I just said I'm going to bring out a whole crate of OG punk albums, straight marked. We have The Beatles, a collection of Beatles oldies, UK Flag Series number 8. Great Beatles comp here. $35 start on the Beatles. It has the insert, the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. We have, can you show the Volbeat again? I can. Volbeat is right back here. This is Guitar Gangsters and Cadillac or Blood. We have Limited Edition 500. And this is Limited Edition 500 on greenish, blackish, yellowish, brownish splatter. $74.99 on that. Okay, the next thing we had was Matt Shepard on PC for Paul Cawthron. That sold. Randall Garwal on the Craven Idol. That sold. And then Paula on YouTube on Slayer. That sold. And then Beatles 35. AC/DC 10. Natasha on SS. That was something already sold, possibly. Natasha SS. And then we have Taken Back Sunday, blue and white vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Mike Quadrini also gets Volbeat. AC/DC is sold to Christina Curtis for $10. The Beatles has a bid with Matt Nichols for $35. That's going once, going twice to Matt Nichols. Let's move that right over here. Kelly Vlodarchek on Taken Back Sunday. That is sold. Also, we got The Cure Pornography. The Cure is sealed. $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right when? Now. And what do we have in the bonus crate? Oh, the bonus crate over here. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? I've got a feeling. My hands felt just like 2 balloons. This is The Wall. A 79 UK first pressing. A UK copy. The first UK copy. Unfortunately, though, heavy scuffing, no fillable marks, but it is VG minus. It does have writing, a $30 start. Next is Mark Stanley on The Cure. Next in the lower crate, Dream Unending, Song of Salvation. Death Doom Metal, colored vinyl, $29.99. What is the Violent record? Violent Definition, Life Sentence, Thrash, $14.99. We're about to sell the Beatles, one bid to Matt Nichols for $35. What about another fabulous Japanese pressing? And that next fabulous Japanese pressing is gonna be, I don't know. I'm looking. Here, we've already done one of these bought now, or we've already sold one of these. Here's another one. Rolling Stones, Big Hit, High Tide, and Green Grass. Great Stones comp. Buy it now price, $35. $35 on Big Hits, High Tide, and Green Grass, okay? I'll just lay that back here. Mother, do you think we'll like the song? Boy, I listened to the podcast with Jack Kelly and Sharon Osbourne. They do not like Roger Waters. Holy moly. Y'all should go listen to that segment. They do not like Roger Waters. Boys Like Girls, though. Love Drunk. And this is limited to 1,500. Boys Like Girls, $34.99. Evanescence, Fallen. Evanescence is on colored vinyl, $22.99 on Evanescence. And Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil is $24.99. And Pussifer, C is for, you can finish it, gold vinyl, Pussifer, just $19.99. And Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, red vinyl, Linkin Park, $24.99. Matt Nichols gets the Beatles for $35. $35. The Beatles sold to Matt Nichols. Sold. All right. There's that. Pink Floyd, a $30 start. UK, but VG minus. There's the Stones. Lucas Patterson on Boys Like Girls. And then And then Dustin Hodges on Lucifer, but he meant Pussifer. Stephen Parton on Lincoln Park. And then Christina on Motley Crue. And we have Kelly Vlodarchek next on Boys. You know what? I've been skipping over it because I didn't know what it was, but I've got an auction. I got an auction record that's been tagged from that band. Let's go look at it. No, this is Girls Against Boys. Okay, never mind. The name of that other band was Boys Like Girls. This one's Girls Against Boys. Okay, never mind. Girls Against Boys, Cruise Yourself. A 1994 USOG VG Plus, a $40 start. Okay. Also, we have The Story So Far, I Want to Disappear. That is on orange and black pinwheel, $29.99. Also, The Essential Wu-Tang Clan. This is sealed, $24.99. So what's the name of the song that I was singing last night? A little bit of this and a little bit of that. What's that one called? Because it's obviously not the name of the title. $24.99 on Wu-Tang. And one more before, there's more left in here though. Let me update all these auctions. Blink-182 is $22.99. Okay, so Lucas needs to put back BLG. That's okay because Kelly Vlodarchek was next. So Kelly, you are going to be getting the Boys Like Girls. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Pink Floyd has one $30 bid. We're about to sell it. And then Kelly gets the BLG that was put back. She also gets The Story So Far. Oh, Tribe Called Quest. Okay, my bad. I got my hip-hop bands mixed up. Mark Stanley on Wu-Tang Clan. And then Blink-182 is sold to Stephen Barton. And Nat Reynolds was next. Laura's like, you rookie. Next thing is Cannibal Corpse, Red Before Black, $29.99. And Taylor Swift Evermore, green vinyl. There is a bend in the corner here. It's got a little ding to it. $19.99. Okay? Pink Floyd is at $30 with Michael Freiberger. The Stones was already a bot now for $35. And Girls Against Boys, final call on that, 94 OG, $40. Budget deal on Taylor because of a bent corner. Not bad. Green vinyl, $19.99. Okay, our next Japanese pressing is Born in the United States of America. Bruce Springsteen, in shrink with Obi, a $35 start. $35 start for Bruce. A second. This one has a scuff on it, I think. Yeah, right here. This one's EX, okay? It's like a perfect disc, and then there's one visible scuff. Let's make Bruce a $25 start. $25 start. This, all right? Let's read through those again. Amazing stuff in here. Not much left. Let me get this thing out of my eye. Okay? Got a lot of stuff in my eyes. All right. Ron Mustaine, you are not going to bed. You are not going to bed. Okay. So, Chris Knapp on GP. And GP was Girls Against Boys. That's about to be a bot now. It's a $40 start. Patrick C. Smith on Cannibal Corpse. Okay, so first thing we have is Greta Van Fleet, The Battle at Garden's Gate. 2 LP, $27.99. $27.99. Evermore, right? Austin or Evanescence. Probably Evermore for Taylor Swift. Sell that to Austin Latham. Greta Van Fleet. Black Sabbath Tear. Now, this had been long out of print. 1990. Sealed, $24.99. Joshua Headley, Mr. Jukebox. Sealed for $14.99. Eric Van Leuven on Tear. Sold. Tyson Stones, $35. He said, Ever No. So you wanted Ever Essence? There was Evermore by Taylor Swift, and then Evanescence, Fallen. Evanescence, maybe not. not Taylor. Maybe he meant Evanescence. The Stones, 25. I've already sold one for 30 to a new buyer tonight, so I would have to have 30 for that one. $30 a buy. And that's my best price, because I've already sold one to a new buyer tonight for 30, Tyson. So Stephen Pardon on Greta Van Fleet. Leslie was second, then Natasha. He does want Evanescence on the colored vinyl. Okay, and then now Girls Against Boys is a buy now for $40. Cruise Yourself. And then Bruce is EX because of a scuff, a $25 start. No more Kiss Japanese to my knowledge. Champion Jack Dupree, here's some blues for you. Gold vinyl for Music on Vinyl. And what a great price, because I think y'all know if that was new for Music on Vinyl, it would be like $15 more. So consider a lot of this stuff on sale. That's why these crates get obliterated. A lot of this is brand new sealed stuff, and we comp it from Discogs, so you're probably getting it a great price. So Chris, this is a buy it now though, if you do want it now, because no one else has claimed it. He probably does, $40. Let me put it in here so I don't forget. And plus, we got to sell Tyson this for $30. Does it have Ashes Out of Control on it? This one here on Girls, Tucked In, Cruise Your New Baby, stuff like you. Psychic, No, Split for No, Grain Drop, Roll Countdown by Martin Clay. I don't see that track on here. Okay? Don't see that one on here. And then Champion Jack Dupree was $24.99. $24.99, 19 on Taylor. Joshua Headley was 14. And then we had Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin, Alison Krauss, legendary country bluegrass vocalist. They did 2 albums together so far. Here's the most recent. Raise the Roof, $24.99. Dream Unending, Song of Salvation. Dream Unending, about the only metal record in here, $29.99. Chris Knapp does get Girls Against Boys for $40. And we have Violent Definition. I take that back. Only the second metal record left in there. $14.99 for Violent Definition. All right, what else is in the auction crate? Some of these I'm thinking about just showing and making buy it nows, because it's, I mean, they're kind of like, quote, warm-up auctions, but I mean, let's mix it up with some blues and jazz. We got Miles Davis, Friday night, Miles Davis in person, Volume 1, 61 USOG, 6i, VG condition, $10 on Miles Davis. And Otis Spann is the blues. A US reissue on Barnaby, EX Plus and Shrink. Otis, just $10. Anybody else? Of course, these are sticker price. That's all that's left. And if you missed the very first crate, ow, let me go ahead and put those together so these don't get mixed up. If you missed the very first crate, we had Francis Battistelli, Christmas album, $14.99. Lady Gaga was $29.99, The Fame. Fall Out Boy was $24.99, blue vinyl. Harry Styles was $17.99 with poster. Korn, Fall of the Leader was $24, and Magadelana Bay was $24.99, okay? So that is everything from her 2 crates. I think it's not too late. I'm going to go ahead and go through at least one more of the new pre-owned crates that John marked. I mean, I'm seeing Pink Floyd, Dire Straits, the Eagles, Buddy Holly, Waylon, ELO, Merle Haggard, Duran Duran. And if there's good participation, I might show the last crate of new arrivals. If not, I'll just save that for tomorrow, because he'll be marking more, and I'd rather us get into like discount stuff. So I think y'all are going to like this press, or like this crate. And I still hadn't shown everything I wanted to show tonight. We still hadn't tagged Kiss Lights. I still have not tagged Kiss Lights, Christmas Kiss Lights. We probably need to do that here in just a second. Otherwise, it's going to get too late. So Michael Freiberger bid 10 on Miles Davis. Then X-Wing bid 10 on Otis Redding. Then Fairlane Dave bid 10 on Miles Davis. Now 12 on Miles Davis, 15 on Miles Davis. And then Patrick or Stephen Parton gets Taylor Swift. Christina Curtis gets Harry Styles. Champion Jack Dupree was $24.99. Leslie next on Harry Styles. And if anybody wants Bruce, he's fine. He just has a light scuff. $25. $25 on Bruce Springsteen. By the way, Metallicas are on the way. Iron Maidens are on the way. And I had no idea when I would start ordering Black Sabbath, we would turn lights into a world sensation. But it's a world sensation, folks. Get in on the lights, Gregory. I know you do. Stereo over on Twitch. You know you want a Kiss light. You know it. I know it. We all know it. Miles Davis is at 18, now 22. Otis is getting bids. And let's throw up another Japanese pressing. Let's do another $25 starter. And that's going to be, no, here's a $35 starter because this is, I've not had this one tonight. I forgot about this one. The classic Journey Escape. Don't Stop Believing. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. $35 start. I knew it. See, I told you earlier, Ryan said he's going to bed. I said, you will not go to bed. You will not go to bed. And then I bring out Jazz because you will not go to bed. And we got a new pre-owned crate. And wait till y'all see the first record. It's going to catch your attention, and you're going to be like, holy crap. Yeah, I know I'm not going to bed because Chad is still showing new stuff. It's Friday night. I have nothing to do tomorrow. Why would I want to go to bed when he's still selling great albums that I want and I need for my collection? What else am I going to be doing? Watching some stupid reality TV show? Why don't you watch a reality show here with Coletco? All right, here we go. No breaks. And then, yeah, I'll do the Kiss lights after this. It'll take like 5 seconds. Okay, first thing I have is Scorpions Love Drive, a German press, $34.99. Unbelievable. That's probably going to be pretty firm. Sticks, Paradise Theater, Too Much Time on My Hands, etched, $19.99. Nice, 3 in a row. Gary Newman replicas, $34.99. Unbelievable. Skinny Boys, Skinny and Proud, $14.99. Do what? The specials, oh my gosh, $19.99 for the specials. What is going on? Bella Lusum, Some People, 12-inch single sealed, $14.99. And what do we have here? Sex SS. Sex Essex, $14.99. What did I just say? And then a Drop in the Gray, Certain Sculptures, $14.99. Holy moly. All right, let's go back to the top. So Miles Davis, I'm showing at $22. Miles Davis, $22. A 61 OG VG condition. It does have a noticeable mark on it, but it is VG. And that is at $22 with Michael Freiberger. Otis Spawn is a final call. Otis Spawn is a U.S. reissue, EX or EX Plus, and it's at 16 with James Chilcott. And then Journey had a bid for 35 of Oso, and then 40 with Mike Quadrini. The first on the Scorpions was Michael Freiberger, and then Gregory Roberts, and then Chad Snyder, and then Ryan Mustaine. And then the first on the specials is Hiram Aponte. He grabbed it. Next was Craig Thomas, and then Kelly was first on Sex. So did Kelly Vlodarchek. And then over here, we got one more. I got nice. Duran Duran Rio, $24.99. Hungry Like the Wolf. I'm hungry for a big old glass of whole milk and a double stuffed Oreo dunked down in it. Kaplunk. Stick my whole hand down in the milk. Make sure that thing gets good and submerged. Dio, Rio, $24.99. And Sticks, Kilroy was here, Mr. Roboto, $19.99. The Who, Squeeze Box, The Who by Numbers. Mama's got a squeeze box she wears on her chest. When Dad comes home, she never gets no rest, because she's playing all night. Journey is not sealed. It's Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese pressing. This is buy it now or best offer. Yes, new John stuff. The Police, Synchronicity, Black Vinyl, $24.99. Genesis, Invisible Touch, one of my favorites here, $19.99. Go check out Domino. Oh my gosh. Also, Jethro Tull Aqualung, $19.99. Tom wrote his name, Sitting on the Park Bench, $19.99. And Tina Marie and Starchild in Shrink, $19.99. Hop Sticker, Pat Benatar's $14.99. And Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century, $19.99. Okay, Miles Davis. Miles Davis is Friday night in person at the Black Hawk, Volume 1. James Chilcott gets Otis for $16. It's up to Oso on Journey. He says, you know what? I'm in at 41. So somebody's out, and that out is going to be to Mike Quadrini. Miles Davis is still at $22. 61 OG Volume 1 in person. Okay, everything in here is buy now best offer, no other claims. All righty, we got, wow, back in black. I hit the sack. And this is Bob Lugwood Mastering, $34.99. OG, just a little bit of cover wear along the top. Benatar, live from Earth, sold to Paula. Journey has a new bid for $45. Lord just texted me tomorrow's hot picture. Uh-oh, tomorrow's hot picture has arrived. Signed by Merle Haggard. No, I'm lying. This is sold by Albert Baltimore. He was a lord over there in England. Lord Baltimore. Merle Haggard, $14.99. Also, we have ELO, a new world record in shrink wrap. Boy, this is a good one. Nice copy, original inner sleeve, $19.99 for that. And James Gang rides again with Funk 49. Nice jacket. Notorious for having a lot of wear. Clean, $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is another Japanese pressing. And that one is the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. UK Flag Series number 30. The Beatles. UK Flag Series number 30. $35 star. Beautiful. Near mint minus. Couldn't get any better. Inner sleeve booklet. Cover, Obi, $35 on that. Journey, $45. Rick Maggers on AC. AC/DC, sold to Rick. Nice grab out of there. And then Nashville made an offer, already sold. Journey's at $45. Oso's out. That's old Waylon, folks. Waylon Jennings, $24.99. Flat and Scruggs at Carnegie Hall, $19.99. TBI Music Room on James Gang. Sold to Brian's Music Room. We have the Carpenters live at the Palladium, $9.99 for Carpenters. Buddy Holly, $24.99, gold stamp promo. Tommy Two-Tone, $8675309, shrinking hop. Oh Tommy's, $29.99. Duran Duran, $17, sold to Tim Rory. And we have Face Value, an original. I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. Look at him looking at you. Phil is seeing, whoop, he just got smashed in the face. He's staring at you. He's like, come on. You know you can feel it coming in the air tonight. Mike Quadrini gets Journey for $45. I got another Journey Japanese, JJ. Journey Japanese coming up next. Miles Davis is sold. Miles Davis is sold. Miles Davis is sold, and this is sold to Michael Freiberger for $22. The Beatles is a $35 start. $35 start. Next is how much for Phil Collins? $19.99. You Sound Sexy Chad. Not the first time I've been told that. What label is Buddy Holly on? This is on MCA. Sky label, near mint, gold stamp promo, early 80s. Mark Weiss wants Phil Collins. Let me make sure Chad Snyder doesn't want it. Okay? And then we have Nat King Kong. What did I just say? Nat King Cole, unforgettable. King Kong, $9.99. And then Glenn Campbell, nice with the hop sticker. I'm a rhinestone cowboy, $9.99. Chad, somebody's already claimed Phil at full price. Let me know if you want it. And we have Eagles, Desperado. Elaine, could you be quiet for just 10 seconds? Glenn Campbell sold to Michael Freiberger. Desperado. Just listen, Elaine. Next Japanese pressing is Journey Frontiers. Near mint minus and pristine. Honestly, this couldn't get any better. $35 start. Nice, except for the jacket. It does have a little bitty itty bitty crackle right there. 35 on that. All right, so Mark Weiss, you do get Phil Collins at sticker. Chad next, then JCB 83AZ, and then Michael Freiberger got Glenn Campbell, Dwayne Vick on Nat King Cole, and we have the Charlie Daniels Band Saddle Tramp sealed. Nice with hop sticker. Looks like a price sticker's missing. $34.99, and then wow, The Wall. $64.99, a U.S. original, spanking copy. $64.99 on that. And we have Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits Volume 3 sealed. Reflections. Reflections in my life, and something dumb. And the Beatles is a buy now for $35. Hey, hey, we're the Beatles. People say we Beatle around. Wrong group. I love you. Okay. I can't believe Oso Adventure didn't buy the Iron Maiden autographs last night. What's up with that, Oso? I could have swore you was going to buy those Iron Maiden autographs last night. Paul McCartney, Tug of War, Japanese Press, $25 start. With that banger of a track, What's That You're Doing with Stevie Wonder, Ebony and Ivory. But I forgot how good that song is with Stevie Wonder. What's That You're Doing? That's a good one. Okay. Next is Supremes was sealed, $19.99. It is sealed, $19.99. Unopened, probably a 70s press. Edgar Winter Group, Larry and Debbie at one time owned that record together, probably made love to it, $29.99. The Jaggers, we went to different schools together, $19.99 for the Jaggers, and Bay City Rollers, $9.99. Folks, we're talking about Stuart Woody from the Bay City Rollers, $9.99. Steve Miller Band, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle, $19.99. We're talking about Take the Money and Run, and we're talking about Hermit's on tour. Peter Noon, this is them on tour, $9.99. Henry VIII, I Am. Also, John Cougar, the Lonesome Jubilee. There he is, with a press photo, $24.99. Journey, No Bid Frontiers, $35. Paul McCartney, Tug of War, a $25 start. Journey's a buy it now. Who wants it? You know you need it. I want you to have it. I want you to need it. Matt Nichols said, ring me up, Chad. Done. Steve Miller, no condition notes. Actually, the jacket has just very little like wear, and the vinyl is beautiful. Fantastical. H8, sold to Samuel Kopich for $7. What's over here in my supplemental crate? The supplemental crate has Let There Be Rock. Angus. Bon Scott. A 77 USOG G Plus condition, $5. Mark Weiss, if you don't want Steve Miller, Matt Nichols does. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $14.99. Dire Straits Making Movies. A 2010 180-gram Because Sound Matters, Bernie Grundman. Wow. And that is is this opened? I guess so. $29.99. Mark Weiss does get Steve Miller. Matt, some of those pop up occasionally. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Jeff Beck's $19.99. Carly Simon, Hotcakes is $9.99. Climax Blues Band is $19.99. Rock Begins, Volume 2. This is an Atco compilation, so original label, $24.99 sealed. AC/DC is just a $5 start. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, another sealed original for $24. And Olay ELO, great ELO comp, $19.99 on that. The AC/DC is a 77 OG Monarch, G Plus condition, OG first pressing, $5. And Paul McCartney's a buy it now for $25. Tug of War, $25 buy it now on McCartney. Let's get him in a new sleeve. All right, I'm just going to read the titles, and since that crate did pretty well, and I think there's some great stuff in the next one too, let's go ahead and knock out the last new arrival crate, and then we're going to get into the vintage flip crate leftovers, etc., etc. So we got to do that. We got a lot still to do. It's 11:30. I'm still going to be doing new stuff and tagging old stuff and showing you this stuff. It's going to be an all-night thing. So here's what's left in here. Sticks, Gary Newman. Michael, we're pretty too far apart on this. I would do $5 off on that, which would be $30. $30 on that. And then we had Skinny Boys, Skinny and Proud, Bella Lusum, A Drop in the Gray. We had Sticks, The Who, The Police, Genesis, Jethro Tull, Making Movies. was a 2010 Bernie Grunman, it looks like. $29.99, near mint. And then AC/DC's jumped up there quickly. Let's grab another Japanese pressing. And that one is going to be with Cyndi Lauper, her True Colors. Cyndi Lauper's True Colors is going to go up for a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine, there it is. Here is, uh-oh, we got a problem. Somebody has taped the insert to the back of the jacket. How about a $25 start on Cyndi? Never seen that happen before. Somebody has taped the insert. It's about to pop off, though. Hold on a second. Will this pop off without doing too much? I mean, this tape has been stuck to this in Japan for 40 years. Uh-oh. No worries. It's off. That's a lot better. It did one little paper pull right there. Now this is kind of sticky. That's a lot better than that being on there. $25 on Cyndi Lauper just because of what you just seen. I had to peel a piece of tape off the back. That piece of tape cost me an Alexander Hamilton. Mark Weiss on Dire Straits. And we had Tina Marie, Steve Miller Band, Merle Haggard, ELO, Waylon Jennings, Flatt and Scruggs, The Carpenters, Tommy Two-Tone, Buddy Holly, Eagles, Charlie Daniels, The Wall, Edgar Winter, Dinah Ross, The Jaggers, Bay City Rollers, Mellencamp, Doobie, Jeff Beck, Carly Simon, Climax, Elton, and Olay ELO. ELO, Elton, Rock Begins, Climax, Carly, Jeff Beck, Doobie Brothers, Mellencamp, Bay City Rollers, Jaggers, Edgar Winter, Dinah Ross, The Wall, Charlie Daniels, Eagles, Buddy Holly, Tommy Two-Tone, Carpenters, Flatt and Scruggs, Waylon, ELO, Merle Haggard, Steve Miller, Tina Marie, Jethro Tull, Genesis, Styx, Who, Styx, Dropping the Gray, Bell Lewison, Skinny Boys, Gary Newman, and Styx. High bid on AC/DC right now is 13, now 15. Cyndi Lauper's a $25 start. Let's go through the last crate of new vintage arrivals. Holy moly. Holy moly's right, Chad. I know. I need a water, too. I'm still knocking out this new energy drink. Shout out to Brent Robley. He sent me a case of Gorilla Mind. And, boy, they've worked pretty good wonders tonight. Delicious blue raspberry. Delicious blue raspberry. All these customers, they have some kind of plot. They're trying to get me addicted to stuff. They send me candies, and they send me sweets, and they send me energy drinks, and they try to get in here and corrupt me and convince me to do stuff that I don't want to do. And this is ELO, So to David Doyle. Great one there. Talking about the strange magic. You know them. AC/DC, $15. Cyndi Lauper, $25. I look into some of these people, and I find out they kind of used to have jobs for the, quote, CIA. And I'm like, holy crap, no wonder they're trying to. Wow, look at all these baseball cards. I just walked by. Somebody left this in the autograph rack. Are these autographed? Wow. I wonder where all these came from. Somebody wrote all over them, though. We sold some of these a while back. Oh, these are more reds. Who bought these? Brent Robley bought these. There's Dave Concepcion. Well, they're all red, so there's not going to be a Mickey Mantle. There could be a, well, there could be a lot of people in here. Jim O'Toole. I see some Hall of Famers. This is not. Ooh, there's some old Bowmans there. Look at those. All reds, though. Too bad they're not all Yankees. I'd love to find about 30 Mickey Mantles in mint condition that I didn't know I had. 53, 54 top, 52 tops, and no, wow, here we go. Wally Post, those are 52 tops are good in any grade. 2 52 tops cards in here. Wally Post and Grady Hatton. Boy, man, why couldn't that say Mickey Mantle? Golly. So a Mickey Mantle from this set, card number 311. This is card number 151, right? So Card number 311 in the 52 top set, Mickey Mantle, in this grade is about a $50,000 card. In this condition, it's about a $50,000 card. Might be a bargain if you can find it in that grade. If it looked like that, that might be a steal, I think, right now for 50 grand. So anytime I see 52 tops, I'm like, wait a minute, hold the phone. They're out there still. Any higher grade than that, you're talking 100,000, 150,000, $250,000, $500,000, $750,000, $1 million. They get really expensive in high grade. All right, I'm gonna go get a bottle of water. Let me do that right now. My head's hurting. I've done a lot of talking. My head is hurting. I've done a lot of talking. Snack. I've already got chips back here. Shout out to Craig Thomas. He's one of the conspirators. Craig Thomas is another one of the conspirators. Sends me these crab chips. Craig Thomas sends me these crab chips. Sends me the crab chips. All right, new vintage pre-owned, never shown. Technically the last crate of new stuff, and then we're gonna be putting up all kinds of other cool stuff, okay? Give me 1 second, I gotta mute my mic right quick. Crab chips on a peanut butter and jelly, whoa. Well, I just had about 3 handfuls and just crammed them down my throat, so I'm feeling better. All right, and then over here, AC/DC was sold for $15, and this was sold for $15 to Michael Freiberger. Cyndi Lauper is sold to Mark Weiss for $25. Let's put these in new sleeves. Let me wipe my hands on my black shorts because I'm wearing a white Hatchet Ed t-shirt tonight, so I don't want crab chip crumbs all over my shirt. But I guess it doesn't matter because I'm not here to impress anybody for the rest of the night. All right, let's get started right away on this crate, and then let's do some new auctions. I got plenty of new Japanese stuff. I have The Sound of Champlin. That's $14.99. Also, Neil Young, Everybody's Rockin', $24.99. The Best of Rod Stewart. The cover has quite a bit of wear. Volume 2. Volume 2. Lots of wear on this one, but the vinyl's not bad at all. No condition notes. $19.99. Jackson Browne is $16.99. Lives in the Balance. Journey Frontiers. We just sold a Japanese press. There's a U.S. edition. $19.99. What about Bill Williams, Low and Lonesome? A 1970 Bill Williams, Looks Like Blues, $49.99 on the Blue Goose label. Didn't expect to see something like that in here. Willie Nelson Without a Song's $14.99. Citizen Kane, the classical film scores. Citizen Kane, that's pretty cool to see. $19.99. Rosebud. Speaking of Hollywood, speaking of crazy auction results, Rosebud just sold at auction not too long ago for I forgot how many millions. That copy that burned up in the fire is owned by Steven Spielberg. He has that copy. The other one was just recently sold at auction. The one where In the beginning of the film, he's playing with it as a kid, like out in the snow. That's the one that just sold at auction for a ton of money. This one that they set on fire is owned by Steven Spielberg. Citizen Kane, 1999. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of John Lennon's Double Fantasy. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Rosebud. $25 start for John Lennon. This is near mint minus and pristine. There's the original under sleeve. There's the insert. John Lennon, 25 on that. We have Wes Bruce and Lang, Why Don't Ya? $14.99. And the Alpha Band, Spark in the Dark. Alpha Band, $14.99. Shades of Deep Purple, Hush. Hush. Does have a little bit of cover wear on it. Nice vinyl, though, $34.99. The Rolling Stones, Beggar's Banquet, a 1986 pressing, $49.99. I think this is a pretty desirable cut. 100% virgin vinyl, remastered. Beggar's Banquet, the original intended cover. Delbert McClinton, Love Restless. Love Rustler. Delbert McClinton's $9.99. And then Once Upon a Time in America, the original motion picture soundtrack. I don't know if I've ever seen that. De Niro, yep, $19.99. Once Upon a Time in America. Ennio Morricone. I don't think I've ever had this before. $19.99, Once Upon a Time in America, Ennio Morricone soundtrack. The Concert for Bangladesh, complete with book. George Harrison, Bob Dylan, Ravi Shankar, and others. The box does have dings and wear and tear. $49.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, 12-inch single, $9.99. John Lennon has a bid for $25. Final call on that. Chris Knapp is in. Next auction is Boston, third stage. Boston's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. $25 on Boston. Also, we have What's New? Sonny Rollins brings to jazz a new rhythm from South America, $64.99. He went to South America? Who goes to South America? Sonny Rollins and Company, What's New? Sonny Rollins is $64.99. Nick the Knife, Nick Lowe, is $14.99. So this is a buy now best offer crate. I'm here to make deals. I'm here to make deals. I'm a deal maker. That's what I do. I do deals. We do deals here. We got Mickey Mighty High. Mighty High is $9.99. And the Manhattans, a white label promo, $19.99. And Night Ranger, 7 Wishes, $26.99 for Night Ranger. Foreigner, self-titled debut, $19.99. And the Crusaders, Rhapsody in Blue, Crusaders, $14.99 for the Crusaders. $14.99. Also, we have Folk 5, a 1972 Spanish press from EMI Regal, $9.99 on that. Joni Mitchell, The Hissing of Summer Lawns, $19.99. And New Triumvirate presents Pompeii, $19.99. Bill Black's Combo plays tunes by Chuck Berry on the High label, $9.99. Chris Knapp gets John Lennon for $25. Thank you, Chris Knapp. That is so to you. Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve for Chris Knapp. That's so to him for $25. All right. And then Boston's a final call for $25. I'll introduce another one here in just a second. We got Spinners, Pick of the Litter. The Spinners is $14.99. Southside Johnny and the Jukes, Hard to Find. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99. We got Barkley James Harvest, Time Honored Ghost, $14.99. Dinah Ross and Marvin Gaye, 1973 press, $29.99. Juice Newton Old Flame was $9.99. And Hudson, Damn Those Kids, a 1980 promo, $14.99. John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, $19.99. And Grateful Dead Reckoning, no condition notes, an 81 Columbia Clubhouse copy, $59.99. Jerry Lee Lewis is $9.99. She Woke Me Up to Say Goodbye. Neil Young, Life. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Life, $34.99. GMC Osseo on the Jukes, that's so to him. Adam Bernardi, Dinah and Marvin, sell that to him for $20. Boston has a bid for $25. Final call, Tribe, Ethnic Stew. Tribe is $19.99. So Many Paintings, Silly Wizard. So Many Paintings, Silly Wizard, $9.99. And the Hot Rocks, Rolling Stones, 211 Reasons Why the Rolling Stones is the world's greatest rock band. Wow, cool insert on this. $44.99 on the Rolling Stones, okay? That's done. And Adam Bernardi on the Spinners. That's sold to Adam Bernardi back here for $10. I do not have a Beatles Red. Sully gets Boston for $25. Japanese pressing of that. Sold. Sully, $25. And let's grab a couple more out of here right quick. But first, you get this in a new sleeve. I got to open the new box for tomorrow. There's that. Okay. And then over here we had Exile Mixed Emotions. Exile's $9.99. Journey Departures $19.99. And the Suns Follow Your Heart $14.99. Also Lionel Richie self-titled was $9. The Best is ZZ Top $34.99. Preston Rose on Silly Wizard for $7. That's sold to Preston Rose. Jackson Brown Lawyers in Love $14.99. Foreigner Double Vision $19.99. Scorpions in Trance. Oh boy. A 76 Indianapolis press $49.99. On that, we got the Embers Burn You a New One. The Embers is $34.99. EEE Records. That's something I don't see too often. And then over here we have Nick Bargeron on the Stones for $35. That's sold to him. And then CK Movie Score. CK Movie Score. Are you talking about the Citizen Kane? Yeah. That's sold to Jerry Rock for $15. The Commodores for $10. The Commodores? No Commodores in here. I had Lionel Richie for $9.99. No Commodores, though. Journey Escape is $19. Sold to Japanese Pressing earlier. Gary Moore, Corridors of Power, $14.99. Here's another Neil Young single. Long Walk Home. Neil Young is $14.99. And ABC, Poison Arrow, $19.99. And Theme from Mantrap, Lexicon of Love album. Okay. Well, I was getting worried because about 2/3 through that crate, we hadn't sold anything yet. But we did end up selling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm okay with that. A late night crate. It is best offer. Oh my gosh. That went half my neck. And then what was the Neil Young Live? No Neil Young Live in here either. These were just singles. That was Life. L-I-F-E. Okay? Gary Rock wants to pay for the Citizen Kane and send it to the Guy Shard. All right, so he wants to pay for this, but send it to Guy Shard. And then Gregory, Gary Moore's yours, but it will be $14.99. Corridors of Power. Nice Atlantic inner sleeve. Has an old sticker pull on the back. If not, it is sold to Michael Nath. And then the Dead is sold for $40 to Jay Beach. Boom. I'm taking offers like crazy in here. And does anybody else want to make an offer on anything? Okay. So I have Neil Young, ABC, Neil Young, Journey, Lionel Richie, The Embers. Michael Nath gets Gary Moore. I've got the Scorpions, Foreigner, Jackson Brown, ZZ Top, The Suns, Journey, Exile, Tribe, Jerry Lee Lewis, John Cougar, Hudson, Juice Newton, Barkley James Harvest, Bill Black's Combo, Neutron Virat, Joni Mitchell, Folk 5, Crusaders, Foreigner, Night Ranger, Manhattans, Mighty High, Nick Lowe, Sonny Rollins, Bruce Springsteen, Concert for Bangladesh, Once Upon a Time in America, Deborah McClinton, The Rolling Stones, Deep Purple, Alpha Band, Wes Bruce and Lang, Willie Nelson, Bill Williams, Journey, Jackson Brown, Rod Stewart, Neil Young, and The Suns. Okay, first thing, both price of Foreigners. I'll do 5 off and 5 off, which would be 15 and 15 if you want those. And that was asked by Mark Weiss. So yeah, 15 and 15 on those, Mark Weiss. Paula, I've already sold the Stones. I just shot myself in the foot over $10. Nick Bargeron, you owe me $10. Adam Bernardi on the Crusaders for 10. That was right in here, I think. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. The Exile was right here. Exile was Mixed Emotions, $9.99. The Manhattans album was right in here. That was the Manhattan self-titled, a white label promo on Columbia, $19.99. Sonny Rollins details. Sonny Rollins was right in here. What's new? Sonny Rollins brings to jazz a new rhythm from South America. A 1962 stereo Indianapolis RCA, no condition note, $64.99. Mark Weiss gets the Foreigners $15.15. And then ZZ Top, The best of ZZ Top here, I'll do this one for 28 bucks. The John Cougar Mellencamp was the Lonesome Jubilee and Scarecrow. Scarecrow is $19.99. That might be the one in there. Yeah. Okay. All righty. A couple more Japanese pressings right quick. First is the Honey Drippers, Robert Plant, Jimmy Page. And the other one is Jackson Browne, Running on Empty. Summer of '69, and I was 21, and I called the road my own. But first, the Honey Drippers, the Page and Plant collaboration, one of many that they did, $25 start, and then here's Jackson Browne. Forrest Gump, folks, we're talking about Forrest Gump. $25 start, Running on Empty, pristine Japanese pressing. This has the book, it has the lyric insert. He does Running on Empty. Get the Obi slid down here a little bit more. There we go. The Loadout, Why Don't You Stay Just a Little Bit Longer. Cocaine. The Road. Okay. And Ryan Mustaine on the Scorpions. Great decision based on the demand we had for the auction earlier. And then Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is the original soundtrack score. I should say score. Soundtrack typically means music. And score would be like the theatrical setting. Once Upon a Time in America. Did I say Hollywood? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is the Tarantino movie. Good point. It most likely is RL mastered. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. Should his initials be on this one? Go mute my mic for 1 second. No condition notes, Adam. $19.99. No condition notes, Adam. $19.99. Man. I got such a mess back here. I keep misplacing my water bottle and my drinks because I can't get to my cart like I normally can. By the way, that score is Ennio Morricone. Ennio Morricone. Mellencamp's $19.99. These are Japanese pressings, $25 starts. Okay. It is time for me to do a quick little recap or a cleanup and a restack because I really can't get to anything over here to do anything next. And we got to tag these kiss lights. And this is honestly the best time to do it. So what's coming up? Discount crate, vintage recap, flip video stuff that is like $6.99, $19.99, $9.99, $14.99, whatever's left. I'm going to try to show you any kind of little thing that's laying around here. Box sets I didn't get to. Puzzles I hadn't shown but maybe once. And I got to recondense all these over here. So first thing, Manhattans. Well, the gold stamp promos covering the first two tracks. Hurt, Wonderful World of Love, If You Ever Gonna Love Me, La La La, Wish Upon a Star, Kiss, and Goodbye. And then Searching for a Love, We'll Have Forever to Love, Take It or Leave It, Reasons, and How Can Anything Be So Good, Be So Bad for You. That is $19.99, white label promo. Okay? All right, so let's do that right now. Let me first get to my trash can over here. There's the Kiss lights. Kiss lights. And here's my sleeves. And we need to definitely, there's the Hatchet Ed crate. Might even read through that again. Laura's stuff was amazing. Let me try to fix my trash can here. Probably the last couple of Japanese pressings, unless we show some for buy it now. That's always a possibility. Let me move my trash can out of the way for a second. Here was the Hatchet Ed stuff. Let me go ahead and just slay that over here. Okay. And then there's this. And we have, by the way, these are in, but the street date isn't until next Friday, so we can't tag them yet. So these have already been shipped to me, the new Soul Asylum. So those are in, so that'll be one of the first things we do Monday when we start the show. And then No Punk Tonight. No, that was to make sure Chris Bryant was still paying attention, because we bought a new collection and he's dying to know, was there any punk in there? Like, he would probably pay $19.99 for me to just say yes or no, right, Chris? I have some people that will pay $24.99 to charge on their invoice just to tell them that I just bought punk records. Pretty good deal on my part. Probably a bad deal to them. Adam Bernardi on the Manhattans. I'm assuming, Gregory, you're passing, right? Okay. Here was the Japanese singles left over from last night, if you missed these. Pretty cool stuff here. I'm about to flip through those again because we sold the heck out of those. Those two in the back are buy it nows. Let's go ahead and make those buy it nows if anybody wants. On the screen right here, Honey Drippers and Jackson Brown, $25.25 on those. But no punk. Is there punk in this new collection? I can't say. We like to keep things a little bit an elemental, the element of surprise here. Elemental surprise. Okay. All right. I've got that stuff out of my way. Let's go ahead and condense. There's the stuff lower marked. I'm going to move that over here. And let's see here. Let's start moving some stuff. Oh my gosh. Heavy. Heavy music. Not tonight. Been a pretty good mix tonight. A lot of metal auctions, but guess what? There's nothing left. It's all going to sell. So we have no problem selling records. We just have a problem selling them fast enough. We don't have unfortunately, we're not sitting around like, man, how in the world are we ever going to sell these records? It's like literally me saying, how in the world am I going to have time to sell all these records? So not a bad problem to have. John, 7 crates of vintage too. Here's a pretty cool stat. John, 7 or 8 crates of vintage, I have just condensed into 3 after I put these over here. Okay? That is our condensed. And I'll sell y'all both of those for $20 and $20. Let me tag them right quick. Let me put these in here. Yeah, that shows you how much vintage we went through tonight. All these are now into 1 crate. Pretty amazing. And I'll show you all the no bids. Nothing from the hot pictures, but we have a few from Japanese batch. Yep, John's 8 crates of vintage just got condensed into 3. That shows you how much we just moved of his stuff. Okay. Pretty amazing. All right. Let's put all that. And Laura's 2 crates. There's only a handful left. Jackson Brown has sold to Gerald Whitworth for $20. I got those crates out of my way. That was taking up quite a bit of space. Still got to resituate them. And then Honey Drippers is sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Let me put that in here. Let me get that in a sleeve for him. And I wish I could just roll right into something else, but we'd be selling right now. But unfortunately, I've got quite the mess. But I'm almost done. Bear with me. Almost done. I'm going to put those right there. Another Laura batch. And I'm just thinking, walking around, I'm thinking about all the stuff people's asked me to show since I've been live, and I didn't even get close to getting to it. Not even close, folks. Not even close to getting to most of what everybody asked me to show. That's why I try to read off stuff so everybody knows, okay, he's got a lot of cool stuff. I better not go to bed. I better stay up and watch. But at the same time, I read off so much. I read off enough for about 5 nights of selling. And just physically not enough time. Okay, so let me go ahead and get some activity going on the table. I'm going to put all these cards right in here. So the first thing I have is, here's all of tonight's no bids. Paul McCartney, $25. The Beatles, $35. Bruce, $25. That's it. No, there's more. The Spinners, $35. Wham, $35. Cream, $35. Kool and the Gang, $35. Elvis Costello, $35. Mostly Japanese there. All for best offer. Don't hesitate. Okay, here is Ed's canceled invoices. Let me lay these over here so I don't forget. Here are 2 from last night. U2, $20. Black Sabbath, $65. That was 2 from last night. Not counting autographs. And not counting these promo Red Hot Chili Pepper CDs. They're literally advanced copies, not to be sold pre-promo, $15. Lamb of God puzzle, $19.99. Megadeth puzzle, $19.99. Lamb of God and Megadeth puzzles, $19 and $19. All right. Here we go. There's a look at the Lamb of God, and there's the Megadeth. I was about to say 24, the same price of our other puzzles, but we'll go ahead and let those slide for 19 because those came in a collection. Those aren't from new distribution. Okay. Mark Stanley gets the Lamb of God puzzle for $19.99. Patrick, you're next in line on the Megadeth if you want it, or first in line, I should say. Okay. There's that. Okay. I got a little more breathing room. All right, first thing we need to do is sell Ada Bernardi, the Spinners, for $28. So once again, no bid. Black Sabbath, $65. U2, $20. Costello, $35. Kool and the Gang, $35. Cream, $35. Wham, $35. Spinner sold Ada Bernardi for $28. Bruce, $25. Beatles, $35. Paul McCartney, $25. That's the only no bids tonight, all Japanese. And, well, except for those 2. 2 of those aren't Japanese. Put those over here. Okay, and then, so this was Tuesday morning's flip crate. Okay, so G pulled all the claims out of here from 3:30. If you commented after 3:30 on Tuesday, it doesn't look like it got pulled because it's still in here, and I'm going to show you all the leftovers right now. This crate was full Tuesday morning. This is the only stuff left. This is already discounted records, so the prices I'm telling you are the already discounted prices. Beatles 25, 28, Gerald. I'll say the Beatles for 28. And the first thing that was left was the Rolling Stones, just $14.99. That was $20 off, just $14.99 on the Stones 12x5. And Neil Young on the Beach, VG Plus, $10 off, just $14.99. Okay, then we sold all the $9.99 records. We sold the $19.99 records. These are the only two left, $14.99, $14.99. 40 files on the left. I'm going to go through those right now. First, though, Beatles sold for $28 to Gerald Whitworth. All right, that's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $28. Okay, and then next is Stones has no condition notes. EX or better. These are all Japanese singles. We started selling these last night after I picked out all the ones I wanted for $15, or all the ones we wanted to auction for $15 buy it now. So these are all $15. Blondie Call Me, Journey Separate Ways, Beach Boys Rock and Roll Music, Night Ranger, and this one was the song Night Ranger. That's the flip side. And the A side was Don't Tell Me You Love Me. And then we had Midnight Confessions by the Grassroots, REO Speedwagon, In Your Letter, and Asia, Only Time Will Tell. Let me pause right there. These are all $15 each, Japanese singles. We sold a whole crate of them last night. It was amazing. Adam Bernardi gets the Stones, $14.99. The rest of these records are $6.99. I repeat, these are discounted to $6.99. BG's Odessa, VG Plus, $6.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire, $6.99. No condition notes. Pure Prairie League self-titled debut, VG, $6.99 for Pure Prairie League. Uriah Heep, VG Condition, Sweet Freedom, $6.99. Uriah Heep. Adam Bernardi on Gordon Lightfoot, sold to Adam for $6.99. Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive, VG, $6.99. Alan Parsons Project, no condition notes, clean copy, $6.99. And Van Morrison Wavelength, VG Condition, $6.99. No takers on those. Here's the next Japanese singles, $15 each. The Romantics, In Heat. The Beach Boys, God Only Knows, and the Beach Boys Melody. Bananarama, Venus. Santana, Lotus, live in Japan. Bryan Adams, Christmas Time. Stray Cats, Downtown, What's Going On? Another Romantics, Talking in Your Sleep. And Karma Chameleon Culture Club. Jerry Rock on Uriah Heep for $6.99. Okay, so what's left in there? Just a few $6.99 records. Van Morrison, Alan Parsons, Outlaws, Pure Prairie League, and Bee Gees. And only one $14.99 record, and that was Neil Young, On the Beach. Okay? There's that. And let me grab the others over here. So this is flip crate leftovers from various times throughout this week. And let me grab this crate. Let me figure out how G had these sorted. And what day is this? So that was Tuesday's leftovers. Kelly Vladicek wants the Japanese Karma Chameleon. Who is Jason 1978? I can't see you. I'm just seeing handles tonight, so I got to figure out who you are. Let me get these sorted right quick. Okay, there we go. This is from Wednesday. She pulled these at 3:45 on Wednesday. So hopefully everything got pulled. That's kind of the cutoff on these flip crates, about 3:30, 4 o'clock. If you don't got your comment by then, you may be seeing it sell 4 days later here. All right, no takers on those Japanese singles. Well, except for Stray Cats, we got to get. So tonight on YouTube, I can't see your names. Yeah, it's weird tonight. Joe Sontag wants Stray Cats, okay? Yeah, it's a problem. It's nothing on your end. It's just YouTube getting us, making things more difficult. Okay, so for a deal left over here at $19.99, Neil Young. and this was $34.99. I marked it down to $19.99. Neil Young, $19.99. UFO was $14.99. That was mechanics. No condition notes on that. That was $19 and $14. And then there was 3 $9.99 records left. And that was Wang Chung, Points on a Curve. Wang Chung was $9.99. Milwaukee Wild Men to the Bone was $9.99. And Alan Parsons was $9.99. This is the leftover discount records. These are the final discount prices. And then for $6.99, we had Dionne Warwick, Go With Me, and Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams. That was the only two $6.99. Dionne Warwick was in Shrink, a 2 LP. Linda Ronstadt was $6.99. No condition notes on those. $6.99, $6.99. And then the $9.99 records. The $9.99 records was Alan Parsons, sold to Adam Bernardi. Milwaukee Wild Men to the Bone, which is 66% off, red vinyl, and then Wang Chung. Danny gets UFO for $14.99, and then Neil Young is left for $19.99. Okay, and then Adam Bernardi wants Dionne Warwick for $6.99. Danny put MYN. I bet that's for Milwaukee Wild Men for $9.99. Okay, there's those leftovers. Not much, and I'm going to condense them and keep them all together. Here is Monday's Flip Crate. Monday's Flip Crate pulled at 4 p.m. Mike Quadrini wants Wang Chung for $9.99. That was like a half-off record. Yep. Okay, and then Monday's leftovers. 3 Dog Night Harmony, VG Plus $6.99. Eric Clapton Backless, VG Plus $6.99. The Best of Jay Giles Band, VG Plus $6.99. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, VG Plus $9.99 for Steve Miller. $9.99 for Steve Miller. The Rolling Stones was VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99 for the Rolling Stones. And Dire Straits was a nice copy. EX, $19.99 for Dire Straits. Mike Quadrini on Jay Giles for $6.99. Rick Maggers gets Eric Clapton for $6.99. And Sully on Steve Miller, and it was $9.99. VG Plus condition. Sully gets that. Now, y'all were probably saying, wow, these are great prices. These are the leftovers. These crates were full. These little handfuls are all that's left. 9 a.m. every morning, unless I'm out of town or unless I forget, the first thing I do when I end these streams every night is I pre-record a video of me going through vintage OG records, and they're discounted like blowout prices. That is what I do every morning. Or it's automatically uploaded every morning. So if you're not in our group, you need to get the link, and you need to set a reminder every day. It's like clockwork. Here's Thursdays. More than normal left over in this one. Here's Thursdays coming at you. These were pulled at 3:30 on Thursdays. So if you need to, if you need a link, let me know. Amber Vic on Amber and Sub. He's trying to get Steve Miller Band. Okay. Does the On the Beach have a paisley interior? Neil Young On the Beach has the paisley inner sleeve or inner side of the jacket. Yes. It has the original inner sleeve. VG Plus, $14.99. Already a great price at $24.99. Available. Okay. Here is Thursday's leftover. We're going to start with $6.99 records. $6.99 records. Danny Kerwin, Second Chapter. $6.99 for Danny Kerwin. The Legend Lives, Ray Charles. No condition notes, $6.99. 38 Special, Tour de Force. No condition notes, $6.99. Marshall Tucker, Together Forever. VG Plus, $6.99. Eric Clapton, Backless. No condition notes, $6.99. Automatic Man, Visitors. In shrink, near mint, $6.99. Jay Castillo gets Neil Young for $14.99. Sold to Jay Castillo, $14.99. Adam Bernardi gets Eric Clapton for $6.99. Mike Quadrini gets 38 special for $6.99. Folks, a lot of people have reminders set every morning. They have told Siri, remind me at 8:55 to get on Whole Lot of Records and be ready to refresh and click on that video, because it's like it's the craziest thing you'll ever see. There'll be 9 a.m. and my feed will just start lighting up with claims. Hopefully I'm asleep by then. That's why I have to pre-record it. A lot of people think I'm awake. And one person thought I was on there doing that live somehow a few weeks ago. He's like, how do you go to bed and do? And I'm like, that's pre-recorded. That's a pre-recorded video. But yeah, make sure you've set an alarm, okay? Paula, you were next on Eric Clapton, okay? These are $9.99. Now we're going to the next price point. Bob Dylan, Real Live, just $9.99, no condition notes, 66% off. Chuck Berry, New Jukebox Hits, that was originally $26.99, $9.99, no condition notes. The Birds, 66% off. And Procol Harum, A Salty Dog, more than half off, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, no condition notes on any one of them. Bob Dylan sold to Adam Bernardi for $9.99. Adam Bernardi gets The Birds for $9.99. And Adam Bernardi gets Procol Harum for $9.99. That left Chuck Berry's New Jukebox Hits, 83 French pressing, $9.99. That's the only one left in there. Only $9.99 record left in there. Okay? This next batch was $14.99. All these are $14.99. Eric Van Leuven's going to get the Chuck Berry for $9.99. So to Eric Van Leuven. These are $14.99. UFO, No Place to Run, half off at $14.99. UFO Obsession, half off at $14.99. Another nice Birds, In Shrink, The Ballad of Easy Rider, $14.99. Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion, $14.99. That was $39.99. And then the Cars, not a bad copy. She does have a little something on her cheek there. $14.99 for the Cars. Okay? I will share the link to Whole Lot of Records right now. Let me do that. I will share it right now. Let me click on... let me click on this. Let me click on this. Group. All right, click, and probably some of y'all can share it faster than I can. Share group, copy link. And yeah, please make sure you're in our private group. Let me go over here to the stream now. Facebook. Now I got to change as Coletco as the admin, because I think you can't click on a link. Now it's got to load. Now I'm going to click on the live. Okay, now I'm on the chat. Hey, everybody, I'm on here. Okay, and then there's that. All right. You should be able to join now. So, Eric Van Leuven, you're first on UFO. Let me know which of the two you want. And Jerry Rock was next on UFO, and then Danny Thomason. Frank Zappa is sold to Kelly Cook for $14.99. Paula gets the Cars for $14.99. And that leaves the Birds, The Ballad of Easy Rider, in shrink wrap. I mean, this is nice. 70s press. Beautiful. $14.99 on the Birds. He wants the second one. Okay, so wait a minute. Let me put this in here. So, Obsession or No Place to Run, just so we're on the same page. Obsession or No Place to Run. No Place to Run is the one on the left. Okay, and then next in line is Jerry Rock. Okay, all right, let's get another. Oh, wait a minute. There is one $19.99 left. Half off, and this is the 2019 Bernie Grunman mastering, The Best of the Mothers, $19.99. Bernie Grunman mastering, $19.99 on that. He wants Obsession, $14.99. So, Jerry Rock, you're next on No Place to Run if you want it. If not, it automatically goes to Danny. Okay, let's grab another handful. Now, somebody kept asking me tonight, they didn't think Fridays had been tagged. Today is Friday. So let me make sure there isn't some recent claims, because I will give these people the benefit of the doubt because it is Friday and she pulled these at 3:30. There were some people saying, Chad, no one's liked my comment yet. So, let's see here. How do I find this? Okay, there we go. All right, so No Place to Run is sold to Danny Thomason for $14.99. Let me find this morning's video. All right, 4 crates, that's the new stuff. Pre-owned Friday, okay. So is Brian Call saying his stuff hadn't been pulled yet unless he commented late? There is no comments at all on here from Brian Call. I bet he was watching the wrong video. Yeah. Brian, if you're on the feed, I think you were watching the wrong video, my friend. Because the most recent comments are Alice Cooper, Rush, High Society, Talking Heads, and Commodores. Okay, we can pull the Commodores. It's $6.99. And this is sold to Greg Preston. That's the only thing new. Yep. That's sold to Greg Preston for $6.99. Everything else I'm about to show y'all is available. Yep. Everybody else's comments are already claimed. All right, there's that. And here we go. So for $6.99, here's what's available. For $6.99. So she pulled these Friday at 3:30. He commented, when did Greg comment? 8 hours ago. I guess that'd be about right. So that was after 3:30. Okay, these are $6.99. Sometimes if you for sure want something, comment before 3 o'clock. Otherwise, you may not get it. Okay? $6.99. We have Johnny Winter, VG Condition. VG Condition. These are all $6.99. Columbia 2i label. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG, $6.99. Chuck Berry, VG Plus, $6.99. Bloodstone, Natural High, VG Plus, $6.99. Pez Band, VG Plus, $6.99. And Grand Funk on the gold vinyl, VG, $6.99. That's Grand Funk. It's on the gold vinyl, $6.99. We're an American band. Those are all $6.99 you just seen right there. That was VG, $6.99. Pez Band was VG Plus, $6.99. Bloodstone, Natural High. Bloodstone was VG Plus, $6.99. Chuck Berry, VG Plus, $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG, $6.99. And Johnny Winter, VG, $6.99. Okay? Going in the $6.99 department. Grand Funk, Pez Band, Bloodstone, Chuck Berry, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Johnny Winter. The next batch is $9.99. Great selections here. $9.99. And that is for Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. No condition notes. Genesis, and then there were 3. VG Plus condition. Stevie Wonder Original Musicarium, a great 2 LP compilation, half off at $9.99, VG Plus, and Steve Miller Band Anthology. No condition notes, $9.99. Try to see things my way. Hey, only time will tell you if I am right or if I am wrong. Try to see things your way. Right. Okay, so over here, $6.99. $6.99. We had Johnny Winter sold to Rick Maggers. Chad Smith on Grand Funk for $6.99. All these are discount leftovers, so these are all $9.99. Steve Miller Band, $9.99. Stevie Wonder, $9.99. Genesis, $9.99. And Bob Dylan, $9.99. Those are all $9.99. Wow, I can't believe some of those are left. Dylan, Genesis, Stevie Wonder, and Steve Miller. And those are going to go back here in the $9.99 department, which isn't many. There's none. Those are the only $9.99ers. Okay? Any silver coins yet? Maybe. And then there's only 2 $14.99ers left. And that was Paul McCartney No condition notes. Paul McCartney, $14.99 on Apple. Maybe I'm Amazed. And the Rolling Stones Aftermath, a red label mono. Red label mono, 14 and 14, McCartney and Stones. And I think that is everything. That's Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and today's, all the flip crate leftovers. I think they've been pushed right there into that crate. Let me step behind the counter and make sure, because sometimes I leave them and they tag them up here, but I think that's it. Let me see what this says. That's new vinyl. That's new vinyl from, we hadn't shown anything in these crates all week. Pink Floyd, Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam. Those have been back here behind the counter. And what is this? That's Steve's. Okay, there's some more up here too. There's a few more up here. Let me grab these. Okay, let me grab these. There's one more. I think this is Fridays and Saturdays last week. Yeah, these are the leftovers from Friday and Saturday last week. And the reason I'm putting all these together is because I'm going to read through them one more time really thoroughly, and then we're going to try to bundle them with somebody, because these are kind of like, hopefully, closeouts. But there's a handful left, and I still got a few more. I got Friday and Saturday, so I got the stuff from about a week ago. And now they're back here with me. So, and then we'll read through everything one more time. One more time. Wow, two great ones there, Stones and McCartney. Genesis was $9.99. Adam and Artie get Steve Miller for $9.99. And then Dylan. Dylan has early 80s press, near mint minus. It's really nice. The Dire Straits was EX, $19.99. It has the Ridgewinner sleeve. Jacksonville, it looks like. The Stones is the OG first pressing in mono. That would be 1966, approximately, Aftermath with Painted Black and Under My Thumb. And then McCartney is his first solo album, self-titled. Maybe I'm Amazed. Okay, here's some more stuff. What have I done with that crate? Let's see here. All right, there was only no $6.99 left from this Friday video, but this is $9.99. The Complete Silver Beatles, which is the Decca Auditions. Silver Beatles, $9.99, no condition notes. Rick Magger says he'll take the Dylan for $9.99. Let me make sure that Leslie doesn't want the Stones. If not, then Adam Bernardi wants it. And Dwayne Vick says I will take Paul McCartney. So the Dylan was $14.99 to Rick. McCartney is $14.99 to Dwayne Vick. And then there's one Beatles. They are $9.99. And that's essentially the Decca Auditions. Okay? That's going to be sold to somebody. Okay. The next record, unbelievably, these are $14.99. $14.99. These are the discounted prices. Neil Young Live Rust and The Pretenders Learning to Crawl. $14.99 for this beautiful copy of Live Rust and The Pretenders. $14.99 on those. I'm going to put him back here with the other $14.99 records. The Stones is in fact sold to Adam Bernardi, $14.99, which was $10 off. Those two I just showed were $9.99. Let's put this back here with the other $9.99 stuff. Okay. And let's see here. There was only two $19.99 records left. Okay. The Dylan you got was $9.99, Rick. The Dylan Greatest Hits, it was $9.99. McCartney was $14.99 to Dwayne, and the Stones was $14.99 to Adam. Okay. Neil Young is sold to Chad Smith. It was near mint minus and pristine. $14.99. Near mint minus and pristine. These are $19.99. First is Boston. A Holland press, no condition notes on Boston, $19.99. And the Birds, an original Columbia 2i, beautiful vinyl. It does have some edge wear. The Birds, $19.99. That was half off, and this was $15 off. Nice records. $19.99, $19.99. That was the only two $19.99s left from Friday's video. And then I think I have Saturday or Sunday's video over here. Maybe that was Saturday's video, yeah. And then this was Sunday's video, so almost a week ago. And these are $6.99. And here's all that was left for $6.99, okay? Carole King, Welcome Home. $6.99 for Carole King, no condition notes. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. VG Condition, Uriah Heep, $6.99. Pat Travers, Hot Shot. VG, $6.99. The Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, $6.99. Garden in the City, Melanie, $6.99 for Melanie. Brian Ferry, These Foolish Things, no condition notes, $6.99. Ronnie Montrose, no condition notes, $6.99. The Young Rascals, VG Plus condition, $6.99. All those I just showed are $6.99. Okay? That was the Young Rascals, Ronnie Montrose, Brian Ferry, Melanie, Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, Pat Travers, Uriah Heep, and Carole King. Patrick Francis wants Uriah Heep and Pat Travers. All right, so there's Pat Travers, there's Uriah Heep. So did Patrick Francis, so did Patrick Francis. Jerry Rock on Melody, so did Jerry Rock. Danny, I'll answer and go over all that in just a second. And then here was what was left over for $9.99. I think there's some crazy deals in here. $9.99 for these. Frank Zappa, Shake Your Booty. Chic Your Booty to be exact. VG Plus, $9.99. Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book. No condition notes, $9.99. Another Bob Dylan, Real Live, $9.99 for Dylan. City to City, Jerry Rafferty, $9.99. And the Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, EX, $9.99. $10 minus a penny for everything right there. Stones, Jerry Rafferty, Dylan, Blues Magoo's, and Frank Zappa. Eric Van Leuven wants the Eyes of the Beacon Street Union. That's sold to him for $6.99. And Jerry Rock wants to pay for the Melanie, but please send it to Guy Shard. He wants to pay for the Melanie, but please send it to Guy Shard. Okay? You got it. All those are $9.99. Zappa, Blues Magoo's, Dylan, Jerry Rafferty, and the old Rolling Stones. Give that frog alone. His old dad's a Rolling Stone. That's sold to Leslie Hold, $9.99. Let's put these back here with the other $9.99ers, which is right here. And now, the only thing left was these for $14. All the 19 got grabbed out of this crate. 2 records left, $14.99. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, VG Plus, $14.99. Or the Beach Boys, a near mint with poster copy of Endless Summer, beautiful, $14 and $14, Clapton and Beach Boys. Now y'all know you need to be watching a whole lot of records at 9 a.m. And then, so at 6 a.m., there's a new vinyl recap. So typically at 6 a.m., we go through, all of the new vinyl that came in the night before. So if we got, let's say, 6 crates in of our newest releases, and we've gone through all those, and there's 3 crates left, well, the first thing that gets uploaded is 6 a.m. It'll be me going through those 3 crates of new vinyl. Same thing for tonight. We had some leftovers right over here, and that'll be one of the first things I go through in the morning. And then sometimes there's something at 7, sometimes there's something at 8, but there's no guarantee. And then definitely at 9 a.m. is when the vintage crate drops. And this stuff will get gone fast. But you can watch it at any time up until about 3:30. I'm going to start putting in the description, 3:30 is kind of the cutoff point, because that's when G watches these before she leaves. And unless I notice something that comes in late, then it's going to be recapped here later and sold. Adam Bernardi gets Beach Boys for $14.99 and Jim Davis on Carole King for $6.99. Okay. Well, now, so this was Saturday, Sundays, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 7 days, and this is what's left. That is Danger, Danger back there. Danger, Danger. Music on vinyl press, $39.99. And then, Michael, we're about to get up to your forte. I'm about to get into some miscellaneous here, so I'll see what I can come up with as far as coins, okay? We had a question about Sunday, and I'm going to show you everything that's left in this crate, okay? Sunday is going to be a unique sale. It'll be me me holding the camera and walking around the store. We're going to get started as soon as 4 or 5. Pencil that in. The exact time will be announced sometime on Sunday. I'll be live. We're going to be walking through the store. We're going to be walking through back here. We're going to try to sell anything that we can come across. Posters, knives, toys, baseball cards, books, magazine, Lysol wipes, taxidermy, rocking chairs, James Bond posters. I'm literally reading stuff I see laying around me. Dolls, bales, airplanes, whatever you want, I'll sell it to you. Danger, danger is sold to Michael Rudolph, $39.99. Right? Here we go. Here's what's left. Take advantage because I'm about to offer this crate as a bundle. Boston is $19.99. A Holland press does have some cover damage. These are the final prices. Final prices. Violent definition. Is that violent definition? Is that a metal record from tonight? All the metal records are sold. Craig, did you know that I had another Blondie Japanese pressing of Call Me? I didn't know if you wanted it or not. I knew you bid on one the other night. I have another one for $15 if you want it, by the way. Just letting you know. Boston, $19.99. The Birds, half off at $19.99. Original label. Dire Straits, $19.99. Bernie Grunman, Best of Mothers, $19.99. Neil Young, a 1975 Pittman press, $19.99 on Neil Young. And then we have Pretenders. Here's where the $14.99 records start. $14.99 for the Pretenders. Eric Clapton, VG Plus, $14.99. The Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade, great compilation, VG Plus, $14.99. The Birds, half off at $14.99. Stevie Wonder, let me pause there because that's a new price point. Blondie is sold to Craig for $15, thank you. It was a metal and earlier crate. Yeah, I've got those. I got all of Laura's stuff right here behind me. You're talking about violent, what did you say? Violent definition? Yeah, I've got it right here. Sold to Hessen Session, $14.99. Okay, $9.99 for Stevie Wonder Original Musicarium. Chic Your Booty, Frank Zappa. Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book. Jerry Rafferty, City to City. Bob Dylan, Real Live. Genesis, and then there were 3. And the Complete Silver Beatles. Those are all $9.99. Beatles, Genesis, Dylan, Jerry Rafferty, Blues Magoo, Zappa, Stevie Wonder. Okay? And the rest of the crate's about to be $6.99. It's about to be $6.99. We got Bee Gees Odessa, Pure Prairie League self-titled, The Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive, Alan Parsons Project, clean copy of A Turn of a Friendly Card, Van Morrison Wavelength, Linda Ronstadt Simple Dreams, Three Dog Night Harmony, Danny Kerwin Second Chapter, The Legend Lives, Ray Charles, Marshall Tucker Together Forever, Visitor Automatic Man, Blood, Sweat and Tears Greatest Hits, Chuck Berry, compilation Bloodstone Natural High, Pez Band. Adam Bernardi wants the $19.99 Neil Young that's left. You got it. And then Rick Maggers on the Alan Parsons Project for $6.99. You got it. And my crate's really full. And we have Brian Ferry, These Foolish Things for just $6.99. Ronnie Montrose is $6.99. And the Young Rascals, Good Lovin'. Laura didn't really mark a metal crate tonight, but she marked a lot of metal in her crates. And there's only a handful of things left. I got to change out crates. We have filled up yet another one here. That is 7 full crates of vinyl tonight, plus all the miscellaneous stuff we've already sold. That only means one thing. Holy moly. Holy moly. Bee Gees, Odessa. Sold for $6.99. By the way, that's not the felt cover, so I actually will not sign that copy. That's not the felt cover. I had a Bee Gees Odessa last night, and I thought I had an autographed insert. Well, I do have an autographed insert, but it doesn't go to Bee Gees Odessa. All right. So the way I usually do the bundle on the flip crate stuff is I usually knock the $6.99 stuff half off, and then I do the $9.99 for 5, I do the 15s for 10, and I do the 20s for 15. And that's going to be the best price. If not, I'll just hang on to them because I selected these for flip crates. I thought they were pretty good titles. So let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 of those. The Odessa record was VG plus condition. VG plus condition. How many did I just say? 16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 16. All right, so 16. So we'll say 375 is what I usually put them in at. And then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And then 10, 20, 30, 40. And then 15, 30, 60. If anybody wants to buy everything that's left, $195. Great selection of music there, $195. You just seen how I did those. I took those already discounted at $6.99 half off, and then the $10 stuff 5, the 15 10, and the 20s at 15. Great little batch of music there. Okay, now, honestly, probably the best time for me to do this is right now. Okay. Sunday's going to be fun. It really is. Chad Stiff wants Stevie. Okay. $9.99. Let's pull that one out of the bundle. So now everything is $190. Sell this to Chad Smith for $9.99. All right, so these are the Kiss LED lights. Let me go to the original pre-order. I've got 20, it says. It says I've got 20. Okay, and I'm going to count these out. Let's pull up the pre-order. And whoever's watching this feed, please write these names down on a list. Okay? Please write these names down on a list. So Gerald Whitworth is the first person. Okay, Gerald Whitworth. We're talking about these Kiss lights. Gerald Whitworth is the first one. Gerald Whitworth. Now, he already got one the last time. That was another one. And he was watching earlier and said he wanted also another one. These are $59.99. Okay? The next one goes to Jeff Church. $59.99. Brad Waits gets one. That goes to Brad Waits. And then Clay Moore is next. There's one for Clay Moore. Stephen A. Young gets one. John Yarborough gets one. David Polkey gets one. And actually, next is Gerald Whitworth. So let's go ahead and give him his second one. Because he commented as Colette and then Gerald. And I think that knocks him down for 2. Okay? All right, there's that. We're getting there. Make a note, Gerald was tagged for 2 tonight. Edwin Riviera. Susie Breedlove. These are $59.99. Let's pause right there at Susie. They're incredible. This is what they look like when they're lit up. They change colors and they can be synced to music. A sensation here at Coletco. This is the 4th band we've done. Okay? Next. Robert Matthews. Tracy McFadden. Scott Smith. Stacy Metternich. I hope I have enough for this one guy. If not, I might have to tell Gerald we'll have to wait. There's one guy, he may be watching. He's been waiting for these to come in, I would say, since the day I first announced it. And I've probably been asked every day, have these arrived? And I may have to negotiate with Gerald, because if he doesn't get one, having to wait another week may literally make this man self-explode. Jamie Butler. Christina Curtis getting 2. And Brent Robley getting 2. He's still 1, 2, 3. He's still number 5 after that. So he's going to have to wait for the next order. Man, I'm going to have to break some people's hearts again. Golly, this is a sensation here at Coletco. So let me read those off. And whoever's watching, I think I can remember. So it was Gerald Whitworth, okay, Jeff Church, Brad Waits, Clay Moore, Stephen A. Young, John Yarborough, David Pokey, Gerald Whitworth, again, Edwin Riviera, Susie Breedlove, Robert Matthews, Tracy McFadden, Scott Smith, Stacy Metternich, Jamie Butler, Christina Curtis, and Brent Robley. Was that 19 or was that 19 or 24? There might be one more in here. Nope. Let me make sure here. There should be 20 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 20. So let me recount again, because this is serious business, I'm telling you. We left off with Gerald Whitworth, Jeff Church, Brad Waits, Clay Moore, Stephen A. Young, John Yarborough, David Pokey, Gerald Whitworth again, Edwin Riviera, Susie Breedlove, Robert Matthews, Tracy McFadden, Scott Smith, Stacy Metternich, Jamie Butler, Christina Curtis, and Brent Robley. So somehow I put out one too many. So Larry Bartell should be number 20. Okay, let me count those manually then. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Larry Bartels is next. That's number 20. So I had one more. Larry Bartels, Larrybartels. I grabbed 2 for Susie. Okay, that's what I did. So Larry Bartels is next. Let me pull up his account and make sure he's registered. Larry Bartels. Is he new? I don't have a message from Larry Bartels. Let me reply to him. Have you registered with Coletco? If not, you need to. Mailing addresses. All right, so here's who's next in line. We'll give that guy till Monday. Okay, and then here's everybody right now that's on the list. Sherry Darnell, Glenn Butch Rhodes, Gonzo American, Jerry Stone, Fred Carnell, Nathan Carter, Oso Adventure, Mark Steele, D-Kong 52, Dennis Cole, Scott Dwallow, and then whoever's on my laptop. Does anybody want else? Because this is pretty specific ordering. And there's no guarantee when they'll come in. I can't promise you anything. This is like the most I don't know thing ever. So I can't tell you when they're coming in. Don't know. Kiss. And then over here, okay, I actually had, I had a list already going on my laptop. So here we go. And so Jeff Church through Larry Bartels should be 19 people. Yeah, and then we added Gerald Whitworth. Okay, so there's the next 20 people right there. I actually had a list already going. So, and here's everybody that already got one. Jackie Ray, Scott Corcoran, Mark Morris, Melanie Clausen, George Jones, Jennifer Schrader, John Martinez, Jen Cass, Matthew Sherrick, 3, Stanley Richmond, John Lane, Scott Markheim, Greg Gabber, Ed Hickey, Ken Crooker, Bill Samus, Chuck Egger twice, Jeff Breen RTO, James Hicks, Paul Brothers, and Gerald Whitworth. Okay, and then all these people were next. Let me make that a different color. And then, here's everybody. Sherry Darnell, Glenn Rhodes, Gonzo American, Jerry Stone, Fred Carnell, Nathan Carter, Oso Adventure, Mark Steele, Decon52, Dennis Cole, Tyson Morgan, Butters 9971, David Pitts, Jason Wilski, Brian Connors, Michael Wood, and Philip Elliott. And then over here, Scott Dwallow on the post. Whoops. Scott, where are you? S-C-O-T-T. D-O-W-A-L-O. And then we need to add Michael Rudolph. And we need to add Jerry Rock. Jerry, I misspelled your name. I'm not a very good typer, as y'all can see. So that left the following people. There's 21 people left. The rest of them should be here middle of next week. And that includes the following. The middle of next week is, let me tell you what's coming in the middle of next week. Because y'all may want to buy some right now. Let me search over here my invoices. Okay. Here is what's in the next order. $25 more Kiss lights, 25 Iron Maiden lights, 15 Metallica lights, 25 Kiss lights, 25 Iron Maiden lights, 15 Kiss lights, and that's been shipped. That has been shipped. Okay? So I have 21 of those already sold. So right now I've got 4 extra Kiss lights. Iron Maiden, so you know next week, if you say you want a Kiss light, you'll probably build on Monday unless you're not the next 4 people who comment right now. And then I've ordered 25 Iron Maidens. And let me see how many of those we've got pre-sold approximately. Here's what Iron Maiden looks like. Okay, very cool. And I have sold Iron Maidens 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I've got several Iron Maidens already. Chris Frazier wants a Kiss light. That's number 22. There's several Iron Maidens. I mean, there's going to be lots of extras of those right now. But I had never shown those live, so those could be poof gone during the live stream if you don't want to reserve one. And the next one is Metallica. We actually posted Metallica before Iron Maiden. And here's what Metallica looks like. And I may not even have enough of those ordered. 25 Metallicas on the way. And we have sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah, I've already sold out of Metallicas. Metallicas are sold out already. And right now, the pre-order, the most live one is Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin is the pre-order. 20's already been ordered. That's the pre-order. Andy Rutherford wants a kiss. Just a few more left then on those. Andy Rutherford. Okay, and that means 23 people are in line. I have 2 left. Write down Jerry Rock from Metallica, okay? And so, Jerry, that could be whenever. I'm going to write down your name right now. I'm going to go ahead and type it in on the feed so it'll be over here. I'm going to actually comment on the post. Okay? All right. Now, y'all see why I did this now at 1 a.m. and not at 8 o'clock when everybody was wanting me to. When these things come in and everybody wants me to tag these, I'm like, this is literally going to, like, stop the show because it's such a precise thing. And let me stack these over here. And let me get these on the table. More are coming. So these are kind of specially made. And the only way I can really do a lot or do one is if I think we're going to have quite a few pre-orders. I got some pretty specific bands that's been requested. And I think I can get enough made where I can take a chance on them and request them. So we'll see what happens, okay? Otherwise, it's a lot more just to do a specialty, okay? Now, some people may be willing to pay $85 for one, to have one made. But right now, next in line is the Beatles and Rush. That's next in line. I think we have more fans of them next than anything. Okay, and then Chad Smith wants on Kiss Light. Chad Smith. Okay, that's number 24, so we're almost sold out of the next batch. Grumpy Moose on Gaming. Grumpy Moose Gaming on Metallica. All right, Grumpy, I'm putting you down right now. Grumpy Moose Gaming. And then I'll take Iron Maiden. Jerry Rock on Iron Maiden. Let me put you down for that. And that's Jerry Rock. Okay. Yeah, I think, so Danny, on your King Diamond request, I think we can sell enough. I mean, there's a lot, we have a lot of King Diamond fans, so yeah, we might try that one before the end of the year. I think we can sell 10. I think if we can do 10, we can do them made. Yeah, these are pretty much custom made. Yes. So hence why it's not something I can just press a button and they're on their way. And Tool, oh yeah. I'm trying to do it in the order in which I think I have the most fans. Black Sabbath, Ozzy, top of the list. Metallica, Iron Maiden, top of the list. Beatles and Rush, way up there with their fan bases. And then we're working our way down. We're working our way down. So, okay, those are done. And then Sabbath. Yeah, I thought I had Sabbath ordered. Van Halen's huge. Yeah, Van Halen. Got to do that one soon. Van Halen. Chris Bryan on 2 Iron Maidens and 2 Led Zeppelins. Okay, I'll put you down right now. 2 Iron Maidens and 2 Led Zeppelins. Chris Bryant times 2. And then Chris Bryant on Led Zeppelin times 2. Led Zeppelin. Yeah, Led Zeppelin's the current pre-order. I think we're at 16 Led Zeppelins now. I've already ordered 20. I think his ×2 puts us at 16. Yeah, Van Halen and Pink Floyd probably be the next two biggest bands that far as I think our fan bases are here for. And those bands just have the most collectible stuff in general. And then we can keep naming them off. Yeah, and I've got so I have a Sabbath list, but evidently I didn't have any ordered. So I have 3 people, Ryan Mustaine, Fred Cardinale, and then I'm putting this one on my laptop, Grumpy Moose Gaming, and an Aussie one. I need to do that one too, sooner than later. Just an Aussie one. That's going to be huge, just Aussie. We've already done Sabbath, but man, Aussie's going to be, that could be just as big as Kiss. Kiss has been the craziest one. Because Kiss is... Kiss is huge. Prince, yeah, the Prince symbol, yes. So I thought about yes. I almost bumped up yes because I really want one. The cool, yes script logo, but yeah, Pink Floyd. These are all, yeah, Aussie we'll sell 50 Aussies probably. So, okay. Well, we got all that done. Yeah, some of the other big metal bands, but not that big, like Pantera, Anthrax, yeah, for sure. King Diamond, they're huge bands, big fan bases. I'm trying to do the no-brainers first. So, and Van Halen, Journey, yeah, all the 80s. And then I thought about stuff too, like the Seinfeld logo, like the oval Seinfeld logo. I would love to have one of those. All right, let's put Joan Jett back there. Joan Jett's greatest hits is $24.99. All right, well, it is now 1 a.m. Slayer, huge fan base. Oh yeah, what about this band? Megadeth. Rick Maggers on Led Zeppelin, okay? Rick Maggers. So Rick, you're now in the group, so you'll be able to comment now on pre-orders. Rick, so anytime you see a pre-order in the group now that you're in, well, actually, let me approve your request. I just tagged you in Zeppelin, so you're good to go now. Misfits, oh yeah, I just thought about them. Member request, Buck Buchanan, Kevin Chapman, David Francis. Okay. Yep, I think I got a list over here on my phone. I mean, y'all should see how many names I wrote down. Errol Smith. There's a ton. Let me make sure I have all these down over here. Let me see where we left off. Iron Maiden. Okay, then we had, yeah, we need to put Van Halen up there. Pink Floyd. We need to put Ozzy, Judas Priest. Ozzy and Judas. Yeah, these are all going to be big ones. Slayer. Don't let me forget about King Diamond. He's going to be up there on the list. Saxon. We have a fan Saxon for sure. And then Pantera, Anthrax. I mean, you could name bands all day long that have great logos. Journey. Let me write that one down. I'm going to start another list here. I've already wrote down Slayer. And then, yeah, Misfits. Dead Kennedys. Yeah, I tell companies when I start ordering stuff from them, I'm like, listen, you probably don't know who we are. We're named Coletco. We're probably about to change your business forever. Yeah, Star Wars. Oh my gosh, great thing there. Star Wars. The Star Wars logo. Alice in Chains. We can name them all night. Alice in Chains. The Fugitive. Van Halen. Eagles. Suicidal Tendencies. Green Day. Yeah. Megadeth. Let's put them up there. Golly, Megadeth. Star Trek, Doors, Coletco. Yeah, we got to have our own. We got to have one to lay back here just for decoration every night. See, what's crazy is I have none of these in stock, and I hope one day I'll actually have them in stock. But every time I order extras, we keep selling more and more and more, and I never have extras. We just don't have any. So I've never had these things. We had Kiss for a brief moment one time, or Black Sabbath. Yeah, for a brief moment, we had a few Black Sabbaths. But then later in the show, I showed them one more time, and then they were all gone. I showed them one more time. I was like, okay, here they are one more time. I got 3 left. And then poof, they disappeared, and we've had a waiting list since then. So, you know. And they're amazing. Yeah, the Almond Brothers, Mushroom, that's a good one. Corrosion and Conformity. That's getting pretty deep, but that's still a big one. Almond Brothers, Mushroom. Basically, I get like a draft sent, and I approve it. And Taylor. Oh, and Elvis. Oh yeah, no, Elvis is in line. Yeah, I've got the Elvis 68 comeback special. You know, when he's singing and the big Elvis, it's going to look kind of like the Kiss where it has bulbs. I forgot about that one. Yeah, Elvis is already up there, because to say we have a few Elvis fans would be an understatement. So, Batman, Superman, yeah. Hendrix, the bubble Hendrix logo, kind of like the way they write yes. Yeah. Okay, well, that's enough to keep us busy for about a year, right? Slipknot and Korn. Oh, Korn would be a cool one. Rush is already being made. I just don't have I'm not taking pre-orders yet. And Korn, yeah. Because I don't have the draft approved. Megadeth, by the way, I found this tonight if anybody wants it. This Megadeth puzzle is $19.99. $19.99 on that Megadeth puzzle. All right, I think I've. Let me see if I've got emailed anything. Let's see here. Yeah, the Rush is going to be the original, like that looks like their first album. The Beatles is going to be the Drop T logo, and then Elvis. That's going to be probably the next 3: Rush, Beatles, and Elvis. And we'll have those out this week. Well, actually, it's Led Zeppelin's next. So, yeah, honestly, this is turned into. Whew. Good thing about our business is. Oh my gosh, we didn't mention the Stones, did we? Golly. The Rolling Stones. Golly. Good thing about our business right now, I just don't have enough time of the day to sell stuff. It's 1 a.m., and if I had all the stuff we're talking about in front of me to sell, it would be insane. But this is like a whole different... almost like a whole business here we're talking about. So I'm almost overwhelmed. Okay, Megadeth, Soda Danny. So Sunday is going to be an insane. It's talking about stuff we can sell. Sunday is going to be an insane show. Puzzle Soda Danny for $15, because we're going to have a lot of stuff, and I'm going to be here to sell it. Okay, I don't know what to do now. I feel like albums are over. The wall, gosh, Pink Floyd, I know. The Pink Floyd old 60s bubble logo. Oh my gosh. Whew. Yeah, it's endless. My head is spinning. Whew. For me, it's like, what can we get in here to sell? And then I realize, oh crap, we could sell just about anything, and the volume is insane, and so I have to like control the madness. So my job as the business grower is to figure out how to sell more faster to more people without it being such a headache for me and the customers. And so really we're like, we've got to do a website at some point where people can just get on there and buy stuff. But the problem with that is it's so time consuming to post pictures, and then it's going to be confusing because, like, do you pay shipping or do you add it to your order here? You know, it's just like, how do we do that? Because like all this stuff we're talking about, that's for just the people watching, and it's overwhelming. Well, if we had a website and y'all could just go on there and buy it, but how are we going to do the shipping? Are we going to add it to like put it free shipping on our website? And then in case somebody just gets on there that's new and just buys a lot, because then if you check out, then how are we going to get it in the same box? It's a lot of, I mean, we've ran this through AI and everything trying to figure it out. How to sell stuff here on our website, an auction website, sell auction stuff here, but get it in everybody's box so y'all get the same shipping charge and only get billed once a week. And then, like, I've always wanted to do other sales. I've been wanting to do comic books for a year now. Still haven't found the right person for it. I've been wanting to do coins for a year, which we already do comics and we already do coins, but we just, you know, yeah, I think what we're going to do is just say, hey, it's on our website. If you buy it on there, you got to pay for it separately, and it could even ship separately. But see, if somebody got on there and they wanted to buy something, they're going to want it added to their invoice. And then the man hours to do that is a lot more difficult than you think. We're going to have to take it off the website, add it to an invoice, and it'd be like, why even put it on the website then? But I also know we can sell to thousands of more people a month if we had a website where people could just click and buy something. Because a lot of people don't like coming here and just having to wait for something to come up. Those that's watching right now, y'all love it. That's why you're watching at 1 a.m. And I love doing this. It's a lot more fun than trying to list stuff on a website all day. And it's just not fun. I don't think it's fun just to get on a website and buy something. That's boring to me. I think that's why we've been so successful here. But doing that is also, it's extremely time consuming. So, yeah, some kind of subscription. Yeah, like, hey, if you want to buy on our website, you got to pay $19.99 a month, you know, or how much? Well, actually, it needs to be like 8 times 4. It needs to be $29.99 a month for shipping. And you got to pay. That unlocks the website. And then, you know, we're going to ship to you once every 2 weeks or hold everything for a month, or I don't know. It could, a lot of things. Like I said, we've been running it. I think Jake and Tanner and myself, we've been running it through AI and asking bots and asking web designers, and we've been working on it for a long time. So a lot of moving parts. Not to mention everything Ed would have to do. Ed would have to correct invoices, update stuff. Okay, let's go through some miscellaneous over here and see what we can come up with. There's a box of randomness there. And this actually helped me get ready even for Sunday if we do some of this right now. And but yeah, I guess we'd almost need, I don't know. I can't think about it right now. I think about it a lot. Sometimes I'm sitting in a chair just staring at the wall thinking, okay, how can we do this? How can we sell more? How can we make this easy for everybody? Because, you know, there's people even tonight that was asking about combined shipping, like buying something last week, this week. But it's basically like a little club we have here. And everybody kind of knows the rules. They get used to the rules. But if we do want to attract a new customer, it could be kind of weird for them. They're like, wait a minute, at $7, they only ship, or 7 days, they only ship once a week. It gets kind of confusing. So All right. Okay, what to do here? Low-end autographs. That was asked about. Let's see over here. Let's open this up. I was going through this tub yesterday, but this is, or 2 nights ago, but this is actually, I think, sports cards. If that's what I think it is, then we'll stop and see what the next one is. Let's see. I was on the hunt for more coins, which I think there's got to be something around here somewhere for Michael or Danny. Don't forget Danny or anybody else. And then maybe like a box of music-related items for probably everybody else watching. And this is full of sports cards. So I've got 2 black tubs full of mostly vintage sports cards. Yep, and that's what's in that tub. And that's full of vintage sports cards. Okay. Here's a stack of autographs. Let's see here. We probably can go through this stuff and see what it is. That's a tub of magazines. Okay. So let me see what this stack of stuff is. Hire more people. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, the only way I'm going to sell more is hire more people. Every time we've hired somebody, we've started selling more and more. So, all right. Let's see what this stack. This is all, should be JSA autographs. I've got, this was a signed comic and JSA authenticated. Then we had to take this one off. So there's a Gunsmoke comic. I can pop that out if somebody wants it. With Marshall Matt Dillon on the front. We'll say Gunsmoke is 20 bucks. Gunsmoke comic. I can take it off that. It's not signed. It's just that. Here's a tough to get autograph, I think. Gabby Hayes. It's an old cut signature. Gabby Hayes. Gabby Hayes. Nice Roy Rogers here. Already matted. If you want a price on something, just let me know. There's another Roy Rogers. There's another Gabby Hayes. It says to Doug. Gabby Hayes. There's a Dale Evans. Here's a cool display here. This is a Gene Autry comic book and a Smiley Burnett autograph. Or excuse me, a Gene Autry comic and a Smiley Burnett comic. And that includes 2 cuts. Diamond Rio poster. Fully signed, Diamond Rio. Lonnie Brooks poster. Lonnie Brooks autograph. And another Roy Rogers. This is a painting and cut signature. I don't know what the deal with the painting is. But there's a painting, a cut. That's definitely Fred Goodwin autographs. Lots of cowboy stuff there. The Lonnie Mack, or excuse me, Lonnie Brooks. Problem with this one would be shipping because it's like it's a big corrugated cardboard or like a election sign material. It is to Rosebud. I would say shipped $65. Shipped $65. And it'd have to be shipped flat. That's not going to be cheap at all to ship. $65 shipped. And now, Patrick, I know you asked me earlier about an Otis record. If you could remind me about that, I'll go try to dig it out later. The first Gabby Hayes. This one here with the cut. Let me check on him right quick. No problem. I almost just guessed the price, but let me see if I can find something right quick. Gabby Hayes. Michael, I may can come up with some coins if you give me 1 second. Signed. Is there anything JSA on here? Slim Harpo, 22. Okay. I will sell that to you. Slim Harpo, $22. I just got to find it. None sold. All right. And then, wait a minute. I need to turn off filter. There we go. 99. I'll do this for $65 too. $65. I know Roy Rogers. Roy Rogers matted with photo is $175. These two here. I got black Sharpie. There's kind of a crease running through it though, right here. I don't know if you can see that. That's kind of unfortunate. And then that one is a ballpoint pen, which might even be a little bit older, but it's nice and clean. Okay. So yeah, Gabby Hayes, 65. Roy Rogers, 175. With matted with photo like that. So these are cuts. Now the way JSA did this, so they pop open the back, okay, and the sticker is underneath that. That way they don't have to destroy the mat. So there it is, and they put the sticker. And then I'll have to find these cards. I don't know where these cards are at, but as y'all know, when we find them, I'll mail them to you. See, we got cards mismatched everywhere. Like, I have no idea what these go to. I've got 3 stacks over here, but they are authenticated. It's on the back of the cut. So if you ever wanted to take it out, the sticker is on the cut. So if you wanted to take that out and put it with something else, you could. Same thing for this. If you wanted to pop that out and put it with a different photo, it's up to y'all. And Gabby Hayes. Same thing for Gabby Hayes. Okay. Gabby Hayes, from what I'm seeing, active is a pretty good price. They're just not a lot of them sold. All right. Consider that sold, Patrick. I'll just have to find it. Okay, what's over here? That's all sports cards galore. I got 2 really expensive. Oh, you might be interested in this. Hold on a second. Is that coins? Sorry, I'm kind of in no man's land over here now. I'm in our room. Here's some other cool stuff. I can flip through these. I don't know if I've ever gone through these. It definitely looks like Fred Goodwin type. Let's see. All right, Roy Rogers, Dale Evans. That's a good one. Randy Travis. There's the Dallas people. Ben Johnson. Tex Ritter. Johnny Mac Brown. James Stewart and somebody. Something to do something with Pinocchio. Gene Autry, that's a cool one. Early, almost looks like Fountain Point. More Cowboys, I don't know, but I bet Fred could tell us. Barbara Eden, Harper Valley. We have so many like this. See, I had all this stuff authenticated, and I honestly don't know what a lot of it even is. Or I didn't even know I even had, is what I'm trying to say. How much to ship just a cut, JSA on back of cut? You mean if I popped it out of the mat? I don't know if I want to do that because I don't want to damage it. It wouldn't be much difference of the price. I mean, I'm not putting a lot of value into the mat and the photo. Most of that price is involved in just the cut. I'd really rather sell it to you and have you do that. It looks like there's 1 piece of tape on the back. It wouldn't be that hard, but man, I don't want to get in there and mess something up. I'd rather let you destroy it than me. There's a good chance I've got other Roy Rogers. I mean, there was another one just right here in this stack. There's a good chance. Do I not have a Roy Rogers cut? I guess I don't, but I thought I did. That's all the cuts. We've been through all those. Have I been through these? You know, some of these people, I have no idea who they are. That doesn't mean they're not valuable. That probably means they are valuable. Here's one here, Danny. Hold on a second. This is a unique deal here. This one I can already peel off easy. This is a pretty cool deal, though. So here's a puzzle he had framed. And see, there's another cut. It's almost, I hate to turn this puzzle over, though, and it spill everywhere. Is this glued? So yeah, here's another cut. Yeah, it can peel right off. I'd probably just take a razor blade and cut it right there so the tape comes off. But that's one pretty easy to cut off right there. That's a pretty cool puzzle. That's from the 1952. I'm looking at a $2 bill with Trump pick and added details and color slab. You familiar with that? Have not seen those. I have not seen those, no. Okay. Okay. These are $160. Some of the only silver I have. These are 1 ounce, beautiful gold Libertads. Silver, they're silver obviously, for $160. They've been gold, 24 karat gold, layered with this really cool diamond dust. $160. 24 karat gold and diamond dust. It's about the only silver coin that I forgot that I had laying around here. So there's those. I got some silver proof sets, it looks like. I've got those, and then I've got a Libertad Black Platinum and Diamond Dust. Same thing, $160. And that's what this looks like. Okay, let me pop it out. So this is Black Platinum and Silver Dust. And the other Libertads, let me show you what I have on eBay, Michael. I forgot about that. I got some oddities listed on eBay, and we've been selling them on there for a while now. So I've got 3 each of those at $160. Okay, 3 each of those at $160. I need to put this little, and let me know if you want gold or platinum. And then let me scroll through my eBay, and I'll show you some of the stuff I have listed on there. And there's autographs listed on there, too, that y'all might want to buy. Okay? No, these are 1 ounce silver. No, these are 1 ounce silver. 1 ounce silver. No, 1 ounce platinum would be about $1,500. So he wants the platinum and diamond dust, $160, sold to Michael Rudolph. Okay, those are $160 if anybody else wants one. All right, now let me go over here to active. All right, and let me refine. Okay, highest price. Let's start on our eBay highest price first. Okay. Stevie Nicks autograph, Captain Beefheart autograph, Roger Maris, Eric Clapton, John Mayall, Roger Maris, Captain Beefheart, and then I've got a plethora of Neil Youngs. John Prine, the band, Roger Maris, Neil Young, John Prine, the band, Zappa, Eminem, Neil Young, To Kill a Mockingbird with Harper Lee and Gregory Peck, Don Van Vliet, which is Captain Beefheart again, Neil Young, Roger McGuinn, Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, Bill Monroe, Gene Clark again, Bill Monroe, Neil Young, Willie Dixon, Kid Rock, Gunfight at the OK Corral, Willie Dixon, Harry Carey, Bill Monroe, Cheap Trick. These are all autographs so far. Bad Day at Black Rock with Spencer Tracy, Robert Ryan, Errol Flynn. Okay, here's a coin. This is, I have this. It's a 2022 Nayu Gangster Series John Dillinger 2 ounce silver coin. That is listed at $524.99. Grand Ole Opry, Eddie Rickenbacker, Al Jolson, Ward Bond, Joan Crawford, Blue Murder, Gene Kelly, John Denver, Depeche Mode, Bill Monroe. Okay, here's another coin. He also wants a gold one. So this is also sold to Michael Rudolph for $160. This is a 2024 Silver Eagle first preview release, and that's $479. I think we already sold one of those. That's a different listing. We already sold one of those. Willie Dixon is $749, I think. $599. How much is Willie? The Willie Dixon album, Willie Dixon album is actually signed by Willie Dixon, Carrie Bell, Lafayette Leak, Buster Benton, Freddie Dixon, and Clifton James. It's signed on the back. And of course, these are my top price eBay plus make offer. So I'm here to sell this stuff. Where did I get to? McLean Stevenson, Masters jacket, Earl Scruggs, Masters belt, Masters jacket, Duncan Ronaldo, the Golden Palominos, Duncan Ronaldo, Masters, Master shirt, Tammy Wynette, Ron Campbell, who illustrated Yellow Submarine, Jane Seymour, Shirley Temple. Here's another silver coin. This is a 2025 Silver Eagle with preview mark MS70. And I have 2 of these in stock. And Michael, those are $154.99. Or anybody else. Buddy Guy autographed CD, Hank Ballard photo, Midlands. Here's another Silver Eagle, 2025 First Eagle Preview. That's $149 for the Silver Eagle. Tom Selleck, Jimmy Stewart, Butterfly McQueen, Masters Salt Shakers, James Stewart, the Soup Nazi. So this is pretty cool. It's a Silver Eagle, and it's autographed by the Soup Nazi from Seinfeld, Larry Thomas. That's $124. These are pretty cool. I still got these. These are colorized Libertads. These are, they look like stained glass. They're numbered. And this is $105, Libertad. And then I have that same thing. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a Dale Reeves movie poster. Here's another Libertad that looks like the Mermaid. Lots of these. Masters Cup, Don Rickles photo. Here's a cool coin, Genghis Khan. And Genghis Khan is $84.99. Master shirt, Don Rickles, Master shirt, Master's hat, Dave Winfield, Master's hat, Gordon Scott, Tarzan. Here's a colorized Silver Eagle. It looks like a Revolutionary War reimagination of the Iwo Jima flag raising. John Mayall, Roy Acuff, Loretta Young, MC Chris, Michael Bublé, Martin Sheen, Ann Rutherford. Lots of Martin Sheens, Augusta Bagg, Lily Tomlin, Richard Widmark, Trombone Shorty, Glenn Ford, Ann Rutherford, Shirley Eaton's galore, Lily Tomlin, Richard Thompson, Shirley Eaton, Lily Tomlin, Richard Thompson. So you saw most of our coin inventory right there, unless there's something else down here. I think this is too cheap for coins. So yeah, that's all the coins that I have. So which of the Silver Eagles do you want? I'll go pull them. And then Don Rickles. We just sold one the other day. Let's see what I have left. Don Rickles. I've got 2, 3. I've got Don Rickles. Personalized to Fred, it looks like. Hi, Fred. Thanks for keeping my home alive, my name alive. Don, and that's made out the Fred Goodwin. And then the other one is also personalized to Fred. And that's why they're so cheap. Hi, Fred, something Don Rickles. And that's from the movie War Scene, or that's just a war. I'm not for sure what movie that is, but yeah. Okay. All right, and then he wants the Silver Eagle. Okay, let me find that. I need to take it off eBay then. And so you're talking about the Privy Mark, right? The Privy Mark MS70. Okay, sell that to Michael. Let's just make that a flat 150 for Michael. And let me grab this whole tray. Actually, you know what? Besides showing y'all digital photos, let me just grab this whole tray over here. This is off our eBay shelf. And let me change. Maybe I have 2 of these. Hold on a second. So let me move this right here. Balance it. Okay, so do I have two available? All right, so let me make that 1 available. Here's some stuff that evidently hadn't got listed. I didn't see some of this stuff on here. All right, so Rickles was $89.99. $89.99. Yeah, I kind of like it when Fred's name, because Fred is kind of a provenance. Fred is kind of a provenance now, so. Nope, that's not what we have here, is it? One of 5,000. I actually don't see that label. This is it. Is this it? Treasure label? Treasure series. Yeah. All right. All right. Sell that to Michael. I have 1 left if anybody wants it. 2025 Eagle Privy. See the eagle over here? Above the In God We Trust. MS70, $150. And I'm going to revise this from 2 in stock to 1 in stock. Unless somebody tells me right now they want the other one. Okay. I'm also about to do a trade on our Michael Jordan rookie. I'm about to trade some silver and cash for that. So I should have some silver next week, some straight up bullion. All right, so that's sold to Michael for $150. Rickles is $89.99. And American Revolution. Yeah, that's also, I think, what Danny asked about, right? Is that what Danny asked about? Flag, yeah. That should be in here. I also got these Pokemons. I got more in here that I think than I realized that hadn't been listed. That's over there in a different box. These Pokemons are 99 each. They're pretty limited edition. They're colorized. They have Pokeballs on the back. I've got Squirtle. I've got Charmander and Bubblesaurus, I think. Yeah, no. Yeah. No, I forgot that one. Dang it. Squirtle, Charmander. These are 1 ounce silver colorized. Okay, John, yeah, let me go pull that off the eBay rack. Oh, my mic is itching my chin. Let me move this down. There should be, okay, here's another box of coins. Aha, I have found another box of coins. Okay. All right, yeah, I got several of these. So what these are painted really nicely American Silver Eagles, and it looks like Revolutionary War soldiers with that iconic Iwo Jima flag raising. Okay, and it comes with a stand, and the backs are even as nice, if not nicer. It's got an American flag painted background. Okay, and I've got 4 of these in stock. And these are $80. Okay? And at one time, yeah. So at one time I was asking 100. I'm going to tell y'all right now what I have in these. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the sticky note. I paid $79 for these. So we're kind of taking a bath on these. For some reason, when I bought all these are the only ones I had trouble selling. I'm down to my last 4. So they're $80. I got 79 bucks in them. So yeah, 79 bucks. I don't reveal my cost in too many things, but that goes to show you I'm just trying to move them. Okay. So sell 1 to Patrick, sell 1 to Danny. I've got 2 left. So I had them marked up enough. If I came down a few bucks from 100, I could still be okay, but I'm down to 2 now. All right, I've got 2 left on those. I got the Pokemon, and then I got to go find Don Rickles, okay? And I've got all the coins here if anybody wants to see anything closer. Let me change the quantity on this. Let me change the quantity from 4 to 2. You know, I am in the business to make money. Otherwise, I have to fire Seth, and then Otis don't get fed. But some things, it's better to get your money back out of it, wipe your hands, and move on to something else. Sometimes you just got to go messed up there, move on, because the cash flow is more important than... cash flow is everything in this business. You got to keep doing cash flow. There's no telling how much I do sell, like new vinyl. Doing new vinyl at cost a lot of times. Okay, now I have listed almost everything on eBay myself except those Don Rickles. And Danny, let me see if I can find them. Tanner, if not, maybe Tanner's awake. Tanner might even be on the feed. There's all the JSA letters. You know what? I don't know really where those are at. Those might even be at his house. I hope not. Let me text Tanner. This is about the time of night he's awake, feeding Finn. You know, because I got to really find out where I'm at. Yeah, and the reason that other Silver Eagle is so pricey, let me ask Tanner. Are you awake? Location of Don Rickles photo on eBay. Take one, and then give me a second. I'll take the last one. Okay, American Revolutions are sold out. $80. Danny Thomas and Patrick Francis on 2, and Adam Bernardi wants the last one. Okay, Danny, I have contacted him. Let me just end this item now. This item's no longer available for sale. That is off eBay. Okay, very cool. There's Pokemon. I sold 2 of those. I'm going to save some space here. I'm going to move these in here. By the way, if you didn't know, there's not a lot of money to be made in the coin business. If you are making a lot of money, then it means you're probably either A, being very dishonest with somebody, or you're doing it in an insane volume. So the people who make a lot of money doing it, they're making, the people who do it in like millions of dollars a day that make 5%, that's how you make money. And you got to get pretty well established to do that. But there are bullion dealers that can make a ton of money. You can make a good, modest living doing it, like little coin shops and peddling with it. But if you want to like grow a business and make a living, you've got to do it on a big scale, because typically after all of your costs, you make about 10%. Like us, like, you know, let's say we did sell that coin at full value. We might netted $20, or we might have grossed $20 net, but after true net would probably be like $8. So when we sell something at cost, we're actually definitely losing money, but it's good to get your money back sometimes. The Don Rickles is just a basic JSA. It's just a basic JSA on Don Rickles. So nothing too fancy. His autograph doesn't require a letter. So that's just a basic LOA for Don Rickles. Just a basic on him. They call that a basic cert. All right, let's go bring out some more stuff. Maybe coins, maybe... I went through my entire eBay page. If you see something on there you want on that. So, yeah, coins are tough. Yeah, Don Rickles is a basic sticker and card, if I know where the card is. I bet Tanner knows. Let me look in here. So a lot of it could be in here. I mean, there's trays in here full of autographs. I mean, there are. So right here, there's about 300 autograph photos. And then down here is about 3. These may be the ones he's listed. Hold on a minute. Yep, here they are. Okay, yeah. And then here's about another 400 autograph photos. I have located it. So, okay, here's the 2. Yeah, here's one of them. Here's both of them. Hey, Fred, best from... Mini Man from... Golly, hold on a second. It's in cursive. It might as well be in Chinese. Hey, Fred, best from one man. No, here we go. I have figured it out. Cool inscription. Hey, Fred, best from one Navy man to another, Don Rickles. Hey, Fred, best from one Navy man to another, Don Rickles. I don't know that movie. Does anybody know that movie? And then... Hey, Fred, thanks for keeping my name alive, Don Rickles. I can promise you that's not from the movie Casino. I like that one. It says from one Navy man to another, but that one's cool because it's more clear. I mean, this one's pretty bold. It gets kind of camouflaged right there, but that one has Don Knotts on it, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, $90 a piece on those. Glenn Ford, these are the ones on eBay. I forgot what, Dave Winfield, I think. Trombone Shorty. Blue Murder. Michael Bublé. We got a bunch of Michael Bublés. I think these were supposed to be inserts for something. Yeah, so those are all matched. And so, yeah, they come with a basic card. Stickers on the back. Let me see what the backs look like. Let me see if there's anything on the back of these. There could be. Oh, yeah, they're original press photos. Here we go. So this is George Burns Comedy Week. These are official CBS press photos. Don Knotts left, and Don Rickles play a couple of hayseeds who are smart enough to hit on the government for disaster relief. Funds on George Burns Comedy Week, October 23rd on the CBS television network. October 10th, 1985. And the other one reads, nothing. But it is a probably a promo poster, a promo photo. Are you talking about just the? Are you talking about just the? You're talking about 75 for this one, right, Danny? Let me see what we sold the other one for, and see what I netted for it on eBay. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that probably is Kelly's Heroes. Yeah, it was. The other one we sold was Kelly's Heroes. I thought, I didn't know we had these till Tanner listed them. So he's been taking stuff home and listing it. And some of the stuff I'm like, man, we just need to show this on the sale before we have to pay eBay fees. It's been shipped. They hadn't got it yet. It was going out to somebody out in California. $75. All right. Sell this to Danny for $75. You're talking about Don Knotts, right? Sell this to Danny. Okay. And if anybody wants the other one, I'll do 75 on it. Let me take this off eBay before somebody buys it tonight and then they're disappointed. Okay. All right, Danny, it's yours. It's off eBay and it's sold to you. $75. I got another one if anybody's interested. Great deals on signed stuff here. We got them. We got quite the collection. I'll be selling autographs for years. I like to view myself as an autograph dealer nowadays. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about the business. I've learned a lot about fakes. I've learned a lot about authentication. I've learned what to do. I've learned what not to do. I've learned how to spy fakes. I've learned how to make money off of the graded stuff or the authenticated stuff. I've lost money on fakes. Steve came up with this idea. Pretty cool invention. So for comic books or stuff that's in bags, you can take some tape and like make a little book. And you can bind it. And that's pretty cool. You can flip through stuff and kind of keep it together. And actually, if you go through, you can zigzag the tape where it kind of sticks to each thing so you can make little binders. So, yeah, Don Rickles, I've been watching, of course, he's pretty much before my time for sure, but I've been watching a lot of clips of him on Johnny Carson lately. So I saw those photos and I was like, wow, that's awesome. All right, let's see what else we can come up with. Let's see what else we can come up with. All right. Well, let's see what this little stack is here. That's records. All right, that's to be authenticated. I know somebody's going to ask about this. We sold one of these a few weeks ago, an album. His autograph actually on something like this is not cheap. Let's see. We got Zach Sabbath, signed by Zach Wild and Band. Lenny K and the Flesh Tones. Lenny K and the Flesh Tones. And then this is pretty cool. This is the Goldfinger singles, signed by Shirley Eaton, the Golden Girl herself. It says Shirley Eaton, Jill Masterson. She actually wrote, she inscribed it, Jill Masterson. And that's signed by Armored Saint. So Armored Saint, I don't have any reason. I kind of know how much Shirley Eaton is. Zach, I could ballpark. I don't know anything about the other ones. And I think over here on my laptop, I have what the last Zach Wild was priced at. Let me see if it's on my phone too. Z-A-K-K. Let me make sure I didn't misspell it. No. Z-A-C-K. No. All right, let me get my laptop then. Either way, I'll probably have to check it on eBay. It's probably in the 200 range, I think, just to give you an initial idea. It's like 275, 255, but I'll make up my mind in 1 second. But I have put my laptop either down in a crate. I've either put it down in a crate or... Yeah, let me just check it old school. Let me just check it manually. Let me check it the old way here. And then I was going to bring out a few more coins. Let me make sure I got the card. Okay. There's the card. Yeah, that's kind of a unique item because there's some posters and stuff. I'm going to say... $225 on Zach. It's Fairies Wear Boots and Solitude. Joey Castillo on drums. Hey, he watches our sales every night. Joe Castillo. I wonder if that's the same guy. This is not Lenny Kravitz. This is Lenny K and the Flesh Tones. Yeah. $225 on Zach Sabbath. Goldfinger. Down, down. She's the man. Man. Midas touch. It's such a cold finger. He's on. All right. Now, some of these may be priced, but they might have been before silver hit $50 an ounce. So let me check on these. This is a 2024 silver proof set. Silver proof set. All right, I got two of them. The recent comps on this is 175, 200, 180, 200, 225, 181, 225. We're talking about this. So yeah, this has gone up more because that was a price. The last price was when silver was probably not what it is right now. But 170. And here's the comps again. 200, 179, 200, 225, 300. This is a 2024 silver proof set. Okay. Now this one hadn't changed because it's not silver. The 2009 is $25. 2009, that's from back in October. That this doesn't contain silver, so that doesn't seem too bad of a price for a triple decker. Let's go through the 2024. So the 2024 proof set will have a silver $50, a silver dime, and 5 silver quarters. Now, I think this is just a pretty low production. That's why they're selling for so much. It has the newest silver quarters, all proofed. And yeah. Yeah, I think, is it the penny that's in here that's pretty desirable? The total weight, these, now I've sold all the melt silver, so the silver sets I have left are far from the value of the actual silver melt. Most of these two right here are carrying a huge premium, I think, of because of the coins or just the mintage of the set. So is this the last Kennedy proof penny? Is that why this is carried? I'm trying to remember why they sell, because this set here has nothing to do with the melt. We've already sold through all the melt value silver sets. We blew through those a couple months ago when silver hit 50. There's something to do with, it could be yeah, Patrick is saying every coin is changing after this year. Yeah, some of these have jumped up there just this week for 240, 190. I mean, and I priced it 3 months ago for 150. So these things are definitely on the rise. And every time I've brought out these sets, these silver sets, I've had to adjust the price. I think they went from like 120 to 150, and now I've got them at 170. And I've got 2, so you might want to get on board. Adam Bernardi says he'll take one. Okay. Soda Adam Bernardi, $170. Done. And I have one left for 170. The 2009 is not silver. It's just a standard. But there's a lot of coins in there for $25. Give me 1 second. I'll show you what's in the 2009. And I literally have an entire tub of proof sets over here. We've been chipping away at these things for a year. A guy bought basically 3 of everything from the mint for about 15, 20 years. He bought 15 years of buying everything that the mint came out with. All right, so 2024 is sold to Danny. That was my last one. Okay. Now, I've got some other stuff stacked up over here, as you can see. First, let me show you what's in the 2009. Do I have another 2024? I don't, okay? But give me 1 second, because I think this is a great value for what comes in it. You get the entire Abraham Lincoln penny set. Abraham Lincoln through the years. You get the 4 gold presidential dollars. The 6 quarters of the territories, DC, Puerto Rico, Guam, and then the regular coins, which is the $50, the dime, the nickel, and the standard dollar. So, Danny, you got a 2024 silver for $170. And this 2009 set is $25. Now, I don't know if Danny was asking about it or if he's claiming it. Somebody wants it. Pending right now to Patrick Francis, I guess. Okay? Or if that's what Danny was asking about. Danny gets the 2024 for $170. and the 2009 for $25. Okay. All right, do these have prices on them? Let's go to another silver one. Let's go back a year and see what's going on with these. Patrick, he had a slight edge on you asking what that was. Okay. This is a 2023 proof set. Price $115. Last sold today $130. This is I'll do them for $115. This is the 2023 silver proof set. $115. I've got 2 of them. 5 silver quarters. Eleanor Roosevelt, Bessie Coleman, etc., etc. And then half, dime, penny, nickel, dollar. Okay? $115. Last sold 2023, sold literally today on eBay for $130. I think Danny wants one for $115. Not $100. You mean $115. I've got 2 of them. I've got one 2023, right? Yeah, excuse me, I've only got one 2023. I stand corrected. Let me go make sure there's not another one. 2023. Make sure I don't have another one. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Unfortunate. Okay. 115. If I find another 100, both. I've only got one. It's definitely $115. In 2 more months, I'm going to say, Danny, that's $150 if you want it. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, this is 2022. I'm pricing these like you can't say no to these prices, kind of prices. This one's 100. 2022's 100. Okay? 2022. At this point, y'all are going to have to comment the year. 2022's 100. Adam says he wants it for $115 if you don't. But you do have dibs. How could you say no? Adam Bernardi wants 2022 for 100. So to Adam Bernardi. Okay. $75 for 2021. They're going down. 2021, $75. Silver proof set. $75 on that. $2021 is $75. Boy, is Facebook about to expire? Hold on a second. What time did I start this feed? Let's not don't let me let Facebook expire. We got 11 minutes before Facebook expires. I might have to start another stream. Okay, so let me recap. So 2022 was sold to Adam for 100. Danny does get 2023 for 115. And then Adam Bernardi gets 2021 for $75. Danny was second. Okay. And then this one It comes with a nickel. I'm going to go get it, okay? This one comes with a nickel, and this is always a weird year. $125. The 2020. I think y'all know how weird 2020 stuff is with coins. 100 and whatever I just said. How much did I just say? 100. What did I just say? I can't make up my mind. I'm looking at all kinds of different comps over here. This one's wild. $125. Yeah. And let me go find. I think it's supposed to come with a nickel, a bonus nickel. Okay. Let me see what I got here. $125. Yeah. Let's see. All right. West Point. Is that it? The Jefferson nickel. 2019. I think it's that one. All right. Okay, so these all go with extra sets that I have coming up. Okay, I think it's this one that goes to this one. Yeah, that's a good item by itself. 125, yeah. Yes. That goes with this Soda Adam Bernardi for $125. Let's make sure we put this in a baggie so that stays together, okay? All right, now, this is not silver. Hold your horses till I price it, because this one's probably going to be very inexpensive. It's just a standard. Maybe not. Depends if it's supposed to come with something special. They're actually pretty pricey. Not silver. Yeah. Okay, I think it has to do with the woman quarters on this one, for sure. All right, so 2022. Here's some comps. All right, y'all ready? November 19th, $123.99, $90. And then I saw this one up here that sold for $109. And then there's some like $75, and then there's some like $99. There's some $85. So, and then there's another one here that sold for $99.99. I'm probably going to say, because I have two of them, $85 on the 2022 here. $85. Now, this one's not silver, but I think it has to do with the Women of America quarters. Yeah. Very cool. So, $85, 2022 proof. Standard proof. $85 on those two. $85. First year of women's quarter, COVID limited production. Exactly. One sold to Adam Bernardi. I've got one left. $85 on that. Okay. I think the sets that these coins go to are pretty dang good if I can find them. By the way, you may get a separate invoice. No, I don't. They're not doing, obviously, extra shipping. But because of tax purposes, there's no sales tax on these coins for anybody. No sales tax on these coins. So what we've been doing is Tanner's been billing it separately. So they set all this stuff aside, and it may come as a different invoice, but it's the same thing, okay? And then this other one is sold to Leslie for $85, okay? Those are gone. And then let's look this one up. Moving right along. Maybe when we sell this entire tub tonight. I may have to start. Oh, man, I don't know. I really needed to stop, but we only got about 5 minutes left on Facebook. I may need to start a new stream. Or if everybody can stay on YouTube and Twitch, we'll just keep going over there. Looks like everybody buying right now is on YouTube or Twitch, except Danny. And Danny, if you can stay on YouTube or Twitch, I'll just keep going so I don't have to start a whole new stream. Let me know if you can. I don't want to lose anybody, but I don't want to really start a new stream because I want to finish these up and then we keep going. I got a price on this, but let me make sure it hadn't changed. Yeah, it's about the same. $45 for the 2017. $45 for 2017. Okay? $45 for 2017. Hey, here's another 2022, Danny. There you go. I got you one. 2022. Are you still good with that? There's Danny, a 2020. So I had 3 of those. $85. So did Danny. Okay. Now, these here are pretty special. Let's see here. Do I have 4 of these? I got 3 of them. I think I shipped one somebody that didn't get one. I wish I could figure out who that was because I owe them a Jefferson nickel. 2017 is not silver. No. 2017 is just standard. This is another really collectible one because it's COVID year. All right, Danny's on YouTube. By the way, Danny, I got you tagged for that. Okay, and then, so what's special here about 2020? Let me show you this. A 2020 standard. Has a different setting. There it is. So this one cost almost as much as the silver because of the circulation and because of this penny that comes with it. Or nickel, excuse me. Let me make sure this is the right item for it. Yeah, so I'll do these for $95. It's a 2020 just standard proof set, and it comes with the 2020 West Point nickel. So this nickel was minted at West Point. The W is below the 2020 there, and these are $95. $95. You're going to get this and this together. Adam Bernardi wants one. Adam Bernardi wants another. And I've got one left. $95. Okay? And then I've got an extra nickel, but let me hold on to that. And because I might have the set or I've accidentally sold one without one. Okay? 45s. Those are the Japanese singles. You've already seen those. These are Goldfinger singles signed by Shirley Eaton. They're JSA authenticated. They're signed by Shirley Eaton. Bond memorabilia. $75 on those. So I've got one 2020 left. Okay, thank you, Adam, for that. And then that was the only nickel ever minted at West Point. There you go. There's your interesting fact on those. And then 2021s aren't that expensive, it looks like. Yeah, I actually had these marked. 2021s, I had these already marked $35, and that's about right. So $35 for 2021s, the next year. I've got 2 of them, 2021s. And that includes 2 quarters, which is Tuskegee Airmen and Crossing the Delaware. But boy, that's 2 cool quarters. And then the nickel, the dime, the penny, and the Sacagawea dollar. Okay. And Adam Bernardi says he'll take one. $35. Sell that to him. I've got one left. Still got the 2017, one 2020 left, and one 2021 left now. The only unsold auctions tonight are Japanese pressings. And by the way, how are you still commenting on Facebook? Facebook's about to expire. Paul McCartney 25, Bruce 25, Wham 35, Cream 35, Kool and the Gang 35, Elvis Costello 35, U2 25, and Black Sabbath 65. That's it on unsold auctions. Just Japanese stuff because we went through so many late. Tell me why she cried and why we cried for me. Hey, another 2021. Is that one we needed? Hold the phone. Holy moly, what do we have here? Holy moly, what do we have here? Holy moly, what do we have here? All right. So Leslie wants a 2020, and those were 95, right? I think I were doing those for 95. Is that right? Yeah, 95 on 2020. All right, that one's gone. And I need to really write down some of these prices here. So 2017's price, but it's 45. 2021 is 35. Facebook's about to end. If everybody can come join us on Facebook or YouTube. I think it just ended. So right. And then I got another 2020. Okay, I got two 2021s. All right. 2024 silver. This is 2024 standard, right? Yeah, 2024. Let's do, these could be pretty good. 2024. Proof. These are standard. Let me see if this price on it matches. Probably not due to demand. All right. Give me 1 second, Danny. Yeah, these have definitely went up. These are just standard clad too, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is the 2024 non-silver, and these have gotten pretty expensive too. Not even silver. So we're talking November 20th, 110. November 20th, 100. November 21st, 110. November 21st, 135. November 21st, 120. So I think if I price these for $95, y'all are getting a great deal. 2024 proof sets, $95. 2024 proof sets, $95. Which includes that last. I think these coins individually are getting pretty dang pricey. These women of America, those are getting pretty dang pricey. $95. One sold to Adam Bernardi. I got 2 left. Okay. I'm going to decline 80. $95. $95 on those. Let me write that down. All right. Okay. I don't have a 2025. I've got 2024s there. They're $95. Okay, now this one. Ending recent. Okay. Okay, so this is with the West Point penny, which is a pretty desirable token. to complete these. Let me find that West Point penny. A lot of sets don't have it because people pulled them out and have it graded. This penny's a pretty big deal. Luckily, we got a stack of them here. And let me find November 17th with penny, $76 plus shipping, $80 plus shipping. Okay, I'm going to say these are $75 as well. I've got 4 of them. Once again, a pretty desirable one because of this bonus item. So you get these and one of these West Point pennies. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I've got 4. How many extra? 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 here. And I've got a couple. I may have more around here somewhere. Good chance I do. So yeah, 75 for 2019. And that includes this West Point penny. Okay? Danny says he'll take 1. And Adam Bernardi says he'll take 1. All right, make sure those pennies go with that. And there's 2 more. All right, let me take this stack of coins I've sold in here around the corner, up around the bin. Mamas come out and they stand there. We'll see you. Ding, 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 ding. Great price on that. That was 2019 75. Okay. And then this one shouldn't be too expensive. This has a lot of stuff with it. I hadn't forgot about Bruce or Black Sabbath yet either. Give me 1 second. I'm not going anywhere, I promise. And then this one is only 30 bucks. 2008's 30 bucks. It comes with quite a bit of stuff. 30 bucks on 2008. Okay? You get 4 gold dollars, including Monroe, Andrew Jackson, Martin Van Buren from the Van Buren Boys, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, Alaska, Hawaii, the last of the state quarters, and then the standard issues, penny, dollar, nickel, dime, and half. 30 bucks on the 2018 proof. I've only got that one. Oops. So to Danny. Okay. Now, earlier, we was talking about the women quarters. Well, before I show that, let me see what else I have over here. This is... okay. So, yeah, this is kind of what makes these unique. What years do I have here? 2020. I think these are proofs. Okay, 2000. So 2024 first. Women. Proof set. Clad proof. Okay, it's a big difference, clad and proof on this stuff. You got to watch these key, because a lot of them look like the same packaging. You got to be very, same thing with the silver ones. You got to be very careful. Clad or proof? Clad proof. Or regular striking proof, not clad. Clad and silver is what I meant. Clad or silver or not. Okay, so here we go. Clad proof 5/4 set, no box, no COA. Okay? Well, no box or COA. I have a box and COA. They are proof 20 box and COA. 25 plus 3. Okay, this will be a great deal for these. So last sold literally today, $25 plus shipping, and I'm going to sell them for 20 bucks. And I have 4 sets. So these are the just individually the women quarters. 20 bucks. Proof American woman quarters. There's the paperwork. There's the Washington. There's the women. Okay. Very similar to what was just in the sets, but packaged in just by themselves. $20 on those. Adam Bernardi says he'll take 2. Okay. And Danny wants 1. I have 1 left, and hopefully there's 1 other person out there that needs 1. I wonder if Michael Rudolph is still asleep. He's probably like, you've got to be kidding me, selling all these coins when I've went to bed. Didn't know I'd be selling this much. You just never know. Okay, and then I've got the prior year, and hopefully, for my sake of moving merchandise and for y'all's sake on cost, they're about the same price. They are. Quick glance, they're the same price. So I've also got, Danny says he'll take the other one. And then I've got 3 of these, 2023. Same thing, women 2023, $20. Yep. Same price. Adam Bernardi says he'll take 1. I've got 2 left. $20. 2023. All right. All right, this is something a little bit different. I don't think these are very expensive. We're about to find out. Danny says he'll take the last 2 2023s. So to Danny, 20 and 20. Okay? All right. So next is a new series called American Innovation. Let me get these. Hold the horses for a second. No, I don't want to save that search query. So we're talking about 2018 American Innovation. All right. And this is a proof, right? Yep, proof. Let me see what this looks like. I think I've only got 1. Yeah, that's the first one they did. So this I'll do for $14. Here's where one sold 19 free shipping. Here's where one sold 15 plus shipping. So $15.95 plus shipping. So I've only got 1. Yeah. $14. Let me see if I have another 18 in case Danny or anybody else wants one. Sell that to Adam for 14. Okay. And I've got other years coming up. Let me see if I have another. Let me keep them in order. And now that I've got a lot of stuff out of this tub, I can see it a lot better, the bottom of it a lot better. I don't need that anymore. I don't need coin books anymore. They're not helping me out much right now. There's another 2. I do have a 2018. Okay. I, in fact, do have a 2018. What the heck is that right there? All right. Whoa. And I got all the part quarters. Oh, my gosh. Okay, I got another 18 for Danny, I think. Yeah. All right, sell that to Danny. 2018, $14 on those, though. Okay. All right, I hadn't done those. Let's not do those yet. 2019s. Okay, that one's already priced. Okay, I got one more 2018 for $14 if anybody wants it. All right, let's run these down now. And I'm beating all these recent comps, so y'all getting great deals. All right, and then this next one. $41, $23. Why is that such a big jump? Next is 2019. A lot of these are graded. A lot of people pop them out, submit them, and hope for a 70. Okay, this one, I don't know. I mean, October and recently as much as 20 and 25. Literally the most recent like this and this packaging was, that doesn't make sense though. 7 bids, $23. So this means, let's make this $18. Okay, the last one was $14 for 2018. Now $18 for 2019. This one seems like it's more money. $18 for this one. It definitely seems like, I mean, there's one on here that's sold for $40. I really may not be knowing what I'm getting into. And there's 4 coins in here. Okay, definitely why. Yeah, there's 4 coins in here. So, light bulb, trustee's garden, polio vaccine, innovation, American innovation stuff. Celebrating America's innovation. Cool. So, yeah, $18 for a 2019. Adam Bernardi wants one, and I have 2 left. Those are 4 coin sets, okay? So, for 2018 was 14. 2019 was 18. I've got 1 18 left and 2 19s. Okay, I've got another 19. Make that 3 19s. Danny wants a 19. So 19, so to Danny for 18. Okay. Another, golly, how many 19s do I have? 19, 19. Okay, so 3 19s left. Reverse proof. Uh-oh. Let me look at some of these. I think these are all proofs. They would be on the box, though, right? Yeah, I think it'd be written on the box. All right. Okay, so the next year would be 2020. Let's see what I've got over here. Right now, I've only got 1 in my stack, unfortunately. I'm going to see what they look like. Let's open it up first and look at it instead of doing the way I did it last time. Okay, 4 coins in this stack. The telephone. Wow, that's a cool one. The telephone, Space Center, mathematics or something. Let's see how much these go for. The telephone one's sweet. Makes you appreciate them more when you take them out of these boxes. Okay, there's where a set sold. Have your fingers ready. Price is $50. $50. Let me see if I can go find more than one, though. That's a good one. $50. Of course, it's 2020. $50 on that. And do I have another one? I don't. No. I don't. Only one 2020. Well, I was hoping I had enough for at least the couple people that's been buying every one of them, but I don't. 55, 50 on that one. 50 on that one. Adam and then Danny. 50. Okay. Adam was first. $50 on the 20. Okay. And then next, I've only got one 2021. Hold the phone. Okay, this one's not that well, I don't know. Wait a second. Yeah. Okay, that was 1 coin. That's why. How much that one? That one, because it's 2020. Anything 2020 with these sets and 2021s, yeah, they're very low mintage. When COVID hit, you got to think the mint stopped making coins for a long time. And when they miss several months of producing coins, it really messes up numbers. Especially, I think it was during peak operation time for them. So, well, Danny was asking the price. I think y'all were both kind of asking the price, but you were first. Technically, you're first, and y'all were both either asking or inquiring about it, but you were first. It's up to you. You can have it for 50, or if you want to pass it to Danny, he can have it for 50. Okay, and I've only, just wait until I price them, and then y'all can fight over them, okay? Because a couple of these I've only got ones of. This next one's only $25, though. 2000. Wrong year, Chad. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm holding a 2021. Hold up. Hold up. Let me take a look at this. Okay. So this is, I'll do these for 35. And I'm looking at comps at 42 and 40 that sold literally this past week, and 42. This is 2021, $35. Okay. Player 1. Looks like cars and boats. Unfortunately, have one of those. Sold to Adam Bernardi, $35. And it looks like one of these years are already priced. Let me jump over here to 2022. Give me 1 second. I need a drink of water right quick. Holy crap. Some of these are confusing. I got to really figure out what I have here. Okay, these last 2 years, I'm going to do them bang, bang. They're $35 each. 2022 and 2024. Bang, bang. 35 and 35. And I'm just going to make sure I don't have any more for those sets over here. There's more coming, but knock those out. I'll start grabbing some stuff I got duplicates of for sure. Adam and Adam. 35 and 35. 22 and 24. Okay. Here's some stuff I've got duplicates of. These are the low price of only 10 bucks. 10 bucks. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. They're only 10 bucks. The 2007 United States Mint presidential gold dollar proof sets with the first 4. Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Adams. In correct order. Washington, Adams, Jefferson, and Madison. 10 bucks. I have that's the inaugural set of those. 1 sold to Danny, 2 sold to Adam Bernardi. Got several of those still left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Springsteen Sabbath. Whew, that'd be some wild sounding music. All right, 2018. Reverse, reverse, reverse. All right, this is the reverse. Danny wants 2 sets. Patrick Francis wants 2 sets. 1 set left for $10. All right. I'll do these for $20. This is the 2018 American Innovation Introductory Coin Reverse Proof. $20. Awesome packaging on this. Awesome packaging on this. The introductory coin, and they did this one as a reverse proof. Great packaging. Okay. $20. Adam wants 2, Danny wants 1. The guy who bought these originally from the Mint, he bought 5 of them. All right, so 3 of those sold. I've got 1 left, 2 left. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold stuff in here. And let me dig out the next series. Ooh, great knuckle adjustment right there, Chad. Great knuckle adjustment. Danny says go ahead and give him another. Okay? 4 total sold. All right. So what's next in here? All right, I've got America the Beautiful. I love these. They're the Parks. I got other presidential. I got other presidential sets. I got other state quarters. So let's do ones I have duplicates of here. Let's start with these right here. Do I have these priced already? Hopefully I do. No. I think when I get one price down, we'll be able to kind of go through these kind of fast. So now what we're doing is America the Beautiful. And boy, do we have a beautiful country. And hold on a second. So this is America the Beautiful. Proof. No, not 5 ounce. What is going on? Proof. A lot of words there. Okay. All right. $10. Yep, these are going to be $10. I got 2016. So here's the first year I'll do. I don't really have them in order, but I got 3 2016s. State parks: Theodore Roosevelt, Fort Moultrie, Harper's Ferry, First Doorway to the Rest. Just $10. Proof. Nice. Okay. Danny wants 1. Adam wants 1. I think we'll be able to go through some years pretty fast here. $2017, $10. 2017, $10. 2018. 2018. I'm looking for a lighthouse on the front. I'll do it for $10 too. All right, one sold to Adam, one sold to Danny. Here's 2018, one sold to Adam, one sold to Danny. So 2016, 17, 18, $10 a piece. Adam, 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 Danny, Danny, Danny. And Patrick Francis on a 2018. This one should be more. This one should be more, but I'm going to keep it uniform, okay? Patrick takes a 2018. That was my last one. It definitely should have been probably at least $5 more, maybe $7. But there you go. I got them all sold. So, I wish I had a quick guide to make sure all these were pretty similar. And unfortunately, I don't mind doing the one of each if I have one of each for y'all on the steak quarters. Let me check a couple more, okay? Because I do have 2020 and 2013. Those could be different, of course. So just stand by because prices could vary. All right, we're going to go back. Yeah, these are 10. 2013 are 10. I've got 3 of these, luckily. Nice. Fort McHenry, Mount Rushmore, Perry's Victory, Great Basin. I'm going to need to travel our country more. I got to go see all this. White Mountain National Forest and Fort McHenry and the Great Basin and Mount Rushmore. Okay. I've got 2013s at $10. Danny wants a 2013. Adam, let me know if I guess you want one too, right? You did say one of each if they're 10, right? And Patrick Francis takes a 2013. All right, those are all gone. Sold to Patrick, Adam, and Danny. There's so many beautiful. I've been wanting to go to all over the world, London, and go see the Great Pyramids, but I'm like, man, what about right here in America? You know? All right, $10 on 2019. $10 on 2019. I've got 3 of them. $10 on 2019. One sold to Adam, Danny, and Patrick. Perfect. And I think we might have our first price change with these. It looks like it. Even though they are kind of all over the place. But it's that special year. I'll let y'all have them for a bargain. I'm looking at last sold here, $32 plus shipping. I think this is worthy of $25. And that's 2020, the bizarre year of... will go down as one of the strangest years ever. $25 for those. Okay. I've got 3 of them. All right, Adam Bernardi wants a 2020. And there's 2 left, $25 on those. It's either pouring rain outside or wind that's blowing. Okay, Adam Bernardi wants one for 25. Danny gets one for 25. I got one left. What are you saying the complete for average of these 10 points? Are you asking what am I seeing some of the $10 sets averaging sell for? A lot of them somewhere between 10 and 20, like the 2017s. Or 2019s, I saw one sell for $16.95 free shipping. So a lot of these are like 15 and 18 free shipping. So I'm thinking knock $5 off for postage and then for fees. So I would net like $10. So I'm selling it net to y'all for 10. That's the best way I can do it. I'm trying to sell it to y'all net, net to me. If I had to go through everything to sell it on there. And then some like 2020, y'all just got much less than what it would net for. So it kind of varies. Okay. Have I done some of these yet? 16, 17. Hold on a second. 16. All right. Okay, some of these I've only got, wait a second. Okay, there's a good one. Give me 1 second. So, 14, 14, 15. 15, 15, 15. All right, let's do those next. My kind of thoughts is, by the way, I think my mic is about to die. It's got a red flashing light. Y'all let me know if my mic goes out. My kind of thoughts is, well, for y'all's best deal, if you had to get on here right now and pay shipping, you're going to get it for a better price than that. But also, if I sold it on here, after shipping and after fees, I can still get net what I'm selling to y'all because there's no fees here except for y'all that pay with a credit card. And I'm losing 3%. But I just kind of consider that a wash. So it's kind of like trying to get to where y'all will get it far matched or better than what I can see on eBay sold, roughly. Or for me, I can get my worst case scenario if I liquidated these on eBay, which would suck because I'd have to list them. What could I net for them on there? And it looks like a lot of those 10 was the magic number. Some could have been 12. That one definitely could have been 17. But like right here, this one is $10. 2014. I've got 3 of them. That's the next one we haven't done. 2014 is $10. We haven't done that one. And like, for example, 2015, $10. And I'm looking at an active comp for this one. So like active right now on 2015, 18 free shipping, 20 free shipping. So you're getting this 40% off and 50% off at $10. But like if I had to list it and had to pay shipping individually and fees, I would net probably $10 or less. So it's a great deal for y'all and it helps me out a lot. Okay, all 3, 4, that's how I usually try to price all of our coins like this. Adam, Danny, and Patrick gets one. That's the 14s, 10, 10, 10. And then 15 sold to Adam and 15 sold to Danny, 10, 10. And there's one left. There's one left. Okay. 115. If you need that one, Patrick, too. All right, now we're going to go back several years. This might be one of the first ones. You got 2 14s for me? No, the 14s are already gone. Adam got one, Danny got one, you got one. I have only 1 15 left too. Okay, we're going to go back. This may be the first year for these. $10. I've only got 2 2011s. I've only got 2 2011s. Also $10. This is, I think, some of the first in the State Quarter Series. Or America the Beautiful. Gettysburg, Olympic. One sold to Adam for $10. And there's one more. Next year, luckily, I've got 3. Active on 2012 is 20 plus shipping. And then sold $17.49 free shipping. $10 then. $10 on 2012. Danny gets a 2011. And there's 3 2012s. And 1 for Adam. I mean, yeah. If you got to get on eBay right now and literally lock one of these in, you're going to be paying $8 to $10 more. $10 on that. Okay, let me go ahead and swap out my mic because it could die at any minute. Then that would be frustrating. So let me see what happens here. Okay. I had to pair it to the receiver. Got the transmitter work. Okay, Danny got a 2012 and Patrick got a 2012. I'll say so for a quick recap, the 2020 is $25. I sold 2, there's 1 left. And then for $10, I've got 2015, 2017, and 2016. Okay, those were $10. And 2017 gold presidential dollars. Now, let me go make sure I don't have any more America the Beautiful. If not, we may be getting into single shot gold presidential quarters. And I hope I can find duplicates. If not, a couple of y'all may be, we'll have to do first come, first serve. It works a lot better when I have, no, we're about to have to do, unfortunately, I think I'm done with America the Beautiful, and I think we're about to do some single shots. Okay. What the heck is this? I've got 25, 50, 75, 100, $125 in mint rolls of Sacagawea dollars and George Washington straight from the mint uncirculated presidential dollars. $175. It comes in this tray. It was in this box and in this tray. There's $125 there in face value. That's 125 coins for $175. Sold to Adam Bernardi. These are all extras. Yeah, all this over here is extras. I hadn't shown any new ones yet. Okay. Let me start a new pile with that box because it's so dang heavy. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $175. Now, the other thing that I just don't think we can get to tonight, unless some of y'all really want to stay up late, I have rolls and boxes of innovation coins. So that's sold to Adam for $175. I got rolls and boxes of innovation coins. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Is there one of these over here that's opened? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40. So 40 boxes of, let me try to find one. And so the problem is they're not sorted. So let me find, hold on one second. Okay, let me show my home state here. So another thing they did in this series, and I'll have to really, I'll have to pull up, so let me use Google here. 2022 American Innovation $1 coin, Tennessee. All right, then let's check roll on eBay. I got the image. Now let me check what a roll sells for. This is actually pretty cool. So it should be 25 coins. Okay, 45 plus shipping on that one. Let's find comps. Yeah, so 50. I think the last time I sold them for 55, and I just went across the board $55. That, let's just say 50, okay? An even 50. So here's what I have. Okay, here's what they look like. I've got 40, how many did I just say? 64 boxes like this. Here's what the coin looks like. Whoops. All right. That's what the coin looks like. There's 25 of them in here, mint in a roll, and it's going to look like that. Okay? Well, if you open it up, these are literally still sealed from the mint. See that perforated tab? So I've got these for a lot of different states. This is Tennessee, $50 for a roll of 25, and that'll kind of give you an idea. So they come in a box, and they're gold dollars. And it will look, if you opened it, it would look a lot like this. It would have just this. Now, the boxes, fortunately, are mostly labeled, so I can do state hunting if anybody wants me to. So I've got them stacked where luckily I can see the spines and I can do state hunting. And any state I'll try to find for you, they're $50. Okay, I got Tennessee, Ohio, Georgia, Vermont, New Hampshire, South Carolina, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Virginia. That one's not labeled. Maryland, Virginia, Vermont, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Georgia, Ohio, Virginia, New Hampshire, Alabama, Illinois, Arizona, Mississippi, Missouri, Illinois, Alabama, Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Massachusetts, Maryland, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania. I think that's all that I have. If you didn't hear your state, I'm sorry. Now, when this guy stopped buying them, they hadn't finished them yet, okay? Because I think they're still making those. I'll go do one more read here in just a second, but I think they're still making those. I got some single shots here of these gold, yeah, or Danny's, it looks like either. It doesn't look like I had Danny's either. I'll lead through them one more time and find out. I think this is a pretty good set because it has some of the later presidents. So we'll say this one's $15. Is this where they stopped? I think this is when they stopped too, because they couldn't make any of living presidents. You can't make a coin of a president if he's still alive. Yeah, $15 for 2016. That's Reagan, Ford, and Nixon. Nixon, Ford, and Reagan. 2000. There should be 3 in here. $15. So that's 2016. Reagan, pretty cool. Nixon, Ford. Sold. And I only got one. Some of these I've only got one of. Adam Bernardi was first on that one, 15. Danny, the Bruce Springsteen. Yeah, let me show these to you right now. This was EX because it's got a scuff. So instead of a $35 bid, Danny, it was a $25 bid. Okay. And then Sabbath over here. Sabbath was an 83 UK Vertigo. The vinyl's beautiful. EX Plus. It does have a corner, a tear in the cover, like a paper pull. But other than that, it's nice. Let me check the back jacket just to make sure. Yeah, so something happened to it right there. Something got stuck to the front and back. It's where it's a really glossy cover. So just that damage and that damage on the cover. But the vinyl's beautiful. Live Black Sabbath, $65. Okay, you, Adam and Danny, y'all will have to fight over these because I've only got single shots. I think they're all about the same price, though. I mean, they are gold dollars. So, you know, it's not like 4 quarters. These are $1 each minimum. And yeah, so right here is 2015, $18 plus $6 shipping. So I'll do this one for 15 too. 15 for 2015. And some cool ones here. Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson. Kennedy's in that one. $15 for 2015. $15 for 2015. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Did I get a 16? No, I've only got one 16. I've only got one 16. Adam gets 15 for 15. 2014 is 15. Coolidge, Hoover, you know, $15 on that one. 2014. I think his Twitch is gonna be a little bit faster there, Danny. You're gonna have to be fast and roll the dice. Adam gets 14 for 15. 2013 looks like it sells for maybe a little bit more, probably because there's some cool presidents in there, like Theodore Roosevelt, but $15 on 13. 2013's $15. Okay. And then I know how much these are. He gets 2013. And then we're going to do fast action. 2010, 2009, 2008. 2008, 2009, 2010. Those are 15 each on those. And that is Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln. Lincoln's in 2010. Danny jumped ahead. He's claiming other years. I mixed it up on you. 8, 9, and 10. He tried the other years. I threw you a curveball there. He's still getting them, though, it looks like. Okay. Y'all have almost bought everything in this tub except for the few extras. Tanner's going to be like, do what? Tanner's going to be like, do what? All right, Danny gets 8, 9, and 10. So that was pretty split. Y'all kind of split that deal. He got a few and you got a few. So these are sold to Danny, 8, 9, and 10 for 15, 15, 15. All right, and then here we go. 11 and 12, 15 and 15. Those are in different boxes, but they're gold. They're same thing. 11 and 12. There's 11 and 12. Arthur, Harrison, Cleveland, Cleveland. Y'all think I'll ever make it to the White House? Johnson, Hayes, Garfield, Grant. Boy, I'd love to be president one day. Those are sold to Adam Bernardi. He was first. I'd love to be president one day. That'd make some people upset because I couldn't sell them records anymore. Man, imagine me being on a coin. Gosh, that'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. All right, I'm going to sell, I've just got 04 and 05. I've just got 04 and 05, and I'm going to sell both of these together for 12 bucks. 12 bucks for 04 and 06, excuse me. These are Westward nickel sets. Mixing it up a little bit. 12 bucks for 04 and 06. This is the celebration of Westward expansion. The Monroe Doctrine. Adam says you can have 2011 if you want it, Danny. So do we need to change that? Adam is telling Danny he can have 2011 if he wants it. But these are definitely sold to Adam here. 04 and 06 Westward nickels. Both of those for $12. Okay. I never did price these out earlier. These got laid in the back. I forgot about these. All right, so give Danny on this one here, give 2011 presidential $15. Give that to Danny instead of Adam, okay? And these are 10 bucks. Hold on. Maybe these were separate for a reason. Oh, wow. This is weird. Is this silver? This isn't silver. Are these silver? These aren't silver. Okay, yeah, 10 bucks. 10 bucks for 2010. We have not done that year yet. America the Beautiful. 10 bucks on those. America the Beautiful. Sorry, hadn't shown those yet. We skipped that year earlier. All the extras of the bundle deal. Well, I'd have to go through and kind of figure out the price, but we can talk about it. We're not done with this tub yet, though. Adam gets one and Danny gets one. I got one extra. Proof. Keep in mind, Sunday when I'm doing the sale here in the store, Danny, I'm going to be selling the heck out of this stuff. And I was just going to sticker it and put it in the cases. But, I mean, if you want a deal. But I have a feeling any of this stuff, if I just remember the prices since I've got them jotted down, mark all this, I bet it's going to get grabbed Saturday. All right, and this is $20. Really cool set here. $20 on this. I've only got one. 2009, the Lincoln Proof Bicentennial Penny Set. I had one of those. You can have this graded by NGC, and they'll put it in a quad holder. They'll put all 4 of them together. And if you get a high grade on them, they're pretty pricey. Yeah, so here's a set of 4 that graded a 69, and they sold for $60. That might be worth having graded. I mean, it'd be cool to have it. I don't know if it's going to, the money balances out pretty much the same after all the grading fees, but you're going to have a cool set graded. But yeah, they put it in one big slab. So they take it and they put them in one big slab. And I think you can say if it's this, you could like say I want it in like a large slab. It's about this big. And they put 4, they'll put it like that, and then the label's in the middle. I had one before. But yeah, it kind of, do they have one on here? Hold on a second. Here's where they have them individually graded. So yeah, a 69 graded set's like $80, $70. And individually, they're $20 a piece. I mean, that's the thing about all these proofs. If you pull some of these out and you look at them individually graded, they get pretty dang pricey. That's why a lot of people like them untouched like this. And then, you know. Okay. So, I don't do that. I don't do that, but I don't know. I think because it's modern. I could look into it. Okay, now, here in a minute, to save time, I might price all these for y'all in one shot, and because otherwise we're going to have to go through these individually, and I think y'all might be fighting over them. So we'll do it one shot. And it'd be better for me that way too. So we can get into this, because I'm going to make it even cheaper if y'all buy them this way. Because, okay, here's where one sold for $7. That's just the quarters, right? Just quarters. Let me see here. Not silver. These are not silver, right? I hope, well, I mean, I hope they are, but no, okay. All right, so there's a whole set. That's what I thought. Okay, we're just missing, what year through 2008? We're missing 2001, though. So 99 through 2000. Okay, so let me figure, I got a price in mind. Let me double check sold, though. All right, so a 1999 to 2008 quarter proof set sells for $70 plus shipping. So you might as well say $80. I'm missing the 2001, which isn't really, it's not like it's expensive or anything. It just, I think I already sold it out of here. So I've got 99, 2000, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008. 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so 9. And yeah, I was thinking 9 times 7, 63. So $60. $60 for 99 through 2008 minus 2001. $60. That's less than $7 a piece on these. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay, all those together. That's done. And this, so we were selling these earlier for 10. So this is $20. This is the 2007 and the 2007 proof set, and they've packaged it together. $20 on that. $20 on that. So to Danny Thomason. Okay. Let me make sure that's everything, except for those innovation roles with all the different states. And I'm assuming y'all didn't have interest in those. Wow. A lot of coins. That's a whole, literally a whole tub. Okay. This was marked, it seems like a while back, at 39, so I won't even check it. This is a mint set, 2001, Philadelphia, and together with Denver, $39. I'm going to keep it at 39. It's a 2001 mint set, Philadelphia and Denver. Five gold dollars, 5 quarters, the regular stuff, and same thing, just different mint marks. Sold to Adam Bernardi for $39. Danny was second. Okay. Now let's see what these loose coins were. That's sold to him. Okay. All right. And then over here I had this might be hard to price right now. Y'all are literally getting into the loose stuff. All right, let me take a gander at this. Wait, and then I'll make it first come, first serve claim. This needs to be priced individually. This is a, well, I'm not going to say till I show it. Hold on one second. Is this an S? No. Yeah. I was right on the money. $10. 1893 silver barber dime, $10. 1893 silver barber dime, $10. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Bundle 30% off what's on the table now. Okay, give me a second. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere yet. $5 Eisenhower dollars, $15. Bicentennial, 73, 72, 72, and 74. $15. I'm stuck on everything else otherwise. Now, what do you mean by that? All right, Danny gets those for 15. All right, let me count this. Let me see what we got here. Let me flip through these. So we got 2, 4, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. This needs to be, and then buffalo nickels, 30, 40, 15, 20 bucks. $20. Everything right here, I'm going to put it all back in the baggie. $20. Gold Sacagawea dollars. Susan B. Anthony dollar, 2 of them. Kennedy half dollar, 1 of them in a bezel, keychain. Bicentennial quarters. Wheatback pennies and buffalo nickels. $20 for everything. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay. I'll just lay that like that. And I'm going to lay that right here on top of this. Actually, I better go ahead and put it back in its baggie. How can I do this without spilling all this? Hold on one second. There we go. Wide variety of stuff there. Okay. There we go. All right. Now, this is where it could get interesting. This is not silver, but I think it's worth $6.99. I could show it during a record sale and definitely sell it. It's a Johnny Cash, and he had an album called Silver, and this is some kind of promotional token. There is some tarnishing on the back. It's not silver, but it's a cool vintage Johnny Cash coin. $6.99 on that. Okay, now what I'm doing is I'm sorting through this last box at all price. Danny gets Johnny Cash for $6.99. There's a lot of gold dollars in here, so I got to count just how many gold dollars are in here, because that's a lot of money just right here in these. Right there by itself. Then there's some old British pennies, 1907. Give me 1 second. I'm going to kind of just count this up. I'm going to get an idea. I think there's some silver. Yeah, that's definitely silver there. But someone's about to get a mystery bag, and then I'll let y'all dig through it. This is a lot of really old foreign stuff. 1943. There's some even older stuff. These here are these are probably baggied because they're silver. That could be quite a bit. I mean, just the way it's, because it's so expensive right now. And I think these little things here are silver. That's 1887 and 1918. So, and then here's everything. There's an old penny token. Lots of foreign stuff in here. So here's my price. I mean, this alone is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I mean, that's money in the bank there at 13. All the foreign coins, I think that's all silver. I'm pretty sure some of that's silver. These are Mexican pesos. Those are silver, some percentage. Old British pennies. This whole box, $50. I feel that's like what it would bring at auction if I just threw it up one night and put it up. $50, everything in there. $50. Okay. Let me walk over here and see what's in this tub. Nothing. Nothing. Wait a minute. Well, there's some other stuff, but it wasn't in the tub. I think that's some stuff Tanner just bought the other day. Let me wait on that because I don't know our cost. Plus, we need to figure out what happened here. I think Danny was first. Danny was first, $50, okay? All that so to Danny. Let's take that in here. Thank you. Amazing. And all right, so the deal on the table, Danny wants to know 30% off. All right, I'm going to try my best to remember some of these prices, Danny, okay? Let's see here. That was 25, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. These were 18. I'm going to be close. I think these were 18 and that one was 15. 18, 18, 18, and 15. Okay. That was 20. Okay, this is where it gets difficult. I may have to maybe even look them back up because I didn't. Did I write some of this down? Here we go. All right, luckily I wrote some of it down. All right, these are 95 and 95. Okay. 35 and 35. And this was 45. I'm glad I wrote some of this stuff down. Okay, and then 2019s were 75 and 75. And then these are extras that I think I have for somewhere else. Those are go to extra sets. Okay. So 619, okay? $619. That's my initial read-through. These were autographs from earlier. Roy Rogers and Gabby Haynes. That was prices. So, plus or minus. No, there's no silver on the table. There's no silver on the table. No. No, those are the prices for the proof sets we sold earlier. So 30% off, you're offering $433. 619 times 0.7 is $433. And I feel like I've got this stuff comped at pretty fair prices. You know, like I feel like I'll be able to get definitely what's on the table individually 600 and then some. Let me think about this. So 619 times 0.85 is 525. 526. $526. $525 is what I'll do. So 619 is plus or minus the sticker price. You're essentially offering $433. I'm at $525. and I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, that felt good. 9 hours and 20 minutes, 9 hours and 13 minutes we've been streaming. So, the prices on those, that was 25, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 18, 20, and then 95, 95, 35, 35, 45, 75, 75. And that could be off a couple. That might be off 5. We're pretty close, though. I know everything else is dead accurate. I may be off on 2, but everything else is dead accurate. But it's going to be close regardless. We're pretty close. All right, while he's maybe studying on that, let me maybe see if I can sell Adam something else. Adam! Don't go anywhere, Adam. I don't get this opportunity too much. Don't go anywhere, Adam. Don't go anywhere, Adam. He's probably like, I better go somewhere. I better get off here. No, no, no. Don't go anywhere. Don't even think about it. That's full of rare 45s. We better not get into those. That'll take 10, 12 hours. Let's see here. Thought that was all 10-15 stuff. Appreciate time for the offer. I was telling for there. Okay. Adam may want it. Yeah. 2. Let's see here. 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 18, 20, 10. Okay, I've got what was a roll of 73 Kennedy halves for $20. 73 Kennedy halves, $20. These are, of course, clad, not silver, obviously. They would be instead $350, but $20 on those. That's 20 73 Kennedy halves. He says he's good. Okay. All right, no problem. There's that. Danny says he'll take them. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Do you want to make a deal on a Roy? Listen, I have a ton of Roy Rogers autographs. So if you want to throw something out there on this cut, I know you said you was interested in a cut if I could take it out. Here's the closest cut I have. And like we said, I could kit this one out pretty easy. So while that was still fresh on my mind, or those other 2, that's a pretty good one there. The King of the Cowboys, American film icon, and country and western singer. Okay, what other coins do I have in here that y'all haven't seen? We need to focus on coins. I feel like there's something missing in here that I'm not seeing, or not something missing. I'm blankly overlooking something that's in here, but maybe not. Or is there something up front? Well, I had the other coins. Y'all saw all the Silver Eagles and stuff like that, right? Y'all saw all the Silver Eagles, the stuff that was on eBay. I mean, I can make deals on that stuff. There's nothing in the safe, is there? No, this is kind of our safe room I'm digging all this out of. There's a stamp set. Is this sports cards? What's in here? Is this empty? This has got... Okay, that was sports cards. I got a couple really odd items over here. I'll have to double check the price. But this thing here is pretty dang cool. This hadn't been shown literally in months, maybe even longer. I bought I'll show you something I bought for myself. I got two things in here I really just need to take home, but they're beautiful. One of these things I think I paid almost $1,000 for. And then one of these cost over $1,000. So bringing out some big dogs here. This is an amazing item. And I bought this well before silver skyrocketed. You can just tell by the packaging it's something special. This is the Notre Dame de Paris. 10 ounces of pure silver. They only made 77 of these. It is an amazing, detailed replica of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. I kind of bought this for myself. I love really intricate items that are made of silver like this. And it has the spire too. It's kind of fragile. You see it? You know the famous spire that it sticks down in here. You know, it makes it that much taller. And I really need to comp that. I forgot it's not cheap at all. I wish I'd wrote it down. But I will get a price on it in just a second. Male 1.5, no. No, this is like, I think like $2,400 or something. I'll have to check though. I've kind of forgot. It's been so long. Or I could be thinking about this other item. The prices may be swapped, but no. Man, they spend a lot of money just designing and packaging this. All right. Where did that part go? I think that goes in here, yeah. Silver would have to get ridiculously expensive for them to ever melt that. That's maybe when it's 1,000 an ounce, maybe. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, I think. Let me check on this. I want to show you these other two items too. I need to get these up front in our showcase. It's an amazing place. I doubt any has. Yeah, no, let's see if there's any. Is there any active? Yeah. Yeah, this is, it's $2,000. I'll keep it simple. $2,000. 2,000. JSA on back of cup 40. Oh, no, 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 no. No, the value, my first price of what? $175 was just kind of the value of the cut. The puzzle and the pictures aren't really that important. Now, we might be too far apart on Roy. Okay, now this is really cool. I need to recheck this. Talk about something bizarre. I haven't shown this in months either. This is a levitating silver UFO from the country of Chad. This is literally a levitating UFO. Okay, I've got to double check the price because some of these things we buy, they're very, very limited edition from the mint. Very limited edition from the mint, and we just kind of take a chance on them. And sometimes they end up going way up there. And I think this one has too. Yeah, okay. So this is $275. It's from the country of Chad. And what this is, $275. This UFO levitates. So here is the globe of Earth, and then there's the piece of silver. So this is obviously pure silver. You plug it in, okay, and this will hover above Earth. Anti-gravity. You heard me correctly. A levitating silver UFO. And that is actually an official government minted coin from Chad. Brand new in box. $275. The actual piece of silver is 20 grams. But obviously the value in this is the fact that it's a levitating UFO. Pretty cool item. And that actual silver UFO is a real government minted coin. $275 on that. And these last couple things, I've never opened. Yeah, I'm going to leave this sealed. I think I'm definitely keeping this. This is one of my favorite paintings of all time. Rembrandt's The Storm on the Sea of Galilee. And I think this was like $1,000. The price, and it may be more. Or maybe I paid that for it. I don't know, but I think I paid $1,000 for this. Possibly more, possibly less, but to give you a ballpark, I just wanted to show it to y'all. This is a Rembrandt painting, and I hadn't even opened it because I don't want to. It's so, minty in the packaging. But yeah, it's a 2.5 ounce silver coin. Here's what it looks like of that painting, which is lost. That was stolen from a museum in Chicago. Christ on the Sea of Galilee. It's a Rembrandt Renaissance painting. And this is a 2.5 ounce silver bar that's about that big of that painting. Amazing packaging here. It tells a story. And yeah, that's incredible. And I'll always keep that. And I couldn't get an extra one. I tried buying 2 of them. I couldn't. So it's an incredible. Now, we've had other paintings like this. We've had the Mona Lisa. We've had Da Vinci's. And I just ordered some more. Oh, man. What's the one I just ordered or pre-ordered? Who was that artist? I forgot. But we've had others. I have a couple people's like, I want every one of those. I don't, $800, $500, $300. I want them. So, I probably need to show some stuff like that during the actual record sale. Anybody else? Let me set this right over here. Let's see. Golly, I think we've sold every coin in this store. I got the silver rifles. Y'all seen those before? Let's see. That's case knives, case knives. I don't know what the deal is with that stuff yet. U.S. Mint. Tanner probably doesn't want me selling these. Tanner, are you on the chat now? This might be something of Tanner's. Are these for sale? These comic art? These coins? I'm not for sure. I got to find out, because this may be, me and him both have our little stashes in here. I got to find out. I'm not for sure. He just woke up because he was just texting me. Okay, so that's more coin. Oh, and I have, well, this is another one from my collection. They made a series of these. They're James Bond. They look like movie posters. And I only kept Casino Royale, but I wish I would have kept all of them. But that's some stuff of mine. I think I'm going to sell the Cathedral. I'm going to have to get the right price for it. I'm definitely keeping that and that. I'd love to sell the UFO to somebody. But for me to sell the Cathedral, I've got to get $2,000 out of it. Otherwise, it's one of those things I can enjoy it long enough. I'll probably have it so long trying to sell it, I'll enjoy it enough, if that makes sense. I've already had it for like a year, and it might take me, now that I'm going to get it out and try to sell it, I'll probably have it for another year trying to sell it. I've kind of had it just put away in here. And it's gone up in value, just like it will continue to. So, it looks like it's been a good buy. Sometimes I'll buy really high-end stuff because I know I can sell them. And it'll take me a long time, though. Uh-oh, I found more coins. I bet these are great prices, too. Let me double-check these. Here might be the great last deal of the night. Let me check these. $150. $150. 2012 limited edition silver proof set. You get a silver eagle, a silver half, the silver quarters, and the dime. $150. Awesome. All silver. $150. I actually have two of them. Yep. Nice. All silver, too. Finally found some silver in the building. These are sold to Adam and Danny. Nice pickup. $150, $150. Those are sold and sold. See? More I peel back the layers, I'll find more. Bear with me. This building is vast. And there's another room over here where we keep other miscellaneous. Not so much coins, but there probably is some over there. I got all the innovation coins. What's in this roll? This roll is empty. That's sports cards. That's records. That's sports cards. That's knives. That's records. That's sports cards. Those are all autographs. That's all autographs. That's Fred Goodwin stuff. These are magazines. That's magazines. That's case knives. That's artwork. Magazines, autographs, coins, but that's the innovation. Autographs, more autographs. Okay, knives. Y'all seen all that. Sports cards. I think I've literally... This is stuff I still don't know where it came from, so I better wait. Also, sometimes people do drop stuff off, and usually it's tagged, and I don't know what that stuff is, so I better wait. Okay, I think we've literally sold everything out of there. That's all autographs. Let me see if any new coins came in. They would be over here, possibly. Maybe a package or two laying around Tanner's opened. I don't think so, though. Let's see here. There is Otis's dog food. There's comics. There's Funkos. Empty envelope. Nope. Those are fake silver dollars, I think. What's in this tub here? Is that all just the fake ones? Yeah, unfortunately, those are fake. Don't want that. And let me see what this stuff is. Hey, there's the COA for the Creed poster. I'm going to be looking for that soon. There's the COA for the Creed poster. This is the tub of stuff we got from that other guy. Let me see what's in here. There's obviously no coins, but it looks like paper money. Dog food. Do you ever get Marlon Brando? No metal magazines. No, sorry, I just walked back over here. No metal magazines. Marlon Brando's rare. The Marlon Brando we found was phony. It was secretarial. We had a Marlon Brando secretarial. Let me see what Tanner sent me back. He said, "What, Superman?" No, Marlon Brando's a tough one. So a cut Marlon Brando, like that Roy Rogers, if it was a real Marlon, he's a couple $1,000s. Mostly because people need it for Godfather stuff. This is stuff that was sold in D.C. at a gift shop. So this is a really nice official Bureau of Engraving and Printing copy of the Gettysburg Address. This was $10 at the gift shop. This treasury seal was $3, and this treasury seal was $3. So how about $10 for everything? A copy of the Gettysburg Address, and then that would have been $16 at the gift shop total. $10 for all this. Nice copy of Gettysburg Address there. Yeah, Brando's tough. So a lot of people trying to complete Godfather sets need Brando for like displays. He hardly didn't sign any movie posters. And he definitely hardly didn't sign any like press photos or anything like that. He was obviously a tough guy to approach. So yeah. All right, this says Vincentet. Let's see what this is. I can't say that word. There's some kind of prints from the Bureau of Engraving. They're really nice, official Bureau engraved. I mean, that was the Treasury Department. That's the Capitol. This is Capitol Southeast View. Lincoln Memorial. Y'all see what's going on here, right? These are really nice. Monticello, Mount Vernon, Supreme Court, Department of Treasury, the Post Office, the White House, the White House, the White House, Independence Hall, Washington Monument, Jefferson Memorial, White House, and that one I think was the Treasury Department too. So these were $5 a piece at the gift shop. They were bundled though for $50. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 15 here that should have been $75, right? But they did the bundle for $50. So if anybody wants to make an offer, that's all for Bureau of Engraving and Printing. Very cool stuff there. So that was $50 at the gift shop. $7 on first bundle. What did I say? It was 16. I said 10. Dang. Okay. You got me. I started too low. I should have started at 12. Sell that to Danny for $7. He's bought enough. Okay. And then Adam said he would do 25. $30. I was going to say 40 because it costs 50 new. What did I do with that coin, Tanner? Here it is. Let me send you a picture of it. All right. Tanner is probably feeding Finn right now. All right, sell these to Adam. I'm going to put that back all in the plastic. Okay. That's also to Adam. Hey, there's some cool stuff coming up in this box. So this is the guy that bought all those sets y'all bought. This all came from him too. So as you can tell, he definitely, when we first got all this stuff from him, we got a bunch of uncut paper money too. So if you go to the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, you can buy uncut sheets of money. I think they have it for sale certain times a day. And it gets grabbed up, but yeah, they literally sell paper money in there. And now this one was separate for some reason. It's a nice print of Abraham Lincoln. $5. $5.50 at the gift shop, but come on, it's Abraham Lincoln. $5. That's a little bit larger one too. That's sold to Adam for $5. Okay. This other stuff here is pretty delicate and pretty tough to price right now. Ah. Whoops. Luckily, this isn't breakable stuff. I got some cool stuff here. Stand by. I wish we would have restarted the feed on the the stream on Facebook, because there'd been more people jump on and be like, "Holy crap, are y'all still selling?" Okay, so seven pieces. Make sure that's it. 7 pieces of foreign currency. $50. Okay, and then let me read through what's in here. Italy, 1943, so World War II era. More Italian money. This is Italy. Something Asian here. Mexico, and Mexico with some stamps. Okay, so all this together, that might be Chinese yuan, right? UYAN, maybe. UYAN. Sold to Ada Bernardi for $40. Okay, let me see if I can find an envelope to put all this in. This I've never seen one of these before. I have seen something like this, but not loose. So all this foreign money, let's start a new pile here, or I'll lay that on top of this envelope. Okay. There's that. Nice pickup there. I mean, yeah, a lot of that I could have auctioned individually, but I got to look up this name. I got something pretty cool here. Hold on a second. Withrow, okay. This is $65. This is $65. I figured out who it is, and I've got a comp, and I kind of like this myself. $65. A 1995 $20 bill signed by the treasurer. See, Mary Ellen Withrow. Mary Ellen Withrow. So there's her signature, of course, stamped on the U.S. currency here, the Federal Reserve note, and then that's her actual signature up above it. Obviously not a counterfeit, because it looks exactly like it there printed on the bill. Really cool perk of being a treasurer in the United States of America. Your signature goes on the money. That's really cool, though. So here's a comp. One did sell for $70 on eBay. And then, like, even a $1 bill is 27 bucks. So the treasurer, you know, who, like, their names appear on the bill, there's where she actually signed it there. That's pretty cool, I think. So yeah, one sold for 70, for sure. Yeah. I mean, even dollar bills sell for 50 sometimes, it looks like. So Danny's offered 50. I think it's cool that this is a 20. It looks like there's a lot more ones than 20s, because obviously somebody's like, well, if we're going to get her to sign it, let's do one that's a lesser denomination, right? Because, I mean, I guess 20 bucks in 1995, that was a lot more than it is now, right? So it'd be like having a $100 one signed. It'd be like, whoa, what? Let's see, how much was that 1995? 1995 adjusted for inflation is 20 bucks, is 42 bucks. Yeah. That'd be like having a $42 bill signed today. Sell that to Danny for $50. He says he's fading. Yeah, well, I'm about done with this box. I've got a few more pieces of American currency here. Sell that to Danny for 20 bucks. By the way, that is like uncirculated. Sell that to Danny for 50. Okay, and then next is $15 for 3 bicentennial $2 bills. $15. $15 for 3 bicentennial $20 bills. No, Danny, that was literally just in a sandwich baggie. No paperwork or anything. It was literally just in a sandwich baggie. These are a couple of these have been lightly folded, but okay. 2, 4, 6. I was thinking 12. Wow, Danny just said 12 too. I'll do 12 on these. Adam, you have first dibs. 12 if you want those. I wonder if there's anybody still watching that's willing to comment that's still awake right now instead of Danny or Adam. This has literally been the Danny and Adam show for what, the last 2 hours? And then Patrick Francis went to bed. This has been the Danny and Adam show for the last 2 hours. Is there anybody even still awake out there that can say, hi, Chad, I'm still watching you sell stuff 10 hours later? Is there anybody else? Okay. Adam's listening to records. Cool. I wish I could listen to music doing this. This is sealed. Uh-oh. Okay. Cool stuff here, though. All right. This, I know I won't have any problem selling. Apollo, all these stamps, $15. I like this one on top is the money shot, though. Apollo 11, first day of issue. Apollo 11, first day of issue. First Man on the Moon. The Bill of Rights, first day of issue, gold stamp. And Edward R. Morrow, first day of issue. So, $15 sold to Adam Bernardi. I love that one on top. Nerfex is watching, even though I don't know who that is. And Mr. Smooth is watching, even though I don't know who that is. I don't know y'all's YouTube handles, but thank y'all for commenting. My head is hurting. I've never, ever went this long before. I've never, ever went this long before, ever. Never, ever in my life have I ever sold for 10 hours straight. I'm hungrier. I don't care about my diet. I don't care about my future. I'm going to Whataburger after this. I would go to Waffle House, but it's Friday night, so there's some drunkards out there. They'll be annoying, but I'm going to Whataburger after this. All right, here's 2 more stamps for $5. Eisenhower and Christmas 1990. Both of those for $5. General Eisenhower. Or, what is up with this? I mean, I don't think this is, I mean, I've had literally thousands of silver certificates. I don't know why somebody would have this separate. How about we say $7 and I'll put this silver certificate with it? I don't know if there's something, there's nothing special about this. For those that are on YouTube, I can't see your names anymore. I can just see your handle. So a couple of y'all I don't recognize, but thank you for still watching. And by the way, Adam, Tanner said these Superman coins are for sale. So one of the last things I'll do, thank you for buying that for $7. I'll price these 2 Superman coins out for you, okay? So those 2 stamps and dollar bills sold for $7 to Adam Bernardi. And now, this may be some of the neatest things left here in this tub. I'm almost to the bottom. We've almost sold everything out of this tub again. These are really cool, though, but they're in really bad shape. I'm going to say $20. This is something I don't get too often, even when I used to buy a lot of collections. These are fractional currencies. A 50-cent fractional currency note, but these are very low grade. I'm selling both of them for $20. Fractional currency, and then this one is barely, this one looks like it was rescued off of the Titanic or something. I mean, it is in really bad shape, but still really cool pieces, though. That was literally 10 cents and 50 cents. So they did experiment there for a while doing literally fractional currency from paper. Okay? Now, the only other note I got from Tanner is I think those are expensive. Or wait a minute. Did he reply? Is he still awake? Okay, yeah. Let me see if I can find out on these. Fractional currency pieces, $20. All right. Okay, so let me find out. A are cost and A are... Give me 1 second. I may have to do some scrolling. We have kind of a thread where we keep cost of stuff, and it's not really the best way to do it, but we don't spend a lot of time organizing it because we don't do this too often. Okay, there they are. I thought these were supposed to be NGC, though. Huh, why didn't that show in my search results? Superman messages. These aren't NGC, though. These are just raw. All right. Let me do it this way then. Man, I don't know. What is this actually called? So the good thing about this is one of the first times, you know, all this stuff has been outsourced for years to other countries. This is actually U.S. Mint Superman, and which probably makes it a lot more expensive too. I think that's why he was saying that. Yeah, I'm showing like $175. By the way, I will take your offer on this for $15. $175. So this is actual U.S. Mint Superman, 1 ounce silver, and this is really something they don't do too often. Actually done through the U.S. Mint, and that's a really cool design on the back. It looks like his home, yeah, like and it looks like these graded are carrying a huge price right now, but that's what I'll do on those. Sorry that took so long. And yeah, I am going to take your offer on the fractionals at 15. And y'all have literally emptied a tub here, so that's a great place to start. Anything that was left over, does anybody want to make an offer on it? Let me know. I'm going to move these into one baggie, by the way, whoever's watching. So these 2 fractional pieces to him for 15. All right. I'll put this one over here. And done. Okay. There's that and there's that. They are pretty expensive, yeah. Yeah, I think it's because, see, a lot of that DC stuff is normally licensed out to other countries where they can get it a lot cheaper. But maybe if you buy 2, I can do a little bit better. I know that will exponentially increase the overall price. But if you get 2, I'll do a better deal. There's his fractionals for 15. And let's see here. Any $10 set 6. So NGC, my preferred grading company is NGC. So anything you bought, I'd recommend grading with NGC. Oh, my brain is out. Holy moly. So any $10 set 6, any $15 sets 8, any $20 sets 10. Okay, so 10, 15, 20, 6, 8, 10. They bring in less. Yeah, so like I was seeing comps on those Superman coins. If you were to pay to have it graded and it gets up there around an MS69 or an MS70, it's like a $250, $350 coin. So yeah, it's going to add a lot of money. But you also take the risk of, you know, I mean, it should be mint, you know, perfect from the mint, but sometimes they'll come back a 68 or something, but they should come back a high grade, so it's worth putting the money into them. It looks like to grade these Superman coins. But I used to do stuff like that for customers, but it takes so long, and I hate charging to do it, but it is very time-consuming, the paperwork, paying to send it off, waiting for it to come back. So, Danny, the stuff that's here on the table, I don't want to do 40 and 50% off. I like 30. I like when you said 30% off better, but still, that was still too cheap for some of the expensive stuff. But I mean, I would get close to like 15% off on some of this stuff. Like $8 on the $10 stuff. Not 6 though. And there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 $10 sets left. There's 6 $10 sets left. We can start there. For both, I was thinking $40 off, $155 each. $310. $155 each, $310. That would save you $40. That would get them both sold to me. And yeah, $310. And I'm looking at our cost right here. Yeah, I've got quite a bit in these, but I'll do $310. Okay. All right. So sell these to Adam for $310. Nice. $155, $155. Sell Danny all these $10 sets for $7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 7, $42. 6 times 7. All right. Got quite the stack going on over here. Okay, then these were the expensive proof sets. So these were 2019s were 75. 2017 was 45. 2021 was 35. 2024 was 95. Okay, I don't know if you want those. Those are kind of pricey. And this other stuff here, I'm pretty sure. Let me see here. 2018. This is the only one I was unsure of earlier. American Innovation Reverse Proof. Yeah, these were $20. Yeah, so this is $20, right? That's $20, Danny. These, I remember, I think I said these 19s were 18s. I remember saying that 2019s were $18. And I think 2018 was $20. Because that's the same thing. This is just the proof. This is the reverse proof. So, yeah, this is 20, 20, and 18. Okay. $35 set, 22. I will have to pass. No, it was definitely 20 because I just looked them back up where they were selling for 25 and 22. I'm almost positive. You're probably thinking about the gold presidential set. The UFO coin is cool. I got that back out. I'm surprised no one bought it. I'm really surprised. Well, everything in this, Tanner, everything that was in this tub that was over here from Michael Nath, we literally just sold everything. And then the tub in the office that was completely full of coins and proof sets, there's nothing left except these few that Danny, you know what I mean. He's trying to buy those. I think we're too far apart on these, Danny. I don't want to start. We're down to the last of the coins here. I'd love to make you a deal, but I'm still at like 15% off. If you want, that's what I said earlier. I mean, this is like, coins, as you know, is a pretty liquid thing. And I'm just down to a few now. Y'all have literally bought everything. $20, 18, $35. So these were 20, 20, 18, 18. You're talking about these, so one of each, 20, 20, and 18. So $40, $58. No, I can't do that. I'm sorry. We've did deals for about 3 hours straight on everything. We've did deals on everything for 3 hours straight, but these last few may break us. Oh boy, 10 hours and 15 minutes. I've been live streaming on Twitch, 10 hours. We have not stopped. I didn't restart Facebook. I should have, because there'd be probably some more people hopping on. We have been streaming for 10 hours and 16 minutes. 10 hours and 16 minutes. We've sold 8 full crates of vinyl. We have sold a full table of miscellaneous. And I think we've sold every coin in the store. Even stuff off eBay. Not everything off eBay. We still got a lot of that. I still got the Eagles, but we did sell Libertads. We sold graded Eagles. What if we just do... Okay, so 15 for reverse proof. Okay, I'll do that. Sell this to Danny for $15. Do you want the other one for $15? The regular proof and those. We'll say 15, 15. And then I'll do, what was these earlier, 18? So, 13 on these. 13, 13, 13, 15, 15. And those were 18, 18, 18, 20, and 20. I just gave you a 5, 10, 15, 20, $25 discount. On coins. Okay, on coins. Danny and Adam combined, though, probably in the last 3 hours have spent $8,000, though. So we're going to cut them a break, okay? I don't know how much they've spent, but they've bought a lot. We've sold them a lot of coins. Oh boy, I can't wait to get my water burger. 60 for all. 15, 30, 40, 50, 60, 9. No, that's less than what you offered just a second ago. Those are my final prices, I'm sorry. 13, 13, 13, 15, 15. And I was already comping these less than eBay. Minus the fees and minus the shipping. So now you're getting these at like below dealer cost. You're buying them better than coin dealers can right now. You're buying them at like, you're going to be able to make money prices. You're making more money than I am. I know you are, because I had all this stuff itemized in a spreadsheet at one point. You're making more money off this deal than I am. At 15, 15, 13, 13, 30. That's $69, right? 10, 20, 30, 369. That's 9, 39, 30, $69. What a great price. Come on, Adam. Say, Danny, do it. This dude's basically bending over backwards for you. He's gave his all. Can't do it. So you're making me look like I'm not coming down when I am. A lot. I told you this is going to be the last deal that breaks us. 69's the price. Unless you can come up with something else to sweeten the deal. See, there we go. Adam came through for me. 69's the price. This is theft. You're going to get arrested down there in one of those Louisiana parishes y'all live in. So what they call it down there, a parish. They're going to come arrest you, one of those Louisiana state troopers. They're going to be like, sir, you were committing theft this morning on Facebook Live. We got a report from CollectCo. You robbed him blind tonight. 38 people still watching. I wish we were live on Facebook. It's trying to send the data. I'm surprised the new feed hadn't started. They're probably like, what is going on over there? Okay, sold to Danny for 69. Now, Danny, you still won that deal, okay? In Danny's mind, he's probably like, man, I didn't get them. You definitely won that deal. Holy moly. Now my legs are sore. I was already down on the ground with my nose bleeding. Then Danny walks up and kicks me in the face. Like, wow, take that. All right, I'm going to keep a sandwich bag to separate that stuff there. So that's sold. And the only thing that's left here is the 1719, and that's it. Okay? And Notre Dame UFO, the storm on the Sea of Galilee, not for sale, $2,000, $275, and these are as marked. 45, 35, 95, 75. There's two 19s and two 24s. Notre Dame's 2,000, UFO's 275. If I did sell the storm, it's 1,000. Geezer, Black Sabbath song. Let's see. Hand of Doom. Are you the Hand of Doom? What you gonna do? Time's caught up with you. Oh, fairies wear boots. That opening riff. Anything else? Anything else? Yeah, somebody's going to be in a mess tomorrow, whoever's supposed to be watching this sale. And just wait till we get done Sunday. We're going to do this tomorrow. I kind of did this because tomorrow's show might be brief. We might have the longest show ever tonight and then the shortest show tomorrow, because I did say I was going to try to watch the last half of Tennessee. I was going to try to sleep. And then don't forget Sunday, folks. 10 hours won't be nothing after Sunday. A lot of people don't realize it, but Ozzy didn't write a lot of the Black Sabbath stuff. It was mostly Geezer. Okay. Anything else, Danny or Adam? Adam's getting off. If Adam's getting off, that leaves one soul, Danny. So in the last 2 hours, there's only been 2 people talking, Danny and Adam. There was 2 people that spoke up earlier, but I still never did confirm who they are. They sounded like they knew me, but I didn't catch their names. I didn't recognize their handles. And I think we're done. My head hurts. I still got to make the morning videos. I'm supposed to be leaving the gym right now, right? So I might have on my schedule every day, leave gym no later than 4:30. That's on my little to-do list every day. So I'm past schedule by hours. I hadn't done anything. I haven't ate in a long time. I guess 10 hours. I haven't eaten 10 hours. So I'm definitely going to like Whataburger, and I'm eating and I'm going to bed after this because my head is pounding. I think going for 24 hours Sunday will be a challenge, but I bet I can do it. I don't know. We'll see. 12 hours would be great. That means we can set a new world record. A new world record. Okay. Anybody else? All done? All right. I'm going to post on Facebook right now and be like, new record set. Longest Coletco stream ever. 10 hours and 20-something minutes. We're done. Sayonara. Thank you, Adam and Danny. If y'all both wasn't watching, and Patrick earlier, we might have not ever done this, but y'all literally just bought about every coin in the store. I need to try to figure out if there's anything else left in this building to try to sell Sunday and tomorrow. Amazing. All right. Thank you. Always love doing deals. Okay? Flip crate in 5 minutes. Yeah, I got to make that. No, that's 1 hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, I got to do that, and that's one of the first things I got to do before I go eat. 1 hour and 15 minutes, yep. All right, thank y'all and good night. Especially Adam and Danny. Really, really appreciate it. Seriously. Okay? From the bottom of my